Hello, chatto. It's Sundat, and coming up today on Outcasts to Icons, we started the transfer window with nothing, and we've still got most of it left. In fact, not just that, we have £14 million in transfer funds now, and 100k in wage budget. Did we rob a bank? Kind of. Was that bank a club in England? I actually can't remember, it's been so long. Find out today, as I try to remember myself. Yeah, that works. Nearly. I fell off. Most of nothing is nothing. Thank you. I always thought that. Ah, dear. How's it going, chat? Hello. Welcome to Sunday. The day is open. You may now leave. We robbed not. We did a little bit, didn't we? Oh, yeah, we robbed them twice. Fool me once. Shame on me. Fool me twice. Shame on you. Wait. No. Well, if you're nonce, I guess. In this case. Harper's Pure Arrival. Ah, yeah, when you said October, I just figured you meant for the half, because that's the only running event they do in the entire city. Let me just move that down a little bit there. Bang, lovely. It's the heat. It really is. The thing is today, it's not even nice. It's legitimately 23 degrees in this room, which is not particularly warm. The problem is, it ain't even nice outside. It's the humidity. It was 85% humidity yesterday, and I feel like I'm dressed for the occasion, but fuck it. Oh, it's horrendous. Yesterday, it was so warm out. It was pissing it down with rain, actively tempestuous weather. And yet it felt like I was in a bath when I was outside. Pog and I got absolutely rinsed by it trying to get back to the car from the coffee. Muggy doesn't even cut it. It was
10
the
months
full coffee
watching
shop.
this okayish streamer building icons and outcasting nations or something like that.
Something like
he
that.
occasionally makes YouTube videos
No, he doesn't.
too.
Stop lying.
Keep up the great work, Matto.
Dan, thank you very much for the 10 months. And John, thank you for the 12. Got them in the end. Right, also, there was some in the intro as well. 1 second. Aaron, thank you for the 2 gifted subs as well. That was very, very kind of you. Turtle Nerd with the 11 months. And Aaron, of course, with the 18 months as well.
Cooper,
And I'm guessing...
I am familiar with over 600
I was going to say Spencer, but I'm guessing it's Specker Football. Specker Football? Let me know. Thank you for the follow, though. I appreciate that, man. Oh, Drown Rat, mate. Seriously, that was like a 30-second run as well. Yeah, exactly. I was just trying to be one with the dogs while I was thrown in the river. Thankfully, we've managed to get under that awning, frankly, because it was crazy. Hello, Mum. How's it going, love? Love? How's it going, love? The Essex in me came out. What? You can take the boy out of Essex, but you can't take the Essex out of the boy. Thank you, Scowl. Thank you very much for the follow. Oh, dearie me. What, love? All right, treacle. I have no idea what words I'm saying. I'm getting sweaty just standing here. And there's no way I can go even... We can't go any lower than this. Old chap. Yeah. Hello, Saz. How's it going, man? Fancy seeing you here. Oh, dear. Oh, Christ. It can't just be me, right? Because, it is literally just started raining outside. And yet the heat is just unabated. It's sunny and... No, it's not. I wish it was sunny, right? I'll go off my big face. No one cares about my big face. We've got stuff to discuss. For a start, the fact we have no vice captain, which is, I mean, we must have sold him, right? Actually, that was one of the many players that we absolutely forced out the door last stream. Hence why it says transfers out £20 million. Whaler Wales, thank you very much for the 2 months, my friend. Hope you're having a lovely Sunday morning as well. Who needs a vice captain? We've got Stoyan. Stoyan can do both. If anything, he'd be a better vice captain when he's... Tell you what, when he's on the pitch, he's captain. When he's been sent off, then he's vice captain. That's my downgrade for him every time it happens.
Another month on the Roy Fleming journey.
Yeah, love to see it. Bolskov, thank you very much for the 7 months as well. Oh, Christ. 150 million? Jesus Christ. That's actually kind of sick. 2080. Holy shit, that is deep. We visit Pogon. It had to be done. She was kicking off, basically. Not financial ruin. I say, no. We managed to figure it out. We were already in financial ruin because I'd agreed a deal for Nagalo before the transfer window even opened, which I'm still a little bit worried about. Right. Because his value is still only 10 million quid. And I was kind of hoping that upon joining us, he'd get 20, 30 million, like some of our really star players. But he does have the minerals as far as his attributes go, which is what makes me happy, at least. My hope is that even if he's maxed out at this stage, I think he's good enough for what we're currently doing, right? Apex, thank you very much for the Prime and the 2 months, my friend. That is very, very kind. What on earth has Don had a... Oh. Let me just load it up. Yeah, I mean... It's just things you like to see. Egypt has been extremely good in this save especially. Now, it's always a good place to find players, but in this save, we've been really lucky with finding incredibly... The thing that we've done differently... Sorry, not done differently. The thing that we've got lucky with this time is we've managed to get the cheap guys. Whereas before, we were not ignoring it, but... Oh, it's much better than Thailand. Egypt's youth rating, this is one of the things that was always shocked me, is how high Egypt's youth rating actually is. It is insanely high. Which means if you can get a cheap dude... you can get a lot. I mean, we've got the Strawberry and Shazly. Now, I think Strawberry might be one of those guys that falls away, a bit like, ironically, the original Shazly. But I think Shazly's the kind of guy that might actually have a bit of a ceiling to him. And I mean a high one. I'm talking vaulted cathedral ceilings, you know? They have the 10th best youth rating, is insane. And Thailand, I imagine, is weirdly quite low comparatively speaking, but high for the region, I guess. Keeney, thank you for the 7 months as well. Thank God, lots of resubs today. Holy shit.
Morning, Matto and Chatto.
Well, so that was my theory, Taylor. The issue is, we signed Nagalo a while ago now, and I've noticed that every other player seems to have adjusted their value, and I don't care. But I was kind of hoping that at the very least we'd have the fallback of him having a decent resale value, and maybe that will change. Maybe once the season starts and he starts scoring some goals, hopefully, that will start to change because of the fact that, remember when Tristan joined us and he was worth like £40 million? That's true, he did, didn't he? In fact, the reason we have him is because of his low value at Tenerife. So other signings we made during the last window, the last stream, I'll just catch you guys up and show you who's gone as well. We found this guy. The only reason we signed him is because he was a Lebanese international playing in the Italian lower leagues. Samuele Altariva. He's got Lebanon caps and 4-star PA. Now, that could be anything, really, but still, you can't really say no to a player like that. We also got this guy, Guillaume Gross, mostly just because he was playing in the French lower leagues and he came up in our little testy test. 40 minutes. Oh, 100%. I bet it's just down to the league reputation being so low. At least with Gibraltar, I think you might have a better chance of that actually changing properly and not having the player value issues. I don't know if anyone's done a Gibraltar save long term and found they ran into the same problems that we did. I just wonder if that, for £1, we did, but it's not someone that was actually that good, unfortunately. We tried to replicate our Vincent Champion moment, and it didn't happen. We did, however, sign this guy, Jasmine Mehic, on a free transfer from Feyenoord. Like, I really like this guy, and for free, it was impossible to say no to, basically. We also loaned Sebastian Jordan from Inter. And, of course, what I mean by that is, of course, we sold him to Inter because we had no choice. It's unfortunate, but he obviously decided that he wanted to leave, so we had no choice but to sell him, otherwise we would lose him, so we got him back for a free. Can he show him the world? I could try. Actually, I won't show him the world. I'll just fly around our city for a little bit, because that's exactly what happens in the movie, isn't it? I can show you the world. Go on, then. No, I'll just fly around the city a bit. 3.7 million. Is this someone actually... Do you know Coldplay dropped 4 new singles the other night? Crazy. That meme was just wildfire. Holy Christ. I was talking to random people and they would just mention that. It's crazy when things just go like so viral like that. But there's that, maybe. So we've also got this guy whose name... Why did we sign this guy? Oh. No, I actually can't remember. I think he had higher PA. I can show you the town. Exactly. The Ultimate Strazzer. Oh my God, isn't it just? We've got... What else was it? Oh yeah, this is the other pound guy. We signed him because Myanmar. This is what happens when you guys let me do natty caps. We try to find... I basically tried to do my next Stad Level War situation and it did not go so well. Also, I've been learning a lot about football geography the last couple of days. There's this really fun account on TikTok that basically just posts these maps of football clubs by region and goes quite deep in them. And I think it's really kind of interesting because it's given me a kind of a new appreciation for where things are geographically and just how many teams are located near or around the Porto area. Because I was looking for the one that had Lachaux in John. I was like, damn, that's everybody. But what you won't find is it Ferrol Salo? You know, the team that's now Brescia. What a story that is, by the way. The Italian MK Dons. National League North map. Oh, always a fun vibe. But those ones you kind of have some reference point for, obviously, because, you know, British geography. But it's like, I don't know where a lot of small towns in Italy are. I think, you know what? Yeah, the name's got like, I'm sure you've probably seen the same ones. They have several of them. Go normal Italian football, in it just. That's it, Ferrol Pisalo. That was the name. I can't remember exactly the name of it, and I didn't like any of the videos, so the likelihood is, if it comes up on my FYP again, I'll put it in the Discord or something, but unless Tater knows the actual channel itself, in that case, feel free to link it in chat, because it's really, really cool. It's literally just slideshow stuff, but they're really interesting because they're well-made maps, you know? I love a good map. So, We also got this guy, Ricardo Evans. Free transfer from Hamilton. Now, mostly, I'm not exactly enthused with this deal. It's £4 million value. He's free. His wages are relatively low. It was a bit of a low-risk option, right? 10,000 players for my scouts to do. Yeah, that's going to take a while. Even with a very large number of scouts, that is going to take a while. That's why I stopped doing the bit where you would literally scout every single player in the youth intakes. Because that is the one way that you could potentially get literally every single player scouted in some way, is by doing that. But it's such tedious work, right? Flipping it. I think he's a kind of flip as soon as possible. I actually tried to flip him the moment he signed because I'd already realised that we got someone better. We got this guy who I can't remember why we signed this guy, honestly. Oh, he was free, wasn't he? He was forcing his way out. However, wait, who are you? Oh, yeah, that's that young Portuguese guy we picked up from Tirsench. The one guy I'd say of the freebies that we picked up that's the really good one is this guy. I like him a lot. He's very good and really has no right to be playing for Sochaux. This is Fabrizio Ruggieri. And he is a little bit excellent. He's still learning the midfield role for the time being, but my God. He's got it all, basically. Live streaming? No way. That's awesome, man. Now's a good time, I would say, to get into FM content creation because you get a little bit of a run up to 26, right? So you can work out a lot of the early... Because when you start making content, it's gonna suck. Mine still does, and I've been doing it for 10 years, right? But my early content really sucked. And you learn very quickly. And you get those newbie gains, which means by the time 26 drops or whatever, you've got like all that out of your system and you can actually start making like... And you might just hit the ground running, to be fair. Some of us do, right? So, yeah. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. I'm glad you started doing it. One kid... Oh my God, I remember him. I never signed him once, but I always used to get absolutely done by him. I remember there was a save that I used to follow someone else's save. I think it was a Sunderland save. And they had him on there. And I can't remember who it was. Might have been Johnny Sharples, actually. I can't remember back in the day. Well, there's rumours. I don't know. But as always, I think there's rumours about that like every other week, to be fair. Oh. It has to be. Like, if we're being honest, like, this is the thing. It has to. From a financial standpoint, they really can't afford for it not to come out this year, right? That would be... Missing one game cycle is probably... I don't even know if they would have had contingencies for that. Missing two? Dunzos, right? You couldn't do that and actually keep going, I would have said. Yeah, I was going to say, if there isn't one in 26 and there isn't one in 27, 28, I suspect. Which would suck for everybody. Because ain't nobody going to be able to compete with that, even if there's no competition. Because then they wouldn't have to either. But yeah, this guy's great. Oh, totally, Basil. Not sure what to say as far as hotels. I've never stayed in a hotel, obviously, in the town. But there's lots of B&Bs and stuff. And obviously, you've got like your travel lodges, but I would not recommend the travel lodge. Not because it's a travel lodge, it's fine. It's just an absolute ball ache to get to anywhere from it because it's the other side of the A10 and there's no easy way to cross the road. There needs to be like an underpass there or something. Oh, so players we sold as well. That's the crucial part. If Mike has been paid, maybe it's all his fault. Maybe they're just going to trot him out as the fall guy. Yeah, in a World Cup year as well. It still feels like one of these missed opportunities, right? As far as if international management is not in the game, a World Cup year is almost irrelevant in many ways. But I know it's not from like a straight up football standpoint, but having a game that doesn't have international management in, there would be no way to do any times with the World Cup, really, would there? Because I guess it would exist in the game world, but that's about it, right? It's not like it's licensed or anything. It's just sort of there. I think, honestly, a good move for them would be to put international management back in because of that, perhaps, you know? Ultimate Soccer Manager, gimme. Close to Oliver Cromwell House. Is it called Poet's House, by any chance, Basil? Gonna be a thing. Yeah, I mean, I think they kind of had to be. Silence like, you say that, but again, most years, there was I think Zeep, it was, that found a lovely list of when they'd actually did the first, like, introductions and talking about each new game, and it was September most years. Sometimes early, sometimes late. Also, one year, the game came out nearly in fucking December. I didn't realise that. 2021 was a mad year. Crazy. I think September, most likely, because that's when we normally hear. Now, due to the extenuating circumstances, maybe right at the end of August, perhaps. I don't know. But more likely, I would just put your money on September, honestly, and likely to hear anything. And when we do hear anything, I want it to be a thing you're actually seeing, not just, hey, the game exists, right? It needs to be, hey, the game exists, obviously. Here's some stuff, you know? Only have youngsters in my team. Not entirely. In fact, one of the things we've been doing over the last sort of couple of months is to try to find a couple of guys that are a little bit older. Not because experience matters, but because we noticed that I dropped the age of the squad too quickly, and it meant that we didn't have the mental attributes to compete. So we've managed to sign a couple of older lads. For example, Ruggieri, who's 27, and has goated mentals. There's another guy we're in the process of signing right now who I think is going to be brilliant for like a season or two. Let me just show him here. This is Lamine Conan. He's just very excellent, isn't he? So yeah, it has to be neutral norming, whichever one makes total sense. Yeah, you don't want like a pre-order teaser. You want like something that actually shows something. You want basically... Do you know what you want? You want a trailer that actually shows match engine footage and says specifically in the bottom, actual match engine footage, not in-game footage bollocks you see with a lot of AAA titles. That would be such a baller move if SI just put out a trailer like that showing real match engine footage and just went, this is actually taken from the game. That would be such a bam kind of moment for them, frankly, from a marketing standpoint, right? Yeah, you don't do it in the pre-order trailer. I just don't know if they could do that this time around, given the disappointment of last time around. I'm really hoping this guy is going to, like, get it done for us, potentially. He was, yeah, which is the weirdest thing. Neaton Guest House on Barton Road. Okay, I know where Barton Road is. I might even run past that sometimes, actually. It's really... Barton Road. Okay, I've not seen it personally, Basil, but then, to be fair, I haven't actually been looking. And yeah, that isn't that far from Oliver Cromwell's house if it's on Barton Road. That's maybe like, I don't know, 500 metres? I've never been to Oliver Cromwell. It basically serves as like Cromwell's house / the tourist office. It's also right by the cathedral as well, though. Went down very well. Did they really? Hang on, something EA did went down well with people. What kind of world are we living in when that's possible? I will show you the rest of the outs, but I just want to quickly do this look up before we get cracking today, because we've got money to spend, and a lot of players that we've kind of wanted to spend it on and spent the entirety of last stream going, nah, we just ain't got any cash. But now we do. It's Darren Breen's Hamilton. Wow, they've been kind of good. They have a Saudi
well done
vice
to
captain.
Fulham for beating the Scottish Cup winners yesterday.
Oh, no. Even Joshy King. Speaking of Joshy King, brand new contract. Fulham did a thing. Still hasn't signed anybody, but at least we haven't lost anybody, I suppose. Sorry, Scotsman, thank you for the 40 bloody months. That's a lot. Show displeasure on... Yeah, but... Like... Sometimes people are just never going to be happy. And I think sometimes SI need to... I don't think they do listen to those people, honestly, but I think it's sometimes easy to be swayed by social media reaction rather than an actual market share. Because I find that a lot of people are very happy with things and just don't feel the need to voice it. Because generally speaking, it's the same reason that you often... If something's really good, you very rarely want to receive a negative... Sorry, you very rarely want to post a positive review because you just forget about it. But... but if it's negative, you're more likely to leave one, right? The vocal minority, exactly. Which I think it's important to filter that out, right? I'd like to believe they're in the state where that's totally the case. So I wouldn't be too worried about that. I do want to see some. But at the same time, I'm also just really enjoying this save. I was talking to Tony and like Aaron and Sai about this last night, and I'm just having a nice time playing FM. Sounds dumb, but it just kind of does. Jennifer Hamilton, let's see how we got there. We got it. We got to investigate. Let me just have a quick gander at their wow. Yeah, Hamilton have been like a really solid regular top 6 team in the SPL, which obviously has been all over the shop lately in this save. We've had several different winners that weren't Rangers and Celtic, Motherwell being one of them. In it, Andrew, it's crazy, but I just really like the game. Yeah, it's because I never actually liked it, Tater, because the only time I like stuff on TikTok is like things I want to show Pog. So I just let it sort of pass me by and see the next one, right? So, this was his... Oh, wow. He's had a very interesting... He's only 29. So he came through at Neom, which is, I believe, that team that's been bought out in the second tier of Saudi that has been made into, like, some super team. Then he went to... Well, actually, he went to Al Oraba, but then to Cyprus for free, then got loaned to Casapia, randomly, and then went to Hamilton for free. The Line City, that's the one, isn't it? Yes. Between 4 out of 5 or 10 vocal support scored that. That's an interesting point, actually, because I suppose you've got the opposite way, right? But there's obviously the people that are just going to hate anything to do, but then you've also, I suppose, got... I feel like there's a smaller amount of, like, pure sycophants, right? Like, I feel like I'm more onto that side of things, but at the same time, I'm also not going to beat around the bush when it comes to that sort of stuff, which is actually one of the things, genuinely, I've always liked about Sports Interactive as a company. Like, back in the day when we would go down and talk to them or whatever, like, years ago, There was never any kind of like, oh, you must say this, you must say that. Your being here is dependent on X, Y, and Z. They were always just like, here's the game. Do kind of like what you like with it. And I think that's kind of quite refreshing because it feels like some game studios that is very much not the case. So that would have been pretty cool back in the day. Where Lacazette's got, is it really? Exactly. And, you know, I can shout pretty loud into the void. Let me tell you. Let me just mute myself up and yell into the void for a little bit. X and Y. Have you not heard of Exland and Wyland? Oh, mate. It's Zealand's his twin triplet brothers. Not sure how that sentence really works, but deconstruct it in your own time and get back to me. They've got a guy here who has to be Malagasy, right? Yes. That might be the first time that I found a Malagasy player whose first name is more interesting than his last name. Philo. We've got Pastry Boy here at centre-back. Amazing. Like, Adria Tahania is actually a pretty normal-sounding Malagasy name, but Philo, incredible. B&M washing utensil brand that Pog would almost certainly buy. Let's be honest. Right, so back to the players I sold. We did some bidness last stream. Importantly, Jourdain went. We also managed to sell Dimitri Clare to Estoril for £1.1 million. Don't ask me how that was possible. They were really silly. He actually is okay, but he had no ceiling. I don't know, Ted. I haven't heard anything, so unlikely, I think, but I'm not sure. I really don't know what's going on with that right now. We got rid of Boobs, and as you say, more importantly, we got rid of Boobs, and we got rid of Boobs' wages. Because it turns out he was on 23 grand a week, and I'd forgotten all about it. What on earth possessed me to spend that much on him is crazy. Oh, no worries, Quimby. Yeah, seems to have done all right, actually, which is really nice. Takes the pressure off and allows me to work on the show injury recap for a little bit now, which is what I'm doing now. That's my latest little mission. Start reading from the book. Oh, God, yeah. That penalty shootout was one of the penalty shootouts of all time. Actually, no, I feel like I can safely say it was one of the worst penalty shootouts of all time. I don't think that's really that controversial, let's be honest. Wage rights. No, I think I just gave him shitloads of money, Hadrian, because I thought he was going to be goated, and he demanded it, and I went, sure, why the hell not, right? Just the first team. Most of the time, Quimby, I'm not doing the first team. It's actually the other way around, because what I find is that any players, when I do under 18s and 21s, I find that my scouts tend to have a habit of just dragging first team players in, not to the team reports, but to my actual scouting inbox. It's really, really quite cool. After a while, I will start doing them as well, but I find it's harder to sort of shop there. But usually if there's anyone that's good anyway, they will just dump it into the main scout report, which is kind of fun. Dennis Knox, thank you very much for the prime. And Tiago, wait. Rafael Rocha, thank you for the follow. Want to make sure I got that right. Men's and women's, yeah, I can see why. I mean, to be fair, it wasn't the best. I actually only saw the first half on the penalties, so I actually didn't see England come back. But it wasn't a great advert for football, was it? The first goal, actually the second goal wasn't much better, and they should have had a third one in between there. That one where it was nearly an identical one and they only got away with it because the Swedish striker was a little bit too slow. I think it was Blackstenius again, actually. It was the English defending in that first half was catastrophically awful. Like, if we saw that in FM, we'd be like, the match engine's fucked, rip it up and do it again. But don't give SR any excuses if it's bad again, right? No, I heard about the save last night. Apparently it was an absolute banger. Sai was trying to recreate it for us. So I need to find that as well. Oh, Jesus. Doing first teams is not where you want to do it. Because remember, team report scouting is all about finding young players. And most of the time, they're not in the first teams if they're at larger clubs. And usually, you can find them both ways anyway. From Viswa. Oh, I'd love to get some Viswa stuff. I've been looking on Vinted for ages, but I can't seem to find any. We also sold Pog to Angers. Forgive me. Forgive me, Pog, but it happened. It needed to be done. Shame to send over Angers. But then, the big one. The biggest deal was we sold Evarisco Briasco to Nantes for £8.25 million. Which is just incredible business. He was not supposed to go in the sense that he said he wasn't going to, and then he just did. So we got rid of Briasco, replaced him with someone better, arguably, and also freed up a non-EU slot, which is the most important factor in all that. And then we even sold the sausage to Sporting Gijón. And there's one other in there too. Oh yeah, Wamba. Also went to Nantes, £3.3 million. That'd be cool. I do want to get one. Burger time. Yeah, I was surprised considering I only watched the first half. When I saw that it was 2-2, I was like, how is that even possible? Because having seen everything in the first half, I didn't see any way back for England. They were just that bad. There was that, I think it was Lauren Hemp hit the crossbar, but that was the only thing I saw of us really attacking at all. Most of it was just being like completely at sea at the back. So that is how we ended up with all the money that we've got. And boy, do we have a lot. 13.36 million and £106,000 in wage budget. Buying all the fodder. Literally. And I don't even know why they want it. But today's plan, obviously we're going to be continuing a good amount today, because I wouldn't mind getting a couple of league games in towards the end of the stream as well, is going after some of the guys that we wanted to get last stream. So we made a little Christmas list. Oh, and I'm still trying to bid on Nikolic, because obviously I am. Just to see what could happen. Who are you? Do you know what? I might not let our 5-star... When did you get 5-star rated? Or is that a different dude? That's interesting. Bold of them. The Dude Lounge want Isla Blabiba. Okay, fine. Do you know what? Really oddly specific number there as well. Good. Achampong. Oh, look at that. 13 grand a month from Icor. Yes, please. Hang on. Let me just check this, because they're paying... So that'll be 69... I mean, they've already won, haven't they? 69 grand for that loan. 15 grand for that loan. No. Yeah, we'll do that one. Plus, I think he's got more chance of winning stuff if he's playing for Icor anyway. Filter on the player search. Can show all different international players and group them by team. Do you know what? That's pretty fucking smart. That's actually really interesting and smart. Because one of the things I found most irritating... Bear in mind as well, I'm not generally speaking looking for international caps. I'm more looking for youth caps, but you can do that too. Because at the end of the day, the teams that are showing up on, say, a national teams page aren't actually that useful. So say I go to the Bulgarian national team. Looking through this isn't actually going to tell me which Bulgarian sides are going to be producing good players at this point, because a lot of them won't be at their original clubs. But applying that same logic to, say, the under-21 squad, you'll note that almost all of them are at Bulgarian clubs, and therefore are most likely either at their first or second teams. So I think if you took that logic and only applied it to under-21 caps, or youth caps in general, I think that would possibly give you an even better return on investment, so to speak. That might be a good way of doing it, because I need to add some more reports in. Wait, was there a guy in there? Who is Yantra? And that's Spartak Varna. Fuck it. He's got to work. The other thing about this guy is he is 19. Could be good, but it does concern me a little bit that he's 19 years old, hasn't left. Worth a look, 100%. I mean, how are we up to on scouting now? Because I don't want to... Because I think our scouting shortlist is getting big. We're at 600, which means it is taking a while to get through these players. Most of this is from looking at random Italian men. I admit. Because we did find a couple more, which is pretty dope. Nasco. Was there a really young dude in here? Oh, this guy, sorry. Chavorsky. Yep, Pirin Blagovegrad. That's not even top flight Bulgaria. Interesting. So he's being wanted by top flight sides, and you might think, well, it's September Sofia. Yeah, these guys have won a league. Got a good dance. Nice. I think we've actually recently... Oh, have we recently? I might scout him again. Might have clauses. Do we know anything about it? Not yet. He might be okay. I mean, we've obviously looked at him before. Not sure exactly how, considering there's no way I've got these guys on my team report. I mean, I might add them now, but they definitely weren't on there before. Which, actually, I'm very interested as to how we even know about this dude. He's also 20 years old. Good squad player, but probably unlikely, particularly at 20. That's the thing. If he's 18, I mean, we don't know what his attributes look like, to be fair. So when we can see his attributes, it might be more worthwhile for us. But yeah, I really like that idea to fill in team reports, to be fair. That's a really good shout. Diarra, who are you? Yes, please. I've been trying to get rid of this guy for years. I've had bids agreed with this guy so many times, and he always turns them down. But apparently he actually, oh no, wants to go to tits. Understandable. Jatsio make a loan move for Hassan Mohammed. He's one of the guys on the dev list anyway. Nikolich's bid is rejected again. I'm just going to keep doing that because I just want to see where they'd go. Given that we do still have Bright Saji. Hello, how's it going, man? So he's gone. He's gone as well, which is fine because he's old. A proper Spanish Inquisition of a 16-year-old Belgians. Hello. Oh my God. Yeah, so if anyone ever says, like, hey, how effective can the amateur Belgian method be? I present to you this. Who are you managing out of interest? Not that it really matters, because the fact is that at any level, if you can get these guys to join you, you're going to find somebody who's probably got... This guy's called Fiston. There's also a guy called Carmine Smates in there. Also, I just realised the game's probably just been continuing in the background by itself there. Europa, La Liga 2. That's fucking dope. The wanted symbol scouting is something... Wait, what? I have genuinely never seen that before. Legitimately, never once in my entire life of playing Football Manager have I seen that before. I've done this all the time. We do this all the time as human players. But I've never seen an AI club who's buying from me asked to delay a transfer. I like that it exists. They've obviously got some shit going on. Let's have a look at gang. What's up, lads? Hang on, you're at negative 12 million. Who did you just buy? Now, very common. I've never seen it before. Like, when you're a human player all the time, I've seen it happen. You do it all the time, but I've never seen an AI club do it to me. I guess my next question is, why exactly are they even attempting to buy him from me when they're at negative 12 million? What was the deal out of interest? How much are they supposed to be paying me? Oh, it's a loan. Right. Sure. Go on then, lads. It's even weirder that it's a loan. That's so strange. It's crazy that even Genk are getting done with the money, though. Definitely about to reply. It's like, why can't I scroll on the Twitch chat? What's going on here? There we go. That was weird. But yeah, that wanted symbol scouting stuff does seem to be... Oh, speaking of... God, he's 30 now. Seems to work pretty damn well. I actually had some very nice comments from... The sort of people that I think would normally be the sort of well-actuallys, but actually just being like, you know what, some of this stuff in the scouting video, particularly some of the things that Hadrian found, is just like next level stuff. So I could take no credit for that, but damn, it was cool. It's crazy to even still be finding things like that later into the game cycle. From a header, I guess from the jump, right? Maybe he went up one-footed. Oh yeah, they'll ask for it again, of course, but at the end of the day, he's not going to play for us anytime soon, so I might as well just keep delaying it until he either leaves or doesn't, right? Just got a sore leg. He needs to do some calf raises, let me tell you. To another direction. Yeah, I wonder if that outside the box thinking is what's kind of led to this. Like, I think what they were specifically referring to was the Italian Serie B shortlist scouting. Well, actually, I don't think that was Hadrian, was that? That was Don's idea. That, like, thing where we shortlisted a load of players, then looked through the season best 11s on that little list and looked for them in there. That was just some really outside the box thinking. That was so clever. In fact, let me just have a little look again. Yeah, I'll still go with Hadrian. I was bigging you up on the podcast last night, Hadrian, as well. Let me just have a little look at Serie A. I think we already did this last stream, but I just want to gander just to see if any new ones have come up. Because obviously it's quite fluid, that Serie A map. Won't find them in Serie A, probably not. Because this is great, but this list here is sensational. Is that another one? I think I might have said no to this guy for a reason, if I recall. What podcast? Don't worry, it was the FM show. It's all good. It was FM related. We were talking about deadline day implementation. I was telling Aaron and Sai that it's actually quite an underrated feature because of the way that you have that theory about when it's not switched on, there's less transfers, or rather when it is, there's more. About how it's like its implementation, because of the way that it works as a feature, means that when it is switched on a league, you get more deadline day action potentially than when it's not, and how having it active in a league is actually quite useful if you want, particularly in building a nation saves. Where we all go. Yeah, Malta 100% made sense with that. Lombardo as well. I mean, just guys like this. Who's he wanted by? Bari and Como. That's Serie B. Honestly, he might be another one worth picking up. Wow, that's really high of a wage. At some point, I might have to redo the shortlist as well for like guys that have come through their youth academies, but that'll probably be less. Oh no, that won't make any difference with it because their youth academy, their intakes are not going to be good. It's only the generated players when they appear that are going to be good. Because these guys haven't got any good youth recruitment nor reputation, so they're not actually going to generate new good players. Yeah, the agent offer seems to be what powers it. Because I love the agent offers. Like, we've been using that more and more in this save, I've noticed. Is this that team? Oh, no, it's not. Any more in here? Yeah, Como have fallen. Although maybe they're not actually that high to begin with. We're just so dated in our databases these days. Yeah, it's not as many as I thought. I think we literally did just hoover up every single one of them. There's an I? Oh, of course, there's like 90. Oh, there we go. Stoiano at Nardo. Wanted by Tanana. That's Serie C again, though. You're right, we did, didn't we? So these guys are just agent lads. That's a good point, actually. Oh, so you think the agent offers were affecting the other teams too? That makes sense. Oh my god, that's so many different options coming through there. Sure, why not? Also, I didn't realise this, but apparently Modena have changed their badge in real life. And I've got to be honest with you, it looks shit. I actually really like Modena's badge. And I saw it on like a random TikTok the other day, and it was like, not great. Comparatively speaking to their current badge in FM anyway, which I just think is kind of a nice little classy Italian badge. Little standalone bird. Yeah, it's like, oh, leave it. Weirdly, it was one of the reasons I was kind of drawn to them. I just liked their badge. Right, who are you? Oh, they're Tri-League guys. Dijon make an approach from Mehic, but like, the fact they'd be playing as an attacking midfielder is a bit worrying. I suppose that's kind of what he is, isn't he? Go full Juve and just have a big yellow. Yeah, literally. That's the exact issue. I don't think I accept that. I think we kind of want it for depth right now. Diarra. Oh, anyone want to give me some proper money for Diarra? Apparently Farench, which I found out is from the province of Faro. Again, football maps. Doing the business. Have way more of an appreciation for where teams are located within their countries. You are just a random dude. You've said no again. We don't even really need him, but now we actually have the money. It's like, it'd be rude not to try. Redemption. Pog and I were, what were Pog and I watching? I think it was Attack on Titan the other day. There was a character in it, and his voice, the English dub anyway, sounded exactly like the guy that plays Dutch in Red Dead. To the point where I was convinced it was the same voice actor. It wasn't, but it sounded a hell of a lot like him. Relegated non-playable leagues. So, I don't think it works like that. I think once they've got a team, they keep those players. It seems to be more for when you turn on a league that's in those lower leagues, mid-save, and it sort of can't use the database data anymore because it's too out of date. So it has to generate them players. Yeah, Hadrian's going to answer that way better than I am because I'm stupid. Why be rid of all knowledge of any TV show or film so you can watch it again fresh? What would it be? Ooh. Very good question. I don't know. Let me have a think about it while I quickly go through these scout reports and just get rid of pretty much anybody who's bad, which is most of them, let's be honest. Wow, Juric just dropped off. Oh, I'm glad we didn't move on him. That is, we've dodged a bullet there. This is one of the guys that we were looking at trying to get, and now he looks much, much worse. TV show or film? It sounds stupid. Just wipe normal memory. I love a good vendetta. Do you know what? Sounds dumb, but honestly sounds like Chef, because the joy I felt the first time I watched the movie Chef, there's a reason it's my favourite film. There's something about that film that just created happiness and joy in me that first time I watched it, and it's never gone away. Oh, the old Top Gear chat. That would be a good shout, actually, because there's a lot of content there. Hello, Peter. It's going well. We were just thinking about not signing this guy. In fact, I might just remove him from the shortlist, honestly. That's why I really like the sending a player around again when they are fully scouted. Because it seems to be that it changes an awful lot. And that's probably because a different scout takes a look at them and they may be worse or better. But I feel like I just get more perspective on players like that. Right. Any oldies? Well, really not. And you're at Tenerife anyway. It seems like there's an abundance of right backery. It honestly does, Bolskov. I feel like every time I watch it, I'll find and see something new in it and be like, ah. I shouldn't, but it just makes me happy to watch, you know? It's a really cheap Numancia guy here. Miguel Angel Martin Gomez. But yet again, much like everyone in the world apparently, they are also a right back. Hustle was very, very solid. Yeah, I think I see what you mean actually. Any show that has like those sort of twisty stuff to it that simply is almost impossible to be as enjoyable because you don't get the shock of the twist. Got soaked in the market, mate. So fucking soaked. Did see some geese, but that was on my run. So I went out and did 19k yesterday morning, which was lovely, but I did get stuck in the rain there. But I did see some geese. And then, well, see, this is the thing, Full. I reckon that was like a deleted storyline because they were clearly supposed to be setting that up properly and then almost changed the script halfway through, it felt like, right? Scarjo was great in that film. Just forget the history. Yeah, to you, World War II never existed. Just like that Japanese soldier guy that was still fighting in like the 70s or something on that random island. Yes, so I did that, and then Pog and I decided, she was like, oh yeah, I really want to go to town and get some coffee and pizza. So I was like, all right, fine. It might rain. Might not. So I was like, it's too hot to wear anything else. Got there, and the heavens just opened. Luckily, our coffee place, despite being a van, has like a nice awning. So we were able to get under that, which is where that first video came from. Then we just had to book it back to the car and got absolutely drenched. It was like a 30-second run as well. Right, what else we got in here? Anyone that needs to go around it? Oh, hello. Was that Eric? Was that... Ooh. Now. Draft Day. I have finally seen that. Watched it a couple of months ago. Really solid film. Fit into my nice little pocket of good films. Dan Idris Ahmed is an Eritrean Swede. Usually you get Eritrean Norwegians, not the other way around. Not Eritrean Swedes, but that's sick. I like him. Right. Alexander, he's like, yeah, I guess. It's just, usually when I see Eritrea second nationality, it's always Norwegian. But we're definitely scouting him more, because I'm intrigued. Suitably intrigued. Well, that wasn't... Almost every one of these players we've actually got good knowledge of here. You almost see more Eritrean like Norwegians than you do actual just Eritreans, for the most part. But obvious reasons for that. Hello, Joe Gordon. I do like an A+, 2-star CA, 5.5, if you like, star PA, Swede. Things you love to see. Oh, thank you, Mum. Yeah, I've got to try and... Oh, here's a fun one for you, chat. Because Pog and I are going to Pog's parents this weekend, I have to slot my running, which means I'm actually going to end up having to do a half marathon after Thursday's stream. So that's going to be good. Right, let's have a look at this guy. Please don't be a disappointment. He is all pace, and even that isn't like... The issue with him, basically, is he would cost... I mean, we have money now, but... Like, Joe Gordon obviously do bits. I mean, they were the ones that got that other guy, the one that went to Liverpool, Albin. I'm not a fan of him. Watch this guy be better. Oh, definitely not. We had no casuals here. But I go, exactly, yeah. It's tough to fit it around. Because basically, I have... For my half marathon plan, I have to essentially do a half marathon on Thursday, albeit at like a relaxed pace. But that's still a fucking long way. And because of the way the time is working out, I'm just going to have to do it after stream on Thursday. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on him. Prince Anderson is very solid as a name. He certainly gains points for that, at least. This guy our shortlist, but I'm not convinced. I reckon if we send this guy around again, which obviously I'm going to do, we will get a bit of a dirty surprise. So what I'll actually do is deliberately add another... I mean, we won't see for a little while anyway. So when you do acknowledge, it's a bit like saying... It's a bit like opening an email and then doing nothing else with it. So you haven't deleted it. You've deleted it without replying, and it can still be sent through again. So if you discard one, in theory, that's you saying, hey, I'm not interested in you seeing this player again. Of course, if you manually request it, it will come back through again, but it means your scout won't recommend it to you again. That's the idea anyway. Yeah, we've been in Norway with the scouting recently. Who in the hell is this guy? We'll get to him in a minute, but my God, the CA on the man, he's still only 18. I've realised you can't see this. He's 18. This guy here, 18 years old. That's ridiculous. We were already scouting for some reason. Right, okay. Tell me if I'm wrong here. This guy looks better than the Swedish guy we just looked at. I think the reason he was B+ is because he wanted 6k a week in wages. That running up the hill, it is that. It actually is, yeah. Still a little unsure on him, honestly, because 3 million is actually quite a lot. Even at this stage for us. But I do like him. I might shortlist him as well, actually. Because we can go have a look at the Christmas list in a minute. For 3, it's still a lot, though. And I still think we could find... Like, as much as we have this money, we still have to be careful with how we spend it. Because we are actually only at 6 million. Swede Oh, he'd be better than Swede for sure. Oh, Bulgarian. Stakov. Left back. Solid-ish, but 19... Tackling's very good, actually. The dribbling's a little on the low side. 17. Yeah, but that's the thing. £3 million. Well, actually, well, he's on the shortlist. So we can go back and look at him in a minute anyway, because I want to go and investigate the players on our shortlist. Yes, we stayed with the wide midfield role as it seems to have really cooked. We sort of... I feel like Ruggieri is going to be the guy that filled it, but ironically, he can play left back, wing back, and left attacking mid, but had no knowledge of left midfield, even though he has the perfect attributes for it. So our hope is that he'll learn it super fast. Joe Petter Neshaugen. Not huge. I know he's only 17, but that's... Yeah, he's one of those players that will probably turn into an okay option one day. Paul Gilibert. The double-footedness is going to be eating CA. Low dribbling. I like the versatility. I mean, this is the thing. He's got good on both feet, and he can play a lot of positions, which is kind of possibly even hurting him in many ways because he's not super specialised. A lot of white stars, yeah. What about this guy? Knut Ola Ombe. Oh. He's a very weird player. Knut Ola Ombe. Can't pass the ball to save his life. He can play it all, but the actually thing is he can't, can he? He's that guy that's like, oh yeah, I'll do it, and then does a really bad job of it. He's... Oh, this isn't where I parked my car. For me, he's literally not good in any of the positions the game says that he can play. Arguably his best role is probably in the centre of midfield. Which does make sense given that it's sort of... He's basically like a pendulum that just happens to have stopped in the centre, basically. Diogo Carvalho. Oh, sorry, no. Carvajal. My apologies. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, he ain't a serious signing, but he's a very fun player nevertheless. He's a very strange option at all. Smart Patrol. Thank you for the 5 months, friend. Hope you've had a lovely Sunday morning. It is still the morning. It's fine. I'm allowed to say that. We've already, well, not looked at you, but you've only just gone round again. So we'll get... When they've got that on them, I'm always just like kind of less interested in... I want to look at their attributes, but I don't trust that yet. Marcel Frolic. Do I want a goalkeeper that's called Frolic? Like, I want you to be Marcel stays in your goal. I don't want you doing any kind of frolicking. He's got 6 aerial... How? He's 6'4" and has 8 aerial... Has he got like T-Rex arms or something? Yeah, we want a guy that isn't going to be at AFCON. Honestly, I'd rather he go to AFCON. Like, if he had the Eritrean second nationality, then again, Eritrea unlikely to qualify for AFCON. That's wild. Right, here's the guy. Come on. Oh. Okay, so he is actually quite good. So Dennis might actually be quite good. He's not perfect physically, but he's got incredible technical ability. Oh, yeah. Do it in Madrid. Holy shit. His mentals are really solid. Oh, he's very fun. Having him and Ruggieri is Dennis a menace. I think he could be, yes. Ah, but he doesn't have a competitive streak. I think he would be worth it. And the 15 passing, which suits the wide midfielder. Tackling's a little low, but like we don't care. It's not horrendous. Because obviously our like requirements for the wide midfield role are a little bit different to what the game wants. So like while I do want them to have good tackling, it's not like the end of the world if it's 7. I just didn't want it to be like 3, you know? And he's 18. That's the crucial thing. Sits inside. Yes. But honestly, with that passing, yeah, I agree. I think that does suit him. Plus that dribbling ability suits our style down to the ground. Let's just see. I think they would still sell him, but they didn't really have much choice. His wages are tiny. Not tiny, but like his wages are low enough that I think he's the kind of guy that ends up signing for like Bayer Leverkusen or something, and then in a few years is tearing up. Now, I'm willing to bet that he's not going to have 5-star PA. I reckon he's one of those like super high early developer guys, but I don't think it would actually matter. Was he on the next gen? I feel like if he was on the next gen, we would have seen him. I think this is an investment. This will matter because obviously we don't want them saying, hey, here's 10 million or something, right? But I literally just shut 3 drawers with my arse. That's how much I just bent over. 4 million? Yeah, I think I might just do that. Not prepared to sell mid-season. Sorry, Bron. It kind of feels like you are very much prepared to sell. Yeah, the gift horse has galloped bar. Potentially a dangerous line. Maybe, but the way I look at it is this. Do I believe that he will be worth more money here? I think he almost can't not be. And secondly, am I happy with his current attributes in our current squad? I agree with Hadrian. I don't think he has the highest PA, but is he good enough for now? And I believe the answer to that is 100% yes. Him and Ruggieri on that left-hand side could be absolutely terrifying. I was expecting to have to play closer to 7 with some clauses in there too, to be honest. Right, you two were sent. Oh, hang on. I will look at this dude just because, again, centre-back / striker. This guy's a better of both than that other guy was. Also, that's way too expensive. Like, come on, Bron. Let's be serious now. We've got Cao Yang here, was born in Ganan, of course, naturally. Yeah, I think I'd pay 4 million for... If he was 25, I'd pay 4 million for a player with those attributes, generally speaking. Those guys are going around again anyway, so we will see them in another report no matter what I do. Same with this dude here. Just helps us filter it down a little bit. Yeah. And also, bear in mind, it means that we could potentially sell Ruggieri for enormous money next summer. Because Ruggieri is 27, Dennis is 18. So we could cash in on Ruggieri, get 30 million next summer, and suddenly, congratulations, we're building a squad for the Europa League. We're just sort of, this is what I'm on about with my squad. Oh, by the way, chat, I actually listened to you. I did make that garden video available on Patreon. No idea what some of you guys thought of that nonsense, but it's there. I might do more stuff like that. We've got Jizzler. We've got Broski. Broski's a bit mid, isn't he? I realise it's Broska, but still, it's Broski. Eric Scare. 22, though. That's the crucial thing. Good player, but at 22, do we need him? Probably not, because he ain't going to play as a number 10, for obvious reasons. And we've already signed another guy who's going to play in this role. And we've got Binder back as well. And I would hate to take football away from Binder for another dude that's like 3 years older than him. Basically, these guys could be intriguing, although they're not that old. Tronson. I think I like about the guy we've just looked at is the passing ability. That's an underrated attribute for that role. I think having a guy that can pass in there is going to be crucial. Yeah, we've got Mr. Furtado. I recognise that name. Velton. What is this? Espen. Like, pick a position, bud. He is a proper shit or get off the pot type of player. Veston, now we're down into like the... Wow, tell you what, if we... Ignore the physicals. The rest of him is great. But nah. Yeah, it's the fact that he can dribble and pass. I'm trying to think of a comparison player to him. Like, I don't mean in terms of like overall ability, but the type of player whose attribute breakdown is a bit like that, where they're really, really good at passing, but are also incredible on the ball in terms of their dribbling. Like, they're not that often... Almost like... I feel like Bernardo Silva in some ways, potentially. And I don't mean in terms of like... Bernardo Silva obviously would have way better attributes, but I mean in terms of his attribute kind of breakdown. I feel like he's that type of player. I love Bernardo Silva. He's probably one of my favourite players. Nelly Furtado, yeah, it has to be, right? Oh, Nelly's popping. Well, actually, much like the other guys, especially at 20, there'd be less room for us to build his pace up. I have got the other guy... Marquez is a bit similar, actually. Yeah, it's a shame we weren't playing that before, because Marquez would have suited that perfectly. Playmaker out wide. I think that that role works so well that he essentially becomes the playmaker out wide without actually being designated the playmaker out wide, and we might be able to find a way to tweak his attributes to make him even more of a playmaker out wide, but he plays so well in the match engine currently, and by he I mean the role itself, that it almost is like Briasco was killing it in that role, and he isn't even really suited for it. This guy, however, could be very suited for it. Did I actually... I did bid on the guy, right? Doesn't it normally cut to the bit where I... There it is. Okay, that's weird. I was like, hang on a minute, what? Relegation release cost of £17 million as well, by the way. That's massive. Important player, 100%. Do you know what, honestly, his wages are so... I'll try and get him on regular starter just in case. Yes. I basically didn't want it to affect his wages too much. £6,000 a week. Relegation release scores is locked. Who cares? Like, if we somehow got relegated, oh no, I'm only getting 5 times the money I paid for him. Yeah, we'll get rid of the wage rise, obviously. International appearances. Do you know what? He's 18 and I wouldn't mind locking him down. I'm going to get rid of that and add in a 1 cap clause because they're just more effective, and then boost it to like 13k, because honestly, if Bro starts... I mean, Norway is a team that is achievable to get caps for. My logic is he hasn't got a cap yet and he's this good, which means there's almost certainly some players in front of him in the squad... it's done now. That are keeping him out of the team. I want to just check the Norway national team to see who's ahead of him. Because it's weird that he wouldn't have got one yet. And it might mean that there's someone goated ahead of him. Chroma, thank you for the 15 months, my friend. How's your Saturday morning going? Let's just have a look at their tactics. Maybe they don't play wingers. They do. So on the left side at the moment, they've got this guy. Who plays for Bologna, who for me... Did I say Saturday morning? Shit. My brain has been messed up with days. All this week, I've completely lost track of what day it is. Like... Yesterday felt like a Sunday. Today feels like I have no idea what today feels like. Hence the confusion. Decimated by a minute. You're right, it is, isn't it? But that wasn't on this save, was it? Or was it? That was on the Cyrene save, wasn't it? Yeah, it's confusing times. Okay. If we get Dennis over the line, that's a really... It's, albeit it's £4 million, and that's quite a lot of money for us. Then again, I spent money on Nagalo. But I'd rather spend £4 million on him than the £3 million on that 17-year-old Polish dude. Although, I'm not opposed to it, but I feel like I see more in him now. That's the danger. I don't like spending a lot of money on players for the future unless I'm like pretty much 99% certain they're going to be insane. Whereas that guy, we get something out of him now. So I feel like he's worth the £4 million because of he's match ready. He's esports ready. Won't freak out. Really crap. But that's awesome, though. Hopefully you're enjoying the new job, though. Yeah, my routines have been messed up this week. And to be fair, they're going to get messed up this coming week as well. But, I mean, it's great because tomorrow I'm just looking forward to getting back into working normally and I'm going to be doing Le Showing stuff. I've got to... What I actually really do need to do is finish filling in all of the ADHD stuff for ADHD 360 because it's so much stuff they're asking. And I feel like this is part of the test almost. It's like if I'd have been able to do it too quickly, they'd have been like, mate, I don't know if you need this. But it is a lot of stuff I've got to fill in. It's going to take me a long time. I just need to sit down, done the test yet. I've not done the... Oh, sorry, if you missed this, AJ. They got back to me basically saying the click test. I don't know what that is. The only thing I've done so far is like a screener for them, but there's so much other stuff I need to do. Like, I have to buy a blood pressure monitor and things like that. So I will get that done. Because I do want to get that stuff sorted as soon as I can. Right. The click test, yeah, it's just a like cookie clicker, you mean? So I need to do that as well. But I want to just start another showing stuff because I really do want to catch up with the recaps now. Now that I've got the workflow down a little bit, I'm just enjoying making content. Like, during the last bits of editing that scouting video, all I could think about was I really want to start another showing one. Ryan FNG Dry, thank you very much for the 7 months, man. Super nice of you, friend. They said it for free. Oh, what? My one specifically says buy. But I'll have to look at that in a bit more detail. Wow. Paul Wanner is still knocking about.
You know if there's a train coming anytime soon?
Oh, yes, very soon.
They
are building it now.
That's wild. Azukria, thank you very much for the follow. The hooks are back in. Yeah, absolutely, Basil. I know some good pubs. Credo Games, thank you very much for the prime. I'll take it to my local. Well, I said local. It's nowhere near my house in any way. But it's a nice pub because there are boats and geese. What more do you want out of life, eh? And Hard News, thank you for the 36, my friend. That is super duper nice of you as well. Yeah, he's just gone to Saudi for 66 million, rising to 73 at 33 years old.
Oh, 3 years.
That's
Send
wild.
help.
The football game? Which football game? Do you mean the Slough charity match? Because that's not till the 16th of August. But it would be cool to see people there because it is going to be a really, really fun time. And I'm meeting Saz. Who's local for the Orange matches. Exactly, yeah. I don't really live near any pubs either, so I have to walk. Oh, yeah, 1.2 million. Holy shit. Thing is, he's not even... Like, he is good, but he's not, like, that good. And Germany, not Slough. Ah, no, some would say you've got the better end of this bargain, Don. I've never actually been to Slough, in fairness. And who am I to judge, eh? Did I schedule a Friday with Birmingham? Was that them? So I didn't get a chance to see that game last night. 116k. Ooh. 16k. Oh, it's 10 miles, isn't it? Of course. I was thinking to myself, that's an odd length of a race, but then I realised that's not odd at all. That's actually just 10 miles. Also, fun snacks that I've been enjoying on runs instead of just eating gels all the time. Jelly babies. They've got an insane amount of carbohydrates in them. And just like, you can sort of microdose on jelly babies. Or as I've been calling them to Pog, jelly babies. Because, you know, it wouldn't be me if I wasn't pronouncing a word wrong. It's in my culture. £120 return. Jesus Christ. Trains are just a bit shit, aren't they? Actually, speaking of trains, a viewer genuinely saved my arse on Friday. I was booking it, trying to make my train on Friday. Went to the wrong platform. Sorry, no, actually, what first happened, I got to the gate, realised it was the exit gates. Was looking at my thing, I was like, shit, they're all red X's. And this guy just goes, I recognise you, and just opens the exit gate, lets me through onto the platform without even looking at my ticket. Then I'm looking at the platforms going, oh Christ, my train's supposed to be there, and there's just nothing there. And I realised what I've actually done is gone to the platform my train was getting in at here, and not where I was. And then I just hear this guy go, Matt. And I'm like, and he's like, which train are you looking for? So I told him what train I was looking for. He points and tells me all these directions. I made the train literally as the doors were shutting. If he hadn't have done that, I would have never made that train in any way. So shout out to that guy. Oh, it's that streamer privilege right there. It's the first time that's ever actually helped me in any way. But that was very, very kind of you. So if you somehow see this because of VODs or whatever, thank you. That's very, very cool. I couldn't believe it. Oh. G-Wizard. Yeah, I think there's a reason for it too. You're welcome. Oh. £120 ticket is crazy. Random train dude, shout out to you. I've been recognised maybe 5 times out in the wild, and this was the most, like, I suppose, beneficial to me one, I suppose. Just because it could have, yeah, it was crazy. It wasn't me. Where's the train going? Here. I was coming home. Hence why it was really important that I actually made the train. But ironically, I'm going to be in Devon this weekend, Creed, because that's where Pog's parents live. So Pog and I are going to go down there. Oh, hello. That is not enough. just want to see what his PA's looking. Is there a world where if I can get enough for Nistrup, I potentially... Because he's fallen way down our pecking order. He's behind Akchawi, Bashir, Velazquez, and arguably there was another dude as well that's probably going to come through and overtake him too. Sort of South Devon, I believe. I think it's South Devon. I actually forget. Yes, that was always the plan. I was supposed to be going down with Pog. I'll be back on the Monday, and then Pog's staying down there for like an extra week. You got your Kia C''D. You love to see it. Apostrophe D it. Where's one of the names? Could I show you Sven's mates? Hello, sorry, Ginger, I didn't realise you were there. How's it going, friend? We talk about you more often than you think. Every time bots are mentioned, pretty much. Sorry, your name was a different colour and everything. So where you been? No way. Because technically that is my Sunday off for the month. How's Valenhout? Oh, those are the days. He's, that was a different save, right? I just want to collect chat. That isn't this save, right? Valenhout was the centre back we had with Sirens, right? Sirens, right? Okay, cool. Phew. So, Ginger, have you seen any of this save? I'm just curious. Also, how are you, friend? How's life? Yeah, let me try and let me just do something stupid and just see what they say. That ain't it. Chances are, and if they just hovered above their heads at all times. One of these days they'll accept one. I still don't know if I'd do it, but I should go, oh, no way, it worked! See, Velasquez just, oh. Well, okay, so that's interesting. So watch on, oh, that's nice of you, man. So you're sort of aware of us in some respect of what we've been up to in this save anyway. Load of that twat. I can sense the fight's already kicking off. Yeah, Vandelay was the guy we got from Forest. So Velasquez now doesn't have to shoot from range, which is awesome. However, later that day, I like the idea that he's tightened his hamstring by not shooting from range. Like, the stress in his body from him not pulling his leg back to twat it every time he's near the penalty area has caused him a hamstring injury. I respect it. He's suffering for his art. They're all unhappy. Exactly, because obviously when you smash it, stretching out those hammies. Do you know what? That is my fault, Felix. I take full responsibility for that. At least he managed to do it, unlike that other centre-back guy we had before, who was just, it was part of his culture. He could not shoot from range. Leg constipation? He's got hemorrhoids. Sorry, I was proud of that one. I'm subtle about it. I'm sorry. I'm here all week. I actually am. Amazing. Streamer does his job. What's up with Shazly then? Are we still looking tasty? Oh. I love that his jumping reach is going through the roof. See the first French pen. I don't know if I can even click this because I'm worried it will play through the stream. And I don't even want this sound on there in case ITV come down on me like the big terrestrial broadcast daddy that they are. No, I kind of want to keep the note on him. And do you know why, James? Because people will ask what it is. And I'll get to show this profile and just bask at our beauty guy. Primo day beer. Can you imagine if I was drinking beer at... I'm not a particularly big drinker. I had a couple of bevies the other night. And felt a bit rough the next morning, honestly. So I just... This is just a vitamin drink. It's like, you know those like little effervescent tablet things you can get? Just dissolved in water. Got to get that vitamin K, you know? Working as a mortgage underwriter. Bloody hell. Love to see it, Jinjo. It's like a proper job, but what adults do in that. Unlike silly jobs like mine. Against his signing. Oh, well, we can find out. Either he was really good before, or he's developed like crazy. Do you know, I think it might be both. Off the ball's up by 2. He was just very good in general, wasn't he? There's been so many good fullbacks, and I truly think we might have another one with that Ghanaian dude who can't stop getting injured. Vodka and iron brew. Ah, yeah. The old Edinburgh morning. What we're training him on? I think I've got him on defensive positioning because... Actually, wait. He's kind of already too good for that now.
Oh,
hell? This isn't where I parked my car.
He's got 18 positioning. I'm almost wasting his PA a little bit there. What else could we use? Attacking movement, maybe? Just to get that off the ball up even more. Final third. Ooh. It's either his composure or his off the ball, realistically. Because his crossing's already pretty much better than it's ever going to be for most players, particularly for a fullback. Off the ball. I think off the ball, quickness, he's got 15 pace already, and quickness is ridiculously ineffective. Especially the higher the player's pace is in the first place. Passing. His passing's actually pretty good already. We could try him on passing for a little bit. Yeah, the thing is, he's not really a passing. Yeah. I think I agree. I think attacking movement for the off the ball, because passing is not as an effective one, I find. And like, he's already got 12 passing, and weirdly his passing and vision seem to be going up anyway. Hot five updates. Not since the last time. But I know that he's on the mend. It's just, as always with these things, they take a long time, right? But as always, Holopub, if you do see this, best wishes. We miss you. Passing though, yeah. We could try it for a bit. I'm just worried that because passing is one of those ones that often, it's also the type of training thing that they might complain about, thus then ruin their training rating and not get, basically if they start complaining about the training they're on, they will lose any kind of goodwill that you've got and they won't actually be able to develop at all. That's one of the issues I find. I feel like that's why those ones work so well. Like, I'm not... We could try it for a little bit. Run a lap of the pitch. That'd be sick. Yeah, actually, you know, I think that was what I was going to do. Plus, he's not like he's bad at those things. It's weird how few assists he gets for someone who's crossing his 17. And it might just be that he's getting a lot of hockey assists now with our slight tweaks to the way that we've set things up. We should probably look at that. Actually, let's get Dennis done. Then we'll just go Christmas shopping because we'll still have like 10 million quid to spend. And there was that guy called Donkey that we kind of like the look of, was there not? And that, there was another guy that we were like obsessed with. Was he Colombian? This is where he was actually a left winger this entire time and now we won't need to sign him. The Chilean. The Chilean wasn't a left winger by any chance, was he? Because that would be really bad for us if we've just signed Dennis. I get the feeling we're probably not going to be able to get Nikolic. Not that I'm desperate for him anyway, particularly with Bright still being here. What I do want, though, is Dennis. Because I think Dennis is surely going to be worth... Given that he wants a £17 million relegation release clause, not even a release clause, a relegation release clause, I reckon that means he's surely going to have £25 million value when he joins. It'd be weird if he didn't, honestly. Rain sideways. Yeah, it's sort of... I mean, to be fair... Yeah, I mean, it's not actually raining here. It just looks like it's about to. It's kind of stormy weather, you know? I'm hoping it doesn't be too bad down there. Want to be able to go out and... Cause I haven't seen Em's dad since we moved in here. Because they obviously helped us move in and stuff. I saw Em's mum because she came up to stay with us in March. 19 breeze. Oh, that's the dream. It's like 24 in this room, but it's the humidity. It's mad. Relegation one. So basically, a release clause is a release clause whose terms are active at all times. I.e., if a player has a release clause of £20 million, if a team wants to pay that, they can trigger that at any time. The relegation release clause only becomes active upon the relegation of the team the player plays for. So say a guy has a £5 million relegation release clause. If that team is not relegated, no one can pay the $5 million. It will not trigger. They will have to pay... The team can still turn it down. Whereas if you're relegated, it becomes active, and a team now can give you $5 million, and that means the player is allowed to move if that clause is then made active at that point. Yeah, exactly. If they want to do that. Oh, they're going to Palace. Fair enough. Sorry. It reset my stream settings to back when I first loaded OBS, which has it muted. It's like it refreshed all the cache. So yeah, FM just crashed. And that's the weirdest thing I've seen in ages. It literally brought up this like dialogue box that said FM24 has run out of memory, free up some memory. So there was obviously a memory leak in FM while we were just chilling. That's a new one. It should be okay for me to just start it. Oh, it still thinks it's running. I might have to shut Steam off. Just save it. It's on autosave, so it would have saved after that friendly we played like a day before, so we would have only lost up most a day of stuff. So let me just try and... I might have to shut Steam off. Because FM still thinks it's... that's what it was. FM still thinks that... Steam still thinks that FM's running, basically. Because, well, as far as it's concerned, it kind of is. There's also this random box in the middle of the screen that's doing weird stuff as well, so hopefully that fixes for you. The memory's still very high. That was super weird. Let me try... Yeah, you might have to refresh the page, potentially. Right, let's load Steam again. Go from there. How bizarre. It's the Shazly note. Always was. Backup save. I don't need a backup save. Well, they are the backup saves. I use a 3-file rolling autosave, so it autosaves after each match and then creates like a new thing for it. So it should be fine. We will have lost that most of the day. Because we'd literally just played a friendly the day before, had we not? I think, anyway. Shadowblaze, thank you very much for the 2 months. And Zigmundo, my apologies, I must have missed that during all the chaos. Thank you for the 6 months as well. And Remus Creed, thank you for the follow as well. How did I miss that? And then Ingus TV as well, thank you for the brand new one. Yeah, it saves after friendlies. Oh. It's, I know that it has, because it basically shows it on the... It does save after friendlies, so we should be alright. Ah, dear. That's really strange. I don't think I've ever had that specific crash before, but I know that FM has had memory leaks in the past. But usually I've managed to catch it. And I suspect the reason we didn't catch it is because we weren't in a match. So if I'd have been like loading up Task Manager to stop it from janking about, I would have seen the memory leak. But because we were just on the menus, you don't notice it creeping up until bang. Until it absolutely shits itself. Ah, dear. I blame the note on El Shazly. Memory leaks, but Unity. Let's see, when was the last save point? That was today. We'll see. Watch more ads. I get paid fuck all for this. Right, let's get off this now. Oh, hello, FM. There we go. OBS was like, what? The thing is, the weirdest thing is, what it crashed mostly was OBS. Right, let's see where we're actually at. 15th of July. So we'd already sorted out the contract with Dennis, I think. That's all sorted. We didn't do anything else yet, did we? It's a couple of days. It was all it was going to be. That's why I have the autosave set up. Last couple of months. Obviously the Church of Smates, Jinjo. It's probably our biggest and most fun one. The Josh Allen mode. Tried off now. Just about, yeah. I had to dry my hair twice yesterday. I got back and just went straight to the hairdryer, frankly. It was that bad. Considering we were literally running for like, I don't know, 20, 30 seconds. Do you think it might go to Crystal Palace? Chat, any wild predictions about what might be about to happen in the next couple of days? Crazy. I don't know how you'd ever know this. Really eager. That's good signs. Let me just check Task Manager now, see what the situation's like. That memory use is still really high. Like, that's still oddly high. I wonder if there's a little bit of an issue in OBS too, potentially. Fully understand them now. Excellent! Oh dear. At least the friendlies are nice and close together. If we could just get to the Virtu friendly, we can go. Fun and unexpected. Yeah. And very unexpected, honestly. So that was when I turned down the bid for Nistra. So I'm just going to reject that one for the time being. I think that's kind of done now. Shazzy's doing bits. He's cut out long shots. But, chat, we've cheated. Velazquez didn't get injured while losing long shots. Do you know what? I think the save might have lost all credibility. I deliberately crashed the stream so that he wouldn't get injured. And now, my beautiful joke about hemorrhoids no longer makes any sense. Wait, I changed Chasley's training. Maybe that's what did it. Saves coming of the highest order. Right. Yeah, now we're literally up to date. That was where we got to. That's right. Let me just quickly change his... God, he's worth a lot of money. Holy Christ. Since I was going to do this anyway, I'm actually now going to change it to what I was going to do originally, which was the attacking movement one for the off the ball. And then I'm going to save the game. Wait. Oh my God, he didn't. I thought... And that right there, if you ever needed any evidence, is how random FM is. It's literally just a coin flip. How does Tristan finish? Kind of poorly, honestly. He finished well without finishing very well. He ended up with like 5 goals, but he scored 4 of them in like the last 7 games of the season. So he definitely improved when we made a slight tactical tweak, but I'm hoping this year is a lot more fruitful for him. And I believe if he picks up this season how he left off last year, like the very end of last season, then we can see a lot more out of him because he'll have better footballers around him. And hopefully that will be able to help. Did that come through a day later? So we actually are probably still a day short. Wouldn't it be funny if there was just a random trigger in the game that was causing the memory leak instead? Maybe different in this reality. I suspect not. I'd like this to be the one we do it with, but I think it's one of these things where as long as we don't get to like a Conference League final, then we should have a nice safe runway for a little bit of time at Sochaux, potentially more. PPMs though. Yeah, you'd have to really be thinking the thing is you'd have to be really on it because otherwise you wouldn't know when the player were ever gonna trigger the thing to say they could or couldn't do it. So we know that Stut's going there. They've signed that random dude. We've got the Zag one. Each week. The problem is the autosaves are probably more regular than each week because we've got like 2 friendlies per week. So I could do it every day, honestly. I might even just switch it to autosave every day. Because we definitely do need to whack in a couple of friendlies in here. Unless there's hang on, is there a game missing? Let's go with the PvP. Oh, I suppose, yeah. I'm just more worried about random memory leaks. I did restart the PC before stream. Or did I? Yeah, no, I did. I remember picking it. So Not is the first game, and that's on the 6th of August, which is there. So we can have 2 friendlies in this little spell here. Although, there we go. We'll smack that in there. Where's Bought when you need them? Actually, no, we've done Bought already, haven't we? Let's do these guys. Pon the replay. And... So, let's play AS Vaggy. Yeah, let's play them. They seem like a good lad. Do you know what, Stu? We've just had a crash dump. The very lesser spotted FM-related crash dump. Luckily, we lost absolutely nothing except for our centre-back's ability to not shoot from range. Pirate noises of this stream. Now that we're at Sochaux, it's probably FC Bought. Although there is a thing called US Sochaux, whose badge is literally the Irish FA's badge, but just with US Sochaux written on it. FC Bought, like the license plate. Maybe chat, it's planned obsolescence. They're ruining the FN24 experience so that you'll buy FN26 or whatever. Might have been recalled, I guess, but I can't imagine it's going to have changed a great deal. Shazzy's still great either way. Right. Oh no. Come on, you don't want to join Hearts. We're the best team in Edinburgh. Come on now. Sure. Oh, we didn't go to Bellenench. Dennis is in. We're getting Dennis the Menace. This is really good business. Dennis the Menace for £4 million. That's tremendous. Right. I'm going to go 3-star CA, 4-star PA with no real ceiling, but who cares, but with a £25 million value. If he has 5-star PA, then my God, we've lucked out, but I really don't think so. good God. What were they doing? I mean, that might... Wow. Fucking Jesus Christ. He has to have been in their first team squad. I think he was one of the players that was in their first team squad and wasn't one of the players that I was actively scouting from our team reports, because this guy's CA would have showed up when I was looking on the scouting filters, surely. He must have been thrown into the report in the thing I was talking about earlier. I think the only catch is that he's not the exact quickest, but he doesn't need to be because the role he's going to play for us is wide midfielder on support, because that passing is filth. And obviously I realise that doesn't use his dribbling and finishing. It kind of does though, because of the way that we set the role up. So that finishing, that dribbling is actually superb. Oh. Also, resolute personality. So he's got high professionalism. No sign of any really massive cons. Oh. Yeah, what do I even want to focus him on? Yeah, if he gets big matches, I suppose. Focus on... I mean... It could well... No, positioning is a defensive attribute. One sec. Let's just have a little look. I'll just try a few on for size. It's either going to be final third or attacking movement. 14, 13, 16. It's not that. It's probably final third to get the composure and decisions up. Having good composure in that position, and his decisions especially, would be really nice. If I can get that to like 16, delightful. Pace will probably got maybe 1 or 2 more, but it's not worth me trying to dump him onto quickness training at this stage, because it is just such a hit and miss approach. At least this sort of suits his style a bit, because he's already so good at the dribbling and the finishing and the passing. He's just really good right now. Having both him and Ruggieri is terrifying. Particularly as Ruggieri can play in place of Stoyan if we need to. Oh, he's got big matches too. I don't remember even seeing that. Our left side has just... Yeah, agility and balance are the ones that you can actually... Once a player turns 27, whack them on agility and balance training and it will continue to grow. That's the only one that will do that, apparently. Oh, we've done very well there. Okay, that's sensational. Because now we've still got 10 million quid and 100 grand a week in wages to spend. Is that the same wages we had before? And, I mean, I've obviously got... And remember, he's not non-EU. So we lost Briasco and we replaced him with Ruggieri and Anderson. And we still have an non-EU slot available to us. Tremendous. Throw Stoyan out. You mean our club captain, Stoyan? I think we've got all 3 of them. Because Ruggieri... I think Ruggieri becomes the backup to both of them. So he can play when Stoyan... At some point, I would say there's a good chance in any given game that one of those 2 is not going to be available. Which means I feel like Ruggieri will end up playing almost every game either. We have basically got 3 guys for 2 positions that can rotate around them all when we need to. Because Stoyan's going to get at least 3 red cards this season. So he's going to miss at least probably 5-6 games because of suspension. Both through straight reds and accumulation of too many yellows. With that in mind, I'm just going to save again here. He'll get loads of football. Plus, remember, I only put Anderson on a regular starter as well. He actually agreed to that in the end. Stoyan's not gone clubbing lately, no. That's exciting. Oh, that's really good. Because the concern for me was getting that left side to be nice and stacked, and now it is. And I think that's fun because, let's just have a look at our squad planner. Sorry. I curse you. That left side now, obviously Ruggieri counts in there as well. I'm thinking Xmas list, yeah. But now with a mind to the player doesn't have to be good now, but they need to have the... I want guys with minerals. Guys that we're looking at and going, he could be good, but he doesn't have to be now. That's the beauty of it. It's a nice sort of benefit to be able to have. To be able to... Oh, do you know what would be really good? If we got Conan over the line as well, then it's basically just... Well, we are lacking it, but if we were to get Conan as well, then we're chefed for that for the time. I'd like a youngster that could go for long term in that role. That's the one thing we're kind of missing there. Yeah, so basically, Jinjo, when we first got to the Luxembourg club initially, I said to chat it'd be fun if we built a tactic that just used all the best positions in the team. And we ended up with variations on this absolute mess of a tactic. Like, centre-back was stacked in, right-back was stacked in, left side were pretty stacked in as well now. It would be nice to have a backup to Stoyan, but we kind of had that in Ruggieri. Have a kid to play behind Tristan? Yeah. Although, to be fair, we kind of do have a guy to play behind Tristan. You just can't see him yet because he's not technically... This guy here. No. Hang on. I think he only counts as a right sider at the moment because we're waiting for him to learn the language. Where's he gone? Let me just do by potential. Ualabi. This is the guy I've got essentially to play behind Tristan for the time being. I'm not training him in that role yet because he can't speak French. And we're going to wait until he can and then try and do it. That's the idea. So because it seemed to work out really nicely with Stoyan when he didn't learn the role, and then the moment he learned the language, suddenly he could do the role. Alexandre, not trying to, but he will stick around until I can sell him, basically. Well, I'm French first, because we're playing in France. And because while Stoyan was learning French, he didn't get any familiarity with the role until all of a sudden he learned French and then immediately knew the role. It seems to be weird. I mean, we could try it. I guess it can't hurt to start him training there, right? I don't know. It was just an idea. I guess we can have him on both, right? He's learning the language. Let's see actually, because we can use this as a litmus test. So we can keep an eye on his development. We'll know when he's learnt the language, and when he does, if he suddenly goes loads of improvements in that role, then we'll know that it is because of the language barrier, which is interesting. We can start scouting South America. It's tougher though because I haven't got the team reports out for it yet. If it speeds it up, then brilliant, right? Any guesses? The scouting list is only about 300 at the moment. But now that Hanger On has got this interesting idea of how I can get more clubs to add to it, I'm going to do that tomorrow and just fully finish the rest of it off and get up to about 800, which would be solid. Bit of girls allowed. Love to see it. Them girls do in fact be loud. Ah, shit. Crap about heat. Could you send that link in chat again? I can't click them out of the database lookup screen because Twitch is annoying. Right. Okay. But yeah, he's basically the next best thing in that role. I mean, there's other players too, obviously, because Nagalo can play that role as well. Jesus. Yeah, for his age profile, he's absurd. The quickness training is probably one of these ones where actually it might be worthwhile doing because he's so good technically already that you almost don't need him to get better in those areas right now, and you might be able to waste a bit of CA on getting him a bit faster. Goals allowed are great. I won't hear a bad word. Certainly not said aloud. DM in South America, true. We might even have someone else. Oh, we've got the Chilean though. That's the guy we were looking at, wasn't it? The Chilean guy. Let me just quickly check the scouting reports for the team reports. That was... What the hell were we even looking for here? No idea what we were looking for when we were doing that. Yeah, Experts isn't a sec. I just want to do the team reports to make sure that we don't forget any. Technique of 10. Do we like? He's 15. I was more looking at like his physicals. Sorry, his like crossing and dribbling and shit like that. Is that another dude called Broski? Chat, a second Broski has hit the scout report. This time he plays for Rosenborg. Any crazy high CA dudes in there? Doesn't mean we won't find them though, because in the act of scouting these guys, that's how we find guys like Dennis, because he was clearly a first teamer. He had to have been because of Braun, right? Brosenberg, yes. Hello, Dan. How's it going, friend? Thoughts on the Josh King contract? There you go. I can't say thoughts on the game this time, but I have a better one. Right, cool. Let me just go one day and then we'll have a look at the Xmas list, because there was the donkey dude and there was the Chilean who I can't even remember what position he played, but I just remember seeing him and be like, damn. Kind of hoping he's not a left-sided winger now, because we literally wouldn't need to sign him. Have a thoughts question for me? Ooh. Okay, do go. Anderson to be unveiled. Love to see it. I'll unveil the shit out of you. Actually, I won't. Centre-back. Oh, was he? Okay. Was he a centre-back come DM by any chance? Tate McRae. Do you know what? I enjoy her music. Can't pretend that I don't. She has some bops. She's fully in that sort of Pink Pilates princess category of music I listen to quite frequently. Colin's daughter. Yeah, I knew a load of you were going to go down the rally route there. 5 right. Couldn't see much. True. Right, let's go look at that now, actually. What am I looking for? Oh, yeah, shortlist. And then Xmas list. I probably find it's not even got that many players on it. 7 dudes. Right. Oh. Kind of hoping that would be him, but it's not. It's this guy here, right? Franco. Oh, it's Franco Reyes. That was the... Wow, we have no knowledge on him at all, do we? Who was the other dude we were after? Is Donkey not on this list?
I am familiar with over 600 dance moves and I am programmed to get freaky.
It's Villa. It's the fact that it's Villa, and I think it was Villa before as well. The thing about him is... Ah, fuck, I just wish we knew more about him, man. We've obviously asked his agent already, because there's no way he doesn't have an agent. He's got Chile caps, right? Con Hal, thank you very much for the 20 months. And Joe Doobie, thank you for the follow. Double whammy there. Expensive punt, yeah. I suspect with him, did I not... I might not prioritize his team report. Sorry, his report. He won't be in that batch. Maybe we did. Oh, there's Donkey. It was Donkey Diarra. I think we signed Donkey, right? Wanted by Jules Gordon. They have. I trust Jules Gordon's scouting team enough to the point where I want to sign Donkey. He's called Donkey Diarra. And he's from... Oh, no, it's Jaliba, not Bamako. We'll have him on the way down. It's not every day you get to find a dude called Donkey, right? We're a donkey sanctuary, these parts. 130k, we can totally afford that for Donkey. Right. Wait, what the hell? Oh, it's resorted the list in the opposite order. Amazing. I'm just going to scroll until I find our dude, and then I can whack him. Yeah, he's clear. Hey, we're going to get some more info on Cold Slot. Mom, you've got to stop. I appreciate it. But you do. That's very kind of you, though. Shout out. Big up the mum. Things you love to see. That's very, very kind of you, though. I appreciate that very, very much. I'll give you a call after stream, actually. Oh, dear. Harding around. Do not apologise, Dan. It's just lovely to have you in chat so we can chat Fulham stuff, you know? Which one was your patron player, Joe? I'm curious, because I do need to do the regen. I'll do that tomorrow as well. I've got a lot of stuff I need to do tomorrow. That being one of the things, because we're a bit delayed on the Patreon update. Look for Catholic. I probably could. I'm just kind of like looking through this at the moment. Because Donkey... Kafuchenko as well. Is this still... Oh, there he is. Franco Red. So, yeah, he would have been... Yeah, no wonder he wasn't getting any scouting knowledge. He was 500th on the list. That'll do it. Hopefully, if we can just prioritise, and we should get information really soon. Breakthrough prospect. Okay. Kavachenko, basically, since he joined them, has been like a C team player, which is intriguing. If not... God damn it, man. Darcher, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. What the fuck? And just the level 5 hype train. Ay. Thank you very fucking much. That is immensely nice of you. Where's my button, actually? This calls for a button. I need a new button that isn't just translucent presence raining down upon us all. I must find more alpha green screened things. Hot dog. Oh, hello, little man. Let's just... Oh, bloody hell, let me try and concentrate for a second. See if I can pull that one off. Why does he want such a short contract? I know, how dare you be nice to me? Can I just offer him that? I was kind of hoping he might just, like, accept my generosity. Maybe he doesn't see it the same way I do. He has a cap. Right, that would explain it. Let me just... Archer as well. Thank you for the Twitch, Babby. You love to see it. Stream Nana? Stream Nana? Oh, that was a different one. Sorry, my apologies. Hi, Madonga. I didn't even see that one come through.
Matter. Sorry, been away for a few streams. Just popping into resub before heading to the Voddies. Much love, 30.
Thank you both of you. For some reason, my news feed window that does like Twitch and follows is not really working very well today. And I wonder if it's to do with that crash we had just moments ago, well, like a couple of, well, probably about half an hour ago now, because it seems to have been glitching out ever since then and not notifying me of things correctly. When Roman numerals. Oh dear. Yeah, the Belgian, you've been accused of cheating on honor. Oh, that's the best. Honestly, that's the dream. To be accused of cheating on an online save because the scouting is too OP.
Yes, very
Love to
soon.
see it.
They are
Hit him with some
building
team
it
reports
now.
later, then they won't know what hit him at that point. Snelly, thank you very much for the follow as well. That one came through just fine.
Oh my God, an insane goal! I've just seen the most insane goal!
Let me add to the hype train. Thanks for all the stream and recent content, Matto.
The irony being, of course, that donos don't actually add to the hype train, but they do in my mind. And Steve, that is immensely nice of you, my friend. Thank you so much. That's so damn nice. You're all just too nice to me, as always. I have a tremendous amount of respect and adoration for you all, yeah, because you're far too nice to this humble idiot. There we go, that'll do. Never know. Yeah, it's because basically the donations don't go through Twitch. They go through a third-party service, because if they went through Twitch, Twitch would steal half the money, like they do with everything else. Basically. That's why donations are so good as far as like the financial side of things, because you get to keep 99.9% of the money, whereas with Twitch, anything that goes through like gifted subs, Twitch just goes, and all of that kind of thing. Screw you. Oh, yeah, we'll get Donkey instead. Wait, who are you? Oh, yeah, Pena. Oh, was that the guy that was kicking off last season? That was, wasn't it? SVG starts 6th. Amazing. I like the fact that Zilic has now won yet another race. Plus, Dover's just kind of fun. I'm actually quite looking forward to that. Deal falls through. Oh, are we down to... Ah, it's happened again. Oh, not again. Come on now. You did this last year, bud. Okay, that's fine. I think we'll just say that every single time and he should be happy. Another fun related lookup. Please do. Hit us with it. You cow! Do they play for Cat Slater's football team? You're not my mother! Yes, I am! You cow! Amazing. The most Essex-sounding Chinese-Portuguese footballer of all time. Is every single Chinese player born in Ganan? Because it feels like every time we look at a Chinese player, they're always born in Ganan. Is it like the biggest city that I've never heard of? Oh yeah, he wasn't from there, was he? He was from these guys. Gansu Mas Ray. Watch out. Peggy Mitchell said that, was it? I thought that was Kat Slater and Zoe Mitchell. Zoe Slater, wasn't it? I might be getting my EastEnders lore wrong, but I'm pretty certain that was the... From the Far West League. You're not my mother? Yeah, I thought that was Kat Slater. And, was it Stacey? You're right, it was Stacey, wasn't it? Not, Get Out of My Pub. Yeah. Kat and Zoe. Yeah, I thought so. I know my EastEnders lore. My mum was a big EastEnders watcher. Or was. I don't know if she still watches it as much these days. So he's gone. Either way, we've got Yu Cow. So we've had Yu Cow, Meow Yanan, and Heating. Capybara Cafe. I'd like to, Rob. Yeah. Provided it's kind of good, because it ain't that far from here, I don't believe. I mean, it's actually weird how far Norfolk can be. I can get to Norfolk super quickly, just not that bit. Took me forever to get to Norwich the other day. Ooh. That's kind of a sick badge, actually. I'm not going to pretend that's not. That's pretty cool. You can. Yeah, I suppose. I just hear, like, EastEnders noises, I suppose. All I'm waiting on now is just that Franco Reyes report. Or, worst case scenario, Villa come in and gazump us, which would be really bad. But I suspect that the amount that they would want for him is going to be somewhere in the region of about £3 to £4 million. And we are not in a position to be able to drop £3 to £4 million on a player whose attributes we can't see. So there's that. K Ballen, thank you for the 24 bloody months. That's 2 full blimmin' years. Yeah, I did. I saw it on Instagram and TikTok. That's so sick. It's a really well-made video as well, except for the Instagram version, they really needed to sort of crop it a bit differently, so it's more like made for the platform. But it's so sick that they got him to do that. Oh, they're backing with more money for Nastrup. I'm just going to start offering them that and see what they say. Ah, well, right, we might be cooking here. So I'm just going to keep offering 2.5 million here, no matter what they change elsewhere. 1.8 million in total now. 2.1 million in total now. Eventually, they'll offer me a non-negotiable one, and it'll be quite good. There it is. 2.3 million. I think we probably take that. He's 20 now. He's further down our pecking order. I say he's unlikely to probably break into our first team anytime soon. And we get £2.3 million back for him. And surely he didn't cost us that much in the first place. And I think that's money that we could plow into someone potentially like a Reyes. Perhaps. How much did we pay for... Actually, let me just accept this because I'm going to anyway. How much did I pay for Nistrup? 1.8 mil? Damn, okay. So it would kind of just like... We'd break even and make a little bit on top. I think that's fair. He started off last season quite well, but then kind of fell behind. No! Jean-Gordon are in for the donkey! I will not allow this. There's you who... Oh, there isn't. Oh, shit. How am I going to find him, though, because of all the other stuff? There's 10,000 people that show up when I type in Yoo-hoo. I was going to say, find me the team. It's because it's too short, and FM's just like, I'm going to give you every player existed. He plays for Jinju High School? Do they have any bots by any chance? Wait. Is it this one? Is there another one? It's these guys used to. Oh, I see. So it's like affiliated clubs. Oh. Wait. Oh, I see. Gyeongnam. Up my face pack. £1 billion. I'll update it for FM26. So players aren't wearing kits from like 3 clubs ago. So affiliated club. No. Wait. Affiliated clubs? No. There? This one. Oh, there he is. Yoo-hoo. Along with Kim Min Suk. While we're at it. There he is. Yoo-hoo. Oh, Chinese and Korean. Born in Gannan. Do you see what I mean, chat? Why is every Chinese player born in Gannan? Have they just got like a football factory there that's solely producing footballers? Because... Yeah. That's so strange. Every single one I look up, Gannan. But hang on, you're showing pleasing progress. Imagine if he just had late developer on him all of a sudden. Is it a particularly big city? Up the wages. I think we're offering him more than them, presumably. We're offering more. I don't know. Like, it's one of those ones where if he wants to sign for them, then albeit he can, but just an FM bug. Oh, is it? So is it actually a bug then? Because I feel like that's just where every single player is born. I'm really paranoid about the saving now. This is when it pops up. Oh, really? Okay. That's cool, actually. Right. Let me look up. Way too low. I'm pretty certain that one won't exist because I don't think that... Best I can do is Ben Doak. Also this dude, which is a team in the Doha Leagues of Germany. Not quite what we were hoping for. Got the 5 file, doesn't it? I don't know, actually. I'm hoping... Oh, God. Oh. I thought we were about to lose Dennis. Callas is gone as well. Surely that isn't going to work either because of the loan... Oh, no, that did work. No way that actually went through. That random winger, Romaric Leho, I'm actually selling him to Paris FC for £1 million. Lads, that's crazy. I was joking when I offered them that kind of money, just I didn't think they'd actually accept it. Perfect. It's just more money for us. We've nearly paid for the Dennis fee. Right there. Like when that other one goes through, hopefully, we'll be back up to pretty much where we were before we bought the Dennis, and we can just go bopping through our... We probably should look at the other guys on that shortlist too. We were all about Franco, but there was other guys knocking about there that we could have been potentially interested in. It's so bad, and I love everything about it. I love the gormless regen faces. They're my favourite. Avila. Wait, who are you? Do I want a 32-year-old Spanish midfielder from West Brom who's on 94 grand a week? Do you know I don't? Blanco offer. Ah, he's 20. Not that that's the end of the world, but he's rejected them. Cariello. They're never going to be able to do that deal. They've got 12 million negative transfer budget. Yeah, I think FM just knows that I want to look up Erik ten Hag at all times, pretty much. He has had an illustrious career in this save. Oh, yes. Come on. We've got Lamina Conan. We've got Conan the midfielder. That's dope. He might have cost us 18 grand a week, but that's immediately strengthened our defensive midfield spot, and it means it takes the pressure off of Deji a little bit. That's huge. Yeah, 27. Freebie. It just takes a lot of pressure off of Deji this season because he's just a guy. He did take ages. We were literally agreeing with him last stream. And he's finally agreed to it. But professional, consistent, doesn't like or hate big matches. Perfect. Good physicals, really solid mentals. He's an excellent footballer. And a leader on the pitch. We just wanted a couple of older guys that were just going to give us a bit more of this. And he's given it. And he's got good value too. So both he and Ruggeri, we could sell them both next summer if we get some guys that come through and develop a little bit. And suddenly we've got £50 million to spend next summer. If we do it right. Oh yeah, he's 100% going to score pens. That's how FM works, right? The worst guy is the one you want on pens. And again, he's counts as EU. So we can just bring him in whenever. Excuse me. Bloody hell. Ulabi comes in as well. You're back in now. You're back in now. You're back in now. Sven's back in now. We still have another non-EU slot as well if we find an absolute monster. That's the dream. Chukwuemeka. Oh, speaking of monsters, they're a club for the monsters. Okay. We'll do that lookup and then we'll go back to the shortlist again because I want to see what else we've got. Russell Durvord. 6 for 10. There's quite a lot of... I'm guessing he's not gendered in my save just yet. Potentially. No, unfortunately not in my save yet. There is another... I can't remember. Isn't it Adrian Gillenberg? Wow, he might not have generated either. Not Jilkenberg. He might not be spelt like that either. No. There's basically a guy, he's got a name similar to that who generates as like a 6'11" winger or something. He's a common face in the game one who's almost always excellent. I'm not familiar with Russell Durwood. I've not seen that name before. France beat Norway. Champions doing bits. Actually, he is kind of doing some stuff. That's another reason why I think Nystrup had to leave, is just because eventually someone like Vincent Champion's going to come through as well. We're so stacked there. Sweet little touches in my... Do you know what? I'm not sure. Michael Cold. Oh, I've realised I've written Mikhail. You wouldn't think the game would care, but I imagine it does. Not Michael L. Right, come on, Matt. You can type letters. It's not that difficult. I think he might have been facing games in the club. I don't believe so. I hope not, anyway. And I don't want to sort by club on the face in the game search, because then that means we won't be able to do any more lookups like that for the rest of the stream. Zenon, thank you for the 25 months. How's your Sunday going, friend? There's 814 of them. Because if I sort by club on this screen, basically, it will not let me sort this screen by anything else later. But I don't think we have any. Actually, I'll be willing to bet we've probably got one. Actually, yeah, we'll let Hadrian sort that while I find out what's going on with these shortlists. $15 at the end of the season. I guess it depends what you're sort of looking for, right? Searching face in the game will just bring up... Well, for me, it brings up the face in the games and the Patreon regions, because the game considers those face in the games as well, which is interesting. Right, what are we saying here? So we've obviously got that guy we looked at earlier. The Stig... Well, we've got lots of like Scandi dudes. We've got the Stig. He's just too expensive for what he actually is, which is not particularly good physically. We've got... Do you know what? That's the guy we found earlier, isn't he? And I do like him the more that I actually look at him. Kamel Mefta. He's alright as well. For obviously Reyes, but we... Oh! Oh, hello. We have got more information on Reyes. And it's certainly not bad by any means. It's filled in the blanks a little bit more on Reyes now. The potential stars worry me ever so slightly. I would definitely like to see his attributes. I worry that his PA is not going to be great. Because that is a lot of white stars that are going to need filling in. He's one of those guys that I worry could be one of the ones where you end up paying too much for them, basically. I do like Stakoviak. Del Castillo, yeah. I don't mind Stakoviak, though. 17 pace, 14 acceleration, 15 agility. I don't know who that is, Miranda. I'm assuming they're a footballer. Most of the patrons, those that have not retired, and some of them have, unfortunately, are like 31, 32, I believe. Yeah, I know you guys were sort of pushing for this guy earlier, and I was a little bit reticent, but actually, now that I look at him a bit more, I am starting to understand what you mean now. Runs with balls down right, killer balls often, which is a bit worrying with that passing of vision. That makes sense because of his speed. Runs with ball often, he's got okay dribbling. I like him. Last season, we came 12th last season. We're basically the French Palace. I think you might well become red, yes. I'll do the recap tomorrow, but we did lose a couple more this summer because they just retire. Some of them have been retiring at like 30, even when they've got clubs, which is just possibly just due to the level they're playing at. I don't know. Leipzig, oh god. If you can remember his name, 100% we can look him up, but I can't for the life of me remember it. Oh, we could just look at Leipzig, right? It's a release clause, and they would expect us to pay it. It doesn't expire for another 18 months, and I think by then... I like him. He's one of those players I think that there's no interest in him right now from elsewhere. So we might be safe to go back in for him at the end of the window, depending on what our money situation is like. And because we may well find some absolute monsters between now and the end of August. But he does have a lot of the minerals already. Money said on Dennis, this is true. Especially if Niestrup goes. We don't have a single guy. Fair play. I'm not even doing that on purpose. I mean, some of the ones I just recognise the names and I will not sign them, but most of the time I don't know the names of the facing the game guys outside of a few that come along all the time. What did you miss? We got Dennis. We're liking the look of this Polish dude as well, and we've managed to sell a guy to Paris FC for like £1 million somehow. And we're playing Birmingham today. Quite literally, yes. To be fair, I think he's actually come back up the rankings in this save. He was managing quite a large side, if I remember last time we checked. Oh, shit. Now Tits are in for Diarra. Wait, no, that's our Diarra. Didn't I really accept this? Oh, no, he wanted to go to Brest, didn't he? Who wouldn't, right? Let me just check Ten Hag, actually. I have interest. I did promote a couple of youth guys. Well, I think... It's not... What the fuck? Is he just retired? Oh... Oh, this just gets better and better. Oh, superb. Yeah, so Ten Hag's Liverpool manager now. He's gone the long way to Liverpool, but he's got there in the end. He was sacked by Man United, then went to Burnley, then just England, the Netherlands, Brentford, Juve, Barca, and then took the long way around back to England to manage Liverpool. Amazing. And he's 69 years old at the time. What more do you want, right? South Americans. I just wouldn't know how to actually triage them. That's the problem. Like, we have no scouting knowledge on any of them. So we'd have to be doing it based on wanted symbols, but I don't know how I would triage the list in order to get that amount of... Because obviously if we just put it on South American players, we'd end up with like thousands of them. And even if we sorted by wanted symbols, it would probably still be too many to actually like actively go through. Because the downside is you do actually have to look at them if you're scouting them like that. Which, not that I'm opposed to that, but there needs to be a way to like make them a bit more streamlined. Was this the random Serie D dude I picked up earlier? He's not crap. He's just not great. But yeah, as for guys that are promoted, I did push a couple of guys up to the first team. So Binder came up, and there was one other guy whose name escapes me that I put up to the first team this season that were just... They could have gone out on loan again, but I thought, actually, now might be the time to... Speaking of things, actually. Hi, Parzan. We'll be back for you guys in a bit, I suspect. Right, scouting update. Speaking of, this might be our chance. There's an Alan in there. Love to see it. Fulldorf has kind of fallen off a little bit. Shimir, Terra Nova. I'm just looking at guys that are on my shortlist just in case there's any like crazy ones. At least they don't seem to be like hoarding them as much. Single L, double L is how you do it. Oh, that guy's actually Burkinabe in Burkina Faso. That's fun. I like that. Right, any crazy old dudes? 24? Get out of my sight. Right. You just change settings. If they're not bringing your scouting center, which settings are you using? So these are the settings that I use to get them to appear, basically. Because this basically this thing right here basically only allows team report players into this screen. Right. Is there anyone in here worth a gander? Using that view? If you're using that view and doing team reports, then there shouldn't really be any reason why they're not appearing. Because that is what that view does, basically. That, as far as I know, that's just how it works. Like, basically, it will... Unless the age profile you've set is different, but I usually set it to under 23s just because usually I'm not looking for older players with team reports. Because there are, generally speaking, better ways to find the older ones. Let's go to scouting center. Well, that's the screen that I use to get the players, and then I scout the players in that screen, and then they come through the scouting center once you've told your scouts to scout them, basically. So, for example, if you look at my scouting shortlist, my scouting priorities list, a lot of the players on this are almost certainly just guys from the team reports that are waiting to come around again, and then when they are ready, they'll then show up in the scouting center. Right. Is there anyone that's, like, not that got great knowledge of that might be worth a closer look anyway? Like that Bernal guy, although it's D-rated, which is a bit weird. It's probably just because of the lack of knowledge more than anything else. Curious about him, though. Would want more information, but there's an interesting smattering of attributes on this chap. Which banger? I actually didn't do the lookup either. One sec. Is that how it's pronounced? Oh no, yeah, 100% could do that, but there's no point in us signing him at the moment because he's non-EU. Unless we know that he's going to be any good. Wow, you're worth a lot of money. Unless we know that he's actually good. We can't really punt on a non-EU player because they'll want a contract that means they'll want to play football. That's the problem with the non-EU guys. Yeah, I like... Knox is great. Saz, you're actually kind of chefing. Like, you've been worth a good amount of money in this save. But also, Saz, you are one of those, like, heinous players that are just all over the shop as far as which positions you can play. And I respect it from you. I do. So, yeah, we got a Leipzig. He should still be there. Probably find he's still on one of my shortlists from somewhere. He has another good song. Oh, Pick Your Poison is a bop. Right, senior squad. Oh, it was this guy. Okay, I'm annoyed now. They literally didn't even play him. They've loaned him... I say loaned him back. They haven't even loaned him back. They've just loaned him to Pumas. He's really good. But honestly, right? I think Shazly's better. Shazly is slightly worse physically, agreed. But I think Shazly overall is just a better footballer. And he's a year younger than him too. Shazly is technically so much better than him. He just lacks a little bit. And he's still got okay physicals, whereas the other guy's got, like, elite physicals. Also, Shazly's now unhappy with training, which presumably is because I put him on attacking movement, ironically. More match engineering, but I think Shazly could get there. He seems like he's got a bit of PA. Right, we'll get you around again. I like you, but I want to know more on him. These guys, though. That's true. He can just duck underneath. Exactly. That's the real pro strats. Right, you're... Anyone that's stupidly expensive that we can't afford, like this guy at Spurs. I'm curious, I want to see what his attributes look like. I'm starting to think that maybe I scouted this guy originally when he was at NEC. Sporting dude's a bit expensive as well. I guess it's because they're for loans, but I want to avoid them this season if I can. Racing Santander. He's kind of well-rounded. He kind of looks a bit like Jordan. But £4 million, Jordan. He's being scouted, so he'll come back round again no matter what. Jovanovic. Ooh, the vision. He's okay. It's not, like, amazing, but again, they'll come back through no matter what we do anyway, and same with this dude here. Although I do just want to have a little dip into... Intriguing. Oh, Ivic. Oh, was that the guy you were on about? Holy shit. Oh, I see why now. Yeah, okay. Borkovic. Not quite got the speed. Great agility, though. Little bit injury proneness. Noises were indeed made. Boban Savic. One day you'll learn the noises. This guy we looked at earlier, didn't we? But we kind of dismissed him because he was a bit of a weird sort of right back. Despite being cheap. I find that you can pay less than the releases, but usually if they have a transfer value with a range on it and they have a release clause, then you can usually pay less than the release. But if their transfer value is their release clause, then the club will not accept anything less, I find, generally speaking. This guy here, he's better than the other guy, who was also at Partizan. That's I don't know if that's entirely true, AJ, but that's the sort of logic that I use to it, and it generally speaking seems to work. So if you find a guy like this, say this guy has a release clause of like 800k or whatever. If you see that means they will usually take less. Yeah, the mercenary personality is not great. He will be a dick, but he is also quite cheap. And his wages are cheap. And I wonder if it's worth having a go. Got the work rate too. Can't tackle super well. Strawberry got double-digit assists in the end. He's one of those guys that, yeah, we dump him in the second team. Change him, maybe over time he becomes a bit less of a penis. I think that 800k, I'd be willing to give it a go. Because I think he will have an okay value to him, particularly with his really low wages. Don't know how much I like Breakthrough Prospect. I feel like Future Prospect is more apt for him. Oh, wow, he actually went for it. Try mentoring. Never heard of it. This almost sounds like the theme tune of the ABC Family show, Greek. I almost have to make sure it isn't now. No. Cheap Dick is the best dick. Agreed. Who are we managing? An Amsterdam team? Right. If we are going to do this, I want a long contract on him, just to make sure that we've got, like, some solid security, in case we turn him into something. Right, we're changing him to less of a penis. Things may change, but I will always stay the same. Or one day I will change into a less of a penis, who knows, right? Look at this Finnish nightmare of playing forever. Wait, hang on. What am I looking for? I feel like there was supposed to be something I can click on with that, potentially. Don help. Ogbonna back there as well now. That's more of that stuff. Right, now I can do the next lookup. Basically non-phallus. How dare you? I'm a colossal bellend. Ah, you're at El Shabab now. Gladbach finally sold you. I think that was last season, in fact. With the message below. Ah, yeah, unfortunately I can't see those anymore. I'll need a relink. Yeah, he's the rest of the bell. Oh, fair enough. I mean, someone's got to be right. What even is the bell? And like, is that the bit that like ding dongs against the inside of the bell? Like, what's happening? Yeah, you're earning. You're not even earning good money. Like 52 grand a week isn't even super high. I think you're probably earning more than that at Gladbach. Look at this finish now. You know what? Just that, I'm going to refund your points because I'm nice like that. And that was a song request. Nice. Okay. It's crazy how long it took you to get away from Gladbach. How are you looking there, son? I think that's going to be the issue for him. He's wanting for loans presumably by... Wait, who was that? Sorry, I saw the badge and immediately thought it was Sestri. But no, chat. Don't worry. It's the Gel Bison. Obviously. On the Great Plains. You could spot them from a distance because their hair was just that little bit better than every other bison on the Great Plains. Simcro! Thank you for the follow. Papa Rundian. Oh, we love to see it. Yeah, that was the guy. That I actually pointed that out when you showed me that screenshot earlier, that the top dude was called Fiston. Big fan of Fiston as a name. Also, Hakizimana, now that I think about it, does sound very Burundian, because wasn't... hang on, let me think about it. That's quite a common suffix on the end of Burundian names. So, for example, I think Gail Bagirimana, who used to play for Newcastle, was he Burundian? What's this? Whoa, what the hell? Up there, what am I looking at? Is there just like 15 weeks? That's a big old preseason. Jesus. That's a very long way. I just remember him. Well, yeah, Berahino. Was Berahino Burundian as well? Right, squad numbers. Is it quite apt that El Strawberry has become number 37? There was a reason why we were keeping that free, but it feels like Straub is kind of the guy for the role. Fuck it. We'll let the Straub have that number. I think you may have had that number anyway. Sidecar, Bear and Rhino. Bear and Rhino, that sounds like a strip club. I can't remember the exact reasoning. I often forget. End of sentence. I often forget, just in general. He's still only 31 years old. That is crazy to me. It's actually bizarre. It's weird when you... Certain players, like Dele Alli, is also not as old as you think as well. This is where you're like, nah, he's 34. He's not, though, is he? He's probably like 29 or something. Which is crazy. Like, how dare you age? Did away with them. I mean, I assume these guys are sitting wider as well, right? So they're kind of doing the business. 2-2 draw with Birmingham City. Oh, wow. Okay, that actually is a bit of a fuck. Okay, you can play through it. I feel like that isn't the first time that Shazley's broken his wrist. No, don't say that, Tristan, because I'll be 60 years old in 2050. I won't even be able to do standing streams at that point, right? So Nistrip is going to Panathinaikos. I think that's okay. We basically get our money back, plus a little extra on top, and some other random clauses for later. I think his chance to develop was the start of last season, and when he just didn't really take it as much. I mean, he was part of our team when we were playing like crap. Now, it wasn't entirely his fault. That was mostly just the rest of the players too. But he was part of that. And I'm not sure that he was ever going to really develop much more than that. I mean, he probably would have been a bit, and he probably will do okay at Panathinaikos, but at the very least, we've got a clause. So if they do sell him for like 10 million quid, we actually will get a nice little payday out of that, which would be nice. Back-to-back league games, holy Christ. Like, normally I would say that's a good idea, but I just kind of like the... I like the risk, you know? What will they be? Good God. If I'm... There we go. We've done it. I mean, hey, it'll be the same, Tanakers, except we will all live underwater. So it's true, but are they standing up? Which, to be fair, I think the very fact that I'm standing up while I'm streaming is a reason why I'd probably still be able to do that while I'm 60, just because that's the whole point of doing it and running and stuff like that, is to make sure that I've still got mobility, right? Right. So Donkey Diarra is coming. He's in. I'm not convinced he's going to have the highest highest PA, but at the very least, he'll probably be a useful player for the B team, perhaps. And it's called Donkey. And if nothing else, he was wanted by other sides, which is something. You know, it's okay. He's not awful. He's got okay pace. His temp poles here are solid. They're okay. Whack him in B team, which he's already in. I think he could do okay there. And, you know, when a player comes through like that, you gotta take the punt. What is our actual... Oh, shit, that's not a great start. We've immediately gone and lost our first game with the under-19. Now, that might be because a lot of the guys I moved out of I took a couple of guys out of the under-19s that were good and moved them into the B team. Because I don't really care how our under-19 squad do. I'm more interested in how the B team does, because they're actually in the payable league. Hey, we're up to 12th now. And that's kind of where I feel like we will probably end up being. I reckon by the end of the window, we maybe get into this sort of 150 to 1. Top half finish is very much on the cards this year, which would be totally fine. Like, if we end up in a situation where we've got... Given how we finished off last year, we've made the right improvements in the right areas. I think we could kick on and definitely be top half. And maybe, if things trickle down in the right way with France, there's an outside shot of a cheeky little Europa Conference League spot, which obviously runs its own risks, I of course admit. Oh, the B team, yeah. Yeah, Shasley was in the Dream 11 and has been since the start of the season, which is crazy when you consider that we're us. But he is probably one of our best players, if not the best. Okay, so as far as values go, Shasley's up there and deserves to be. Barnetche is up there, probably doesn't deserve to be on form, but at the very least, based on some of his attributes and potentially some potential, he deserves to be up there. What does surprise me is the fact that Velasquez is now the most highly rated player at the club. Still can't stop shooting from distance. That jumping reach is climbing nicely, though, which is tremendous. I'm amazed, yeah. I know. Imagine if I'd got rid of that, he'd have been worth nothing, chat. But luckily, the game came down from the heavens and crashed our game. And as a result, he can still shoot from distance. Just think how many long shots he's going to score in his career. Spoiler alert, it's none, most likely. We got a new mascot, true. Exactly. What you don't realise is that hamstring was the first in many years of recurring hamstring trouble. It does seem to be on him, yeah. Well, let's see if it actually is. I mean, that green arrow would indicate that it probably is, right? He actually hasn't gained anything in jumping reach yet. Wait, what the hell? Oh, he 100% has. He's just not ticked over yet. Like, look at the state of that. So he actually has gone from 13 to 14, but he was technically at like 13.2 or something, and now he's gone to 14.1, and the game doesn't count it as a full number until you see like a full numbers of increase. Yeah, we started in Luxembourg, which is how we ended up playing this absolutely monstrosity of a tactic. I think that's the only Patreon regions, but I want to check that, although that could be them as well. There's a lot of them this summer. So yeah, 14 jumping reach is actually really, really good. For a guy who's 5'10 or 5'11 to have 14 jumping reach, it makes him usable for us. Please, somebody just take this dude. Wait, is that one of our guys? You're going to be 25 grand. I thought it was going to be one of the really good Italians. He's just a random dude. Sure. Go off. Wait, was he 6 foot tall now? Ah, that's why. Not ball playing defenders. Honestly, it's just because whenever I start saves low down, I always go to centre backs and not ball playing defenders, because usually the players at those levels can't play those roles very well and tend to cause more damage than harm. Sorry, more damage than good. And then I often forget to change them as I go up the leagues. At some point, I probably will switch them back over again. But right now, while it's working really well, it's like if it ain't broke, don't fix it, basically. Oh no, Mwamba is finally gone. We managed to ship both him and Briasco to Nantes for a combined over £10 million, I think. It was like 8.6 for Briasco and 3.3 from Mwamba. No nonsense back four. That would be fun, actually. Do you know what? He's okay. For the money we've paid, he's absolutely fine. In hindsight, would I have maybe not done it? Maybe, but that's okay. You've got to punt on somebody at some point while we still wait for this Franco Reyes guy, who I think I'm more inclined to sign now, just on account of the fact that we've now no longer got knee strips, so we've got a bit more space there. But I want to see Franco's actual attributes. I know, and now he's playing for Nantes, which means he is in the same league as us, as is Pog, who I had to sell to Angers, so no doubt Pog will 100% score against us in the league. And that's my own fault, right? I brought her into this world, and I can take her out of it. That was really threatening. Love you. For those wondering, Pog still has not heard back about this start date for her new job yet. The ballad continues. So Pog, yes, we had to. Because we took her out the squad, she basically got kicked off. Yeah, everyone's in for a bit of Ogbonna. We don't need him because he's a right back, and we already have 3 right backs that I'm very happy with. Shasley, obviously. The new guy, I think it's Haliba. And Shehu as well, the Nigerian. We've got all 3 of our right back options are all from different parts of Africa. We've got a Ghanaian, a Nigerian, and an Egyptian. Habila, that's the guy, yeah. Tenerife Ogbonna. Actually, you're right. That does just sound like a guy. A bit of Dom Jale. Trials are finished, which is those 3. What I might do, actually, because I think there's some more trials finishing in a minute, so I might wait until they're all finished and then bring them all. Yeah. So what I'll do is oh, you're actually under a bid as well, which would be nice. That's the team we bought the other guy from. I'll wait for them to all expire and then bring them all back in themselves. If one of them retires in the next 2 days, then we might get screwed by that, but I think we should be okay. Collective win bonuses to be decided. I might actually... I'll up the cup one because honestly, who cares about that? All of the way to AFCON. Yeah, there is that as a possibility. Given that it is Ghana, Egypt, and Nigeria. And you know what? That's just funny, isn't it? We'll have to get a 4th choice right back. But he's not allowed to be from the African continent. Or Cape Verde. Just have a random... I bet you we've got an Italian dude knocking about somewhere. Actually, we probably don't. Because the game doesn't really seem to generate those players. We've got Sven, yeah. What am I even talking about? We're going to tank those moments, but it will make sense. Because as long as we're good for the rest of the year, it'll be okay. It'll keep us on our toes. It'll be a little opportunity for some of our crazy good young talent to come through. But yeah, we don't really have any young Spanish or Italian guys knocking about because almost all the players that generate using those Serie D and Spanish thing all seem to be right-sided wingers, number 10s, or number 8s. And I'll just show with Pog on the back. Do it. I dare you. Stoyan just got a 9.1 match rating. So it is possible. 7 key passes, an assist and a goal. Was it a penalty? Obviously. This man, he's missed a penalty. Oh, yes, you're right. And Mallory's one of the guys I moved up to the B team this year as well. So that's good. Him and Prince have both gone up to the B team, which means Prince might stop kicking off about loans potentially because he may just get football. Also, Porto have got a guy called Ronson McLean. I say Porto. They had a guy called Ronson McLean who looks like he came through actually at Newcastle. Yeah, Balde. I don't know who Balde is. Isn't he a guy that's on loan? No, sorry, on trial. If he is capable of that while having these attributes, imagine what Anderson and Ruggieri are going to do. We do have some backup goalkeepers. They can't... Surely not everybody can be called up for AFCON, right? Pog did a brilliant job cleaning the oven. When I came back on Friday, she was just like, I cleaned the oven yesterday. And I had to go have a look at that, of course. It does look spotless, to be fair. I can't wait to bake in it. Not me, obviously, but like some brownies or something. Yeah, you can go as well. He does, but his attributes are actually kind of very average. But that's good. As far as I'm concerned, that's good because it means that I think our guys are going to absolutely chef in that role. Does she not pretend to be stuck? Do you know she didn't? No. To be fair, she wasn't here. Thankfully, she actually remembers to leave a key under the mat because I did not have a key on me, which is brilliant forward planning from your boy. Is it pretty nice? I've seen some pretty nice home shirts. Some pretty nice shirts cutting about lately. Which is I like this time of year. One of my favourite things about this time of year is the new football shirts coming out. Because it is just like... It's just fun, isn't it? It's like new stuff, and then you look at them and go, oh, that's kind of cool. And then you're like, oh, cool, £80. Fuck that. I'll buy it on Vinted in 5 years. The best time to buy those shirts, I think, is when they're old, but they're not retro. I love it, little man. If you're talking about the same shirt as me, the green one that they've got, I think it's their third kit or something. That Blackburn shirt might be one of my favourite ones of the whole lot. 23 sponsors. Yeah, that was TSV Hartberg, wasn't it? They even had one on the sock. Oh, what? We just had an academy player poached by Ozair. Isn't it great when you lose academy players to teams in the lower division than you? Well, that's annoying. They have worse youth recruitment than us as well. And I think lower reputation. Okay. Looked crap. Yeah, but the thing is, this doesn't, I find, mean anything. Are they? Oh, yeah, they are in Liga. My apologies. Where did they come last year? Directly above us. Do you know what? To be fair, you actually don't need to write the name now because once they generate, you automatically get a clause for them in your clause screen. Marty boy, thank you for the 9 months, friend. I have been mogged. It has happened. So basically what happened is, once he actually generates, and bear in mind, as much as he's 15 now, he probably isn't actually 15. He could potentially be as low as like 12. But the game will always say 15. So when he eventually comes through, you'll end up with him on this screen here. I don't know if you've got any others. This guy maybe? No. I don't think we have any currently. But yeah, they'll show up on this screen, basically. With just a random clause, basically, that's always going to be 5%, because that's what it is every single time. Bold have made Ochoa offer. Who is Ochoa? Might be a guy we trialed, to be fair. Ooh, actually not far off the first game of the season. And it's away at Nantes. Typically, the team we play on the first day of the season is the team that we've sold 2 of our starting 11 players to. Because you can bet your ass they're both going to be playing in that game. And it's away from home, which is not easy. Slap my hoid's ass in it. I think I'm making a new enemy and it's Auxerre. Like we need more French enemies at this point. Right, that's loads more trials. I think this was the Patreon ones. Right, so what I'll do is I'll... Wait, did they sack their manager? Chat, speaking of enemies, Suso Santana, you might remember him as the guy that took over at Le Showinge after us, and was also the previous Tenerife manager, has now followed us to France, and is now managing Angers with Pog up front. This man will not leave me alone. This is wild. So yeah, he was at Tenerife, then he managed Le Showinge directly after me, then followed me back to Spain, by the way, with Alaves, and now he's at Angers, managing Pog. I've got a stalker, and his name is Suzo. He's like the Marlon Hilly of this save. So the question is, where's Angers' manager gone? Yeah, I love a bit of vintage too. I'm on the lookout for some like tan or brown Vans for an outfit I'm planning. And now he's got my future wife, I know! I've been cucked by Suso Santana. Title of the stream there. Manu sold Steiny and Smates. That's true, but he sold them to me. So it's less bad that he sold them to me. Yes, what the hell happened with their manager? I presume he left. So who is Eddie Abad... I mean, great name alone. Who's Eddie Abad? Okay, so Eddie left that role to take over the Bristol City job. Admittedly, Bristol City are a lot better these days. So you're actually going, which is tremendous. Steiny, as far as I know, is still at Tenerife. I mean, we'd know if he wasn't because it would notify us, but he's just far too expensive to ever be. I think it's probably the last time we get to manage Steiny. Now, the only chance we could potentially get him back would be later in his career, perhaps, if he falls down the pecking order and they want to get rid. We could maybe slide him in here at some point then, because he'd settle in just fine. He could already speak the language. He's fluent in Belgian. A bit of Helsingborgs. Right, scouting update. Come on, show me Mr. Franco. That's what I want to see in this report. Hit me with the goods. Okay, I really need to clean up that shortlist because there's a lot of crap on it. My worst nightmare is he appears in one of these little early stages of these reports. Oh, there's Nikolic. Okay. Nice. We got all the way up to the least fire. Ooh. No, he speaks all of Belgian, I promise you. He's done Duolingo Belgian. He's a PA, like, I'm hoping not, but at least if we could see his attributes here, we might have a better... He is screaming more and more trappy. He's good heading, though. Well, decent marking, decent tackling, decent positioning. He's not slow. He can jump. He's good on both feet. He can play in DM. He is aggressive. His bravery's a little on the low. He's not bad. I think the biggest question that we need to decide when we finally get more information on it is whether he is good enough to use a non-EU slot on. That, I think, is where the real question... If he was like a European player that counted as EU, I would 100% be like, we'll just get him. But we don't want to find ourselves in a position where we use it. He could be expensive, but he could also be really cheap. Probably not. He could be expensive, but he could also be really cheap. He could be expensive, but he could also be really cheap. 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 I think it's certainly worth keeping an eye on him for the time being, but you're right, he might be one of those guys we can get later. Because I wouldn't want to spend too much budget on him and then find someone genuinely goated in the remainder of the window after we've played a few games. This was that dude I randomly had on loan for it. This was the guy that I couldn't register. Gory free, 25-year-old. Like, I don't really know what he would do for us, really. Like, he wouldn't... I mean, he would play that role, but we already have 2 players in that role already, and there's no point in... Like, he would presumably want a lot of money as well. 35 grand a week. Like, that. This is the sort of transfer that I would never do, basically, because we've already got Ruggiero and we've already got Anderson. He would be a waste of a transfer for us. Like, is he good? Yeah, but he would just slip in with 2 more players in that role, and we'd have too many guys in that role already. He's, yeah, that was definitely the guy that I wasn't able to register, isn't he? Who's he wanted by as well, actually? Lorient. Oh, okay, so we may end up... He's definitely going to score against us. Take nothing away from him there. Melvin Garcia. The tiny... Oh, yeah, he was a really bad signing. Probably one of my worst of the entire save, I would say. In terms of the amount of money invested. Salvadoran. Yeah, he played for... Once Deportivo, though I'm guessing it's Once Deportivo. It's a cool badge. Love the pitch, though. It almost looks like a university park. Like that for them. Who's their key player? Oh, it's 28. I was kind of hoping their key player would be like a random 17-year-old or something. Very good player. Obviously, it's a Benfica, though. Right, let me just filter those 2 out, because I think we were being told about him because we may have looked at him years ago. You're at River Plate, but you're a goalie. At least he wouldn't go to AFCON. Who's he got a bid from, actually? Lens. Again, he'd be a non-EU slot. And using a non-EU slot on a backup goalie would be a waste if we've only got 4 of them. You're overpriced. So are you, actually. Pistolis. Right-sided winger. Quite expensive, though. Is there anyone that needs another look? Not that many, actually. Oh, it's Paul Cuck. Speaking of that exact thing, let's look at Paul Cuck. He's fast. Which I suppose he'd need to be to get out of the house quickly while you're chasing him. Yeah, Cuck is keeping his potential. Probably better if as a chairman, though, wouldn't he? Right, let's send Cuck around again. Ah, dear, I'm immature. Right, what we got in here? Jahic. Zagreb. Probably all right. He's just classic Dinamo Zagreb player, isn't he? Good on both feet. Runs the ball done right. Simple passes. Some few little issues there. Why, thank you. You should have heard my one about hemorrhoids earlier. Tramberg, he was good as well, but I'm not being blown away by a lot of these. They have all the hallmarks of those players that look okay here. You sign them and then immediately he's actually 1.5 and then like 3.5 kind of players. That like one more scout report on them and you're just like immediately no longer interested in them in many ways. This was the guy that we did still kind of like. I think the biggest issue is we've got so many players that are occupying one position. And there's Bauer, and I really want to give Binder a chance to play this season instead of like bring him on instead of Bauer from time to time. And obviously because Jordan's still here, but he'll probably only be here until Christmas because they'll just get sick of me not playing him enough. I wouldn't mind shortlisting Jahic though for the Christmas list for the time being. I'm just reticent to blow a load of money on these guys until later in the window. We'll probably end up doing a lot of deadline day business. I was going to say he's better, but he's actually not. His technicals are much worse, and he's way more expensive. Who's he wanted by? Newcastle? He is odd. He does have insane match engine agility, which is, I suspect, part of the reason why Newcastle want him, but I'm not seeing what they're seeing. Let's put it that way. He is lots of pace, and they do be liking that. These guys we're going to see again anyway. Okay, that wasn't quite as fruitful as I was hoping. Did we ever figure out how a good way to filter from some South Americans, potentially? Just to see if there is anybody. Like, I don't know. Let me think about this. So, keep those attributes, but get rid of that. And then do... Actually, no, we don't want that. We'll get rid of... We don't want players who scouted. We want the other one, if anything. We want... Club... Division. No. Based. Because I want any country. International caps. If they the fact is, if they had international caps, they'd have shown up when we did Natty Cappy. I suppose there's the age barrier on it, but I think youth caps. I mean, maybe, but I think maybe just looking at players based in those leagues, because it'd be nice to find a couple of like surprise ones. Hang on, are we being told there's only 173 players based in Bolivia? Well, we have to basically just a list of like what I want to do is just look for South American players who may or may not have interest from other clubs. So we've got Freddie Urrea, who's wanted by Auxerre and Toulouse, and Omar Ortiz, who's wanted by Rapid Wien. Stars of AFCON, maybe would sign him and then lose him immediately. Freddie Urrea. I mean, I'll scout them, but I can't suspect that they're going to be great. Well, I mean, you want anywhere, right? Because Bolivia can still produce good footballers. And they're also likely to be cheaper. Like, I'm hoping we can find some... Like, Chile should have a lot more. There's actually not that many wanted symbols, though, which is good. Bastian Pina. That's Luxembourg. Greece. Cercle Bruges, maybe? 6'2" centre-back. Good jumping reach. 20 years old, though. Mateus Muniziaga. Atalanta. 20 years old. Another centre-back. Okay. Yeah, I suppose it'll get the list a bit smaller, actually. Yeah, good point. The only issue that could run into is when we're in perhaps like Argentina. You might find a few guys that are further down the pecking order that could still be good. You're ordered by Lons, Pescara. Great spelling of Christopher, though. You definitely get points for that. He's not bad. 22, though. Well, I'm not doing team reports in South America at the moment. That's the problem. I'm going to, after stream, set those up. But we haven't... There was another one. Hey, a right back. We like those. I guess what I'm kind of looking for here, actually, is guys that are more like 18. A mental signing. Yeah. I guess at this point, we're looking for a guy that's like a non-EU player. So it doesn't actually matter if they're great for the future. Really, we actually kind of want someone who's better now. Because you don't want to be using a non-EU slot on a guy that isn't going to play for you. Like, currently. Although I almost certainly did that with Velasquez, although it turned out that worked out anyway. I'm going to do Brazil and Argentina last, just because I want to see what else we got in, like, Colombia, perhaps. Yeah, I think I will include a filter. God, there's a lot of injured players. Can I even put, like, a career apps filter on this? General career. Yeah, I can. Sick. Is at most... No. Is at least... Oh, shit. FM? Oh, I see. It's just filtering it each time. I think I should have it as at least 10 appearances, maybe. Just maybe bring it a bit higher, actually. I'll set it to 25. Because that whittles the number down to a... maybe... I kind of want it to be under 200. There we go. All 200 on the dot. That's fine. Because that'll give us a nice... It was actually a guy we already know about on here. You're all injured. We got Bodmer. Well, at least we know who we don't want, I guess. So that's Mr. Bodmer. Hector Helman Bodmer. Actually, he's not even... He plays for Total Soccer FC. Who in the fuck is this? He doesn't even look that bad. But also Hector Helman Bodmer. Incredible scenes. That's like a surprisingly large wage for him. Yeah, Colombia under 21 division. Oh, he's a youngster, so he won't care about his contract. I could just sign him anyway for the memes. And also to stop Sestri getting him, more importantly. That's what we're really trying to do here. Hector Helman, doesn't he just? Taunicus, thank you for the 30... No, not 30. The 23 months. I've got my numbers confused. Just to piss off Sestri. You're damn right I am. Everything I can do that annoys them in the future, I will... Chat, I think we need to talk about Jet Li Berrio. I can't believe no one else saw this. So this is Jet Li Berrio. I actually read that as Berio at first as well. Who's he wanted by? Slovan Bratislava. That's tremendous. I think he might be the only one, because I think we searched for this earlier in the save. It's a shame he's not that good. Definitely worth a scout, but the other teams that are interested in him don't fill me with confidence. What about you? That's Finland. Ooh, 22. And you're a goalkeeper. I definitely want to scout him, but that's great that they're interested in him. We've got another Velázquez. Tottenham and Bologna, 20 years old. Right, okay. That's more like it. Santiago Velázquez. That's what I'm talking about. Spurs want a bit of him. He's 20, but that's okay. If he's good now, right? Like that. Zamora, Braga. Okay. 21. He's probably not for us. There's Pacheco here. What about Limassol? Tovar. 22. What about Kishvarda? This guy's 20, and he's called Vladimir. I guess. Or is it Blademir? I realise it's Vladimir, but in my head it's Blademir. Like Jalibaby. Rafael Ossa. Atromitos. That guy we already know about, apparently. Oh, yeah. It will be pronounced some absolutely gopping way as well. Right, that was... Okay, Colombia looked better. Now they've got these filters as well. I think that will help. Ecuador? Lovely. Oh, there's only like 2 dudes as well. Got Nazareño from Racing Rioja. Like, if we lost a player like this to someone like Rioja, I'm not going to whine about it. Like, he's not fantastic anyway, right? Palacios. We've got Lols and Atalanta. Okay. 21, though. Worth a look. Could have the work rate. 21, though. And who was the other guy? Carabali. Apoel. What I really want to see in there is like a random 18-year-old dude who's really, really good. Hello, Leafy. Conversation about weight. No, weight doesn't exist in FM Leaf. We know this. Come on now. Players weigh nothing. They're all just big and airy, like wacky waving inflatable arm floating tube men. Like a fine one, maybe. Let me just try Paraguay. A couple of guys that are interested here. 23. As an 18-year-old, there we go. Wilfredo Nunez. That's my guy. Duarte's under a bid from Trento. Gutierrez under a bid from Tatran Preshov. You're all about Austria Wien? Okay. Bruno Munoz. Oh, wait, we've scouted you before. This guy was on the next gen list, wasn't he? I'm fairly certain he was on the next gen list. Either way, he's kind of good. We also got Wilfredo. Who's Wilfredo wanted by? Oh, that's Finland. Consider me slightly disappointed. Aristides Lopez. Wanted by loads of teams. That I'm guessing that's lower league for, Spain. Carmi Otissa. That's... Wow. Yeah, I was going to say that's Cyprus, isn't it? I was hoping for big things out of Wilfredo. What about Angel Ruiz? He's 19. Okay. Those are some teams. Why are they all centre-backs? There's another guy. Actually, we got Uriel. Sanabria, wanted by the longest Icelandic team name in the world. Bristol Rovers for Uriel. How are you going to get his work permit? Actually, I'm not sure I even want his work permit now I look at it. Christian British. What about Bologna, actually? This guy here, British. Yeah. It's the 14 caps, presumably. 17 jumping reach. He's probably worth a little look. He might be one of those guys that's just all good on the CA side, or just really hyper-focused on his role. I wouldn't know. I've never hyper-focused on anything in my life. Okay. Peru? Come on, Peru. Oh, it's not looking good in Peru. There's 2 dudes. David Lopez and Fabrizio Paz, which is ironic. Okay, you want to buy Atalanta? He's very good first touch. Fabrizio Paz, what about Gaziantep? Worth a little look. What I'll do is I'll go and prioritise all these reports after we've done this. Uruguay? Wow, that's surprisingly few for Uruguay. Darwin Marquez. Oh, dear. Atromitos? Wow. I'm surprised, actually. I was thinking there might be a couple of Uruguayan dudes knocking about. That's Caribbean. Venezuela? Wow, there's loads. Okay. Francisco Martinez. Why do I recognise that name? Did we have a guy called that on a previous save? Cecilia. Tondela. Vestaloo. Okay, what about Vestaloo? He's 22, though. Could play on both sides, but... There's a couple of 18-year-olds there, though. That's better. Pablo Giordano. Dinamo. Oh, that's actually... I find that Dinamo... Romanian clubs are a really good canary in the coal mine. I find that when they're after players, they seem to be the ones that we seem to want the most. Rodriguez, oh dear. Note to self, ignore whatever Rapid Wien are doing. Alfredo Perez. Actually, I didn't say who was wanted by. Yeah. Johnny Hernandez, obviously with the good spelling of Johnny. And John underneath. Lecce Modena. Yeah, I tell you what, he's actually not bad. Good old Johnny. We've signed a really, really good left-sided winger, Leaf, called Dennis. And yes, he will in fact be a menace. He was 6'6" as well. Ooh, okay. John Salazar. Fun. We like that. Then it's Caribbean. Okay, let me just go back up to Brazil and Argentina because we missed those two. And naturally, there's going to be some goats there, presumably. Oh dear. There's still 500 players, but luckily most of them might have bids on them as well. Who the hell are you? Jules Gordon. Do you reckon they went after him after they missed out on the guy we were after? Shit. Who the fuck? Might be too late to actually get in on that guy. Oh, he's got Spanish second nationality. We have to just go for this guy, right? He's EU. We've got to get involved in this. And it would be quite fun to just piss off Jules Gordon a second time in the same transfer window. Particularly these kind of prices. 93 grand. Yes, I think we'll do that. Lovely. There's a Brazilian Portuguese dude here as well, actually. Carlos Magno. Although he's not got a club, so... Stoyan does still have the armband for the time being. Liao Xiao. He's an Italian. Good name. Liao Xiao is fun to say, and that's half the battle. Can I introduce you in Gleger? Gleger? Good name either way. Right, now one of the guys that actually have clubs, which I think will probably be better for us, like Nico here at Cruzeiro. Ooh. He's wanting to leave Cruzeiro. Might even go to Mika. He can be hubbly, he can be bubbly, he can be anything you like. I know those aren't the lyrics, but I just like saying it like that because just repeat after me and you'll enjoy it. Luciano, HJK, Santos, Vittorio de Guimaraes. Don't try freebies. It's just not worth our time. Most of them are already being bid on a lot of the time as well, which means that they'll just join those clubs. If I like, all of these guys will just join them. And like, do I really want to waste our time trialing these guys that are being wanted by like Serie D clubs? It's most likely not worth our time. Freebies, I think, are really useful to trial at the start of a window. Yeah, these guys weren't even wanted, were they? They were just bid upon. Right, let me get up to the top of the list. See what we got coming down here. Just scrolling down. Bugger feature. I don't know, because it kind of works both ways. I actually had it happen the other way, where a player was trying to negotiate with me, and then another club put a bid in to trial him, and then he automatically signed my contract. So it can work both ways, just rarely. Because I feel like AI clubs don't do as many trials. 5-star PA. Yeah, but like... Is this guy actually going to be useful to us? Probably not, right? That's what I mean. Like, we don't need to trial him to see that his attributes are what they are. Like, he's not fast enough. He's 22 years old. I don't see him being a useful player that's worth us spending any money on. When we can already see their attributes. Jura, this guy here. Oh, a left back. We like left backs. I mean, I like right backs the most, but he's definitely a good one. Lucas, he's rated as an F, and I can see why. Jose Luis, Passos, sure, why not? I think a lot of the battle is just looking at who the interest is coming from. Are they both wanted by Passos? Yes, they are. Sure, at the end of the day, I'm just going to... This guy's got a really cool name. Yudson. He's wanted by a xylophone. Victor Hugo. I'm not going to be like Les Miserables if it doesn't come off. Hello, Lee. Okay, Victor's quite intriguing, actually. Herculano da Silva. Punic, okay. Gonçalves. Oh, that's a team in our lower leagues. That, I think, is lower league Luxembourg, maybe even. Valdo, OFI are in for lots of people. There's Catcher. Hey, he's still knocking about. I'm actually pretty good, man. How are you? Dodgy Egg. Thank you for the follow. Great name. Pedro Enrique. We've had a good Enrique before. Osiek. Asia. That's a... Ooh. Bulgaria, I find, can sometimes be a... Ooh, maybe not. They're a bit like Romania, I find. The Bulgarian clubs seem to have good business sense in this save. Said no one ever. Speaking of Bulgaria, that's more like it. How's Pog? She's good. She's good. She just, as with all of these things, she just really wants to have a start date for her new job, basically. Flaminia. Janiel, look, bud, I'm going to tell you now, signing for Flaminia is not a smart piece of business. I'll leave it there. They're even worse than Sestri, which is impressive. Ludogorets again. Ferencvaros and Passos again. Okay. She's wasting her career at Angers. That's true, yeah. Tromatos, Braga as well. Rodrigo Bertolucci, Sporting Villa, Sergio, Gilles. Oh, Leeds. Okay, 20 a night. Oh, fucking incredibly expensive, but he's wanted by Leeds. And then Pedro Henrique of a few other teams. Okay, the Leeds guy, or the guy that's wanted by Leeds, is pretty insane. Like, scary good, but very, very expensive. I think he was worth like 15 million quid, wasn't he? We'd have to sell yet more people. Well, perhaps not quite into the... What was his work rate looking like? There's Gaston here. No one signs like Gaston. A couple of these guys. 3-month notice period. Thing is, she's not even got the fucking ability to start her notice period yet because they still haven't said to her, hey, this is when you can start. And it's taken the piss a little bit. But I think because she's like now sort of mentally checked out of work, she's just noticing how appalling it is to be there. And the way that they treat people is absurd. Plus, she wants to leave at the worst possible time for them so that they're kind of left in the lurch, you know? Instant garden leave. Well, the thing is, until she's got a start date, she hasn't got the job, technically. So she's not doing anything to do with that until she actually has it confirmed and in a contract in writing, you know? There's no point in leaving a job if you don't technically have the other one confirmed, even though she should do. Hellas Verona. Did I miss one? Visit Norwich. We actually were in Norwich a couple of weeks ago. We went to the IMAX cinema there. Pizarro. Oh, this guy here. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I missed that. Joe Lorenzo. That guy's one of my... That's mostly second. Actually, no. Modena are still top flight this save for the moment, aren't they? Viswa Plock. Burnley. There you go. Brian De La Cruz. The Burnley boys. I think once she just gets the start day, she'll feel so much better about it. She really wanted to have it all sorted before she went on holiday for a little bit, because that would have been even funnier if she could literally just hand in a notice and then just dip for a week and a half. Tromitos. Oh, if I want everybody. Giamot, back in Hungary. Hello, Hamburger. Okay, there we go. So it's all of those guys. Let me just Ferencvaros, Rapid Wien. Rapid Wien, I don't trust them anymore. Iceland, Napredak. Ah, there we go. Although he is... Oh, no, he's red. Yeah, no, maybe not. Oh, actually, odds. That's a fun one. As I have no idea, draw. I have no idea if it's even happening this week at all. Aquino, La Rosa, Panathinaikos. I think we might have... Either way... Actually, one last guy. I'm going to prioritise them all their scouting. At the end of the day, even if we know Gilles is good, we're not suddenly going to be able to magically able to afford him. That's the issue. Right, let me just get some of these guys around again. But Gilles there. But, like, remember, this guy is minimum 13 million, likely closer to 15. Might not even sign for us, actually. He might be above us. Yeah. Oh, they'd also want between 21 and 25 million. So he's just not a player we can realistically sign. He'll almost certainly sign for Leeds in this summer. It's probably because the data we had is out of date. But I will still prioritise all these dudes. God, it'd be so lovely if you didn't have to click them all one by one to do this. Wouldn't that be just lovely? Like, I understand that you can't prioritize every report because, you know, some of them are going to then lose priority as a result. But it would be cool if you could just send to the top or something, you know? Rather than having to do it one by one. That's the sort of stuff I'd actually really like to see tweaked for FN26 or whatever. Just little stuff with quality of life changes. Particularly when they've clearly got a chance to, like, redesign UIs and stuff because of Unity. That would be the sort of stuff I'd really love to see. Yeah, move them as a block. Exactly, yeah. So if you're 20th on the list of the players I've selected, then you'd go to be 20th on the list of the new bit, right? I'm curious about Jet Li. I might actually do a little Jet Li look up in a sec, but I do want to push on a bit today and find some... I want to get a couple of league games up. Basically, I just want to see what this team looks like in match. More than anything else. At some point, it might be worth taking that same approach to scouting there and doing some region scouting using it. Just looking in, say, I don't know, certain regions of Africa for a few more players that might disappear off to AFCON, for example. We'll leave Paul Cuck on. We're going to cuck Paul Cuck. There you go. Just staying on the other list there, buddy. Oh yeah, that was that guy. Franco. If he's a real player, I'd be amazed if he's still knocking about. But he is. At Wolves. 31 years old. Very good as well. Is that a free transfer from Liverpool? Oh. This strikes me as the type of guy that Liverpool signed for reasonably okay money. Played quite well for them and has just kind of... Yeah, actually £11 million is pretty reasonable. Took him a long time to get going at Liverpool. I would as well, but it does take a while to go through that sort of stuff individually. And I am, like, aware of the fact that I would like to play a couple of league games together and get us a bit closer to deadline day. Because the problem with this type of scouting is that unless they're cheap enough to punt on, you aren't really going to be able to do a lot with them other than start scouting them, which takes time. This guy I'm really, really interested in because of the fact that he's non-EU. Sorry, he is EU. Which means that a punt like this I'm fine with because there's no downside to it if it doesn't work out, right? Yeah, he deserves his testimonial, damn it. Ooh. His Brazilianiness is going to help. And the Joe Gordon interest in him is fun. Just annoying them, if anything, if nothing else, is part of my enjoyment today. Fuck it, you can have him back on loan. I don't think he's going to play for us anytime soon. But we will at least know his attributes, hopefully. Or will we? Yeah, we should get, like... As upon now actually signing him... That was really quick, by the way. We should now get, like, a nice dump of interest in the guy. Or at least be able to see. He clearly didn't want to go to Jules Gordon anyway. He signed that contract lickety-split, friends. Right, let's see what we're saying. Yeah, he's a natural libero. He's very much not... What even is this dude? He's kind of not even that. Maybe he should have just gone to Jules Gordon. He's a DM, but he can't really tackle very well. He's got okay work rate though. He tries really hard. Also, regardless, if you do exclamation mark save, you'll get like a bigger up down there. But basically, we're trying to win the Champions League with a team that's never been in a European final, working our way up through European football to get to that point. If a team we're managing gets to a European final and we lose, then we have to resign our job, which is exactly what happened and why we find ourselves currently at Sochaux. Have I done? Yeah, sick. Football player. Do you know what? I can't even be sure that he is a football player. He has good physicals. Perhaps he should have just been like a sprinter or a long distance runner or something. Oh, someone's in for Scott. Sorry, Scott? Don. DM with training. I mean, he could be, but he hasn't got any tackling ability and it's not going to get any better. Like, I don't really want a DM with 9 tackling. I mean, the other thing is, right, he's never going to play for us. His attributes don't really suit any role that we have in our team, and a lot of the areas that he'd need to improve in order for that to be the case are things that are simply not going to improve. That's the problem. Like, with the low tackling like that, he will have probably 10 tackling by the time he retires, maybe. What the oh, okay. Is this still going to work? I wondered if that would work this time around, but we might actually have to offer the Strawber new deal. He is only on £2,000 a week, in fairness. That is annoying, though. Actually, I'm starting to wonder if I don't want to offer Strawberry a new contract. Because he's only 2.2k. Let me see what his agent would want. Because I'm a bit perturbed by his development so far. His lack of value, his lack of overall improvement. I think he improves over his attributes, yeah, but my point is that at some point that's not going to be good enough. And I'm not sure I want to commit to a large contract on a player, a larger contract on a player that's not actually improved. Let's see if he's improved. Like, he's been at the club over a year now, so we should see some... It hints to me that there might be quite a hard cap on our chappie here. And he's good now, but he may not get better. The value as well is really quite low. And I wonder if actually he gets replaced sooner rather than later. But right now he is extremely good. But I wonder if someone like Machego, long term, might actually end up overtaking him despite that, because he's just played a game. Let me just see whether he's shown any development. Obviously a short time spell. He's been here less time, in fairness. Well, we got Machego. Machego is the guy that I feel like is the natural successor for the time being. Because he can kind of do a bit of everything. Actually got it by 4. Well, you can still see it on the development chart though, right? Like, at the end of the day, this does show correctly. And obviously it's the wrong play. Oh no, this is actually strawberry. And it's pretty much just a flat line on most things. And you know what? If it is, that's absolutely fine. Not every player has to be one for the long haul. Sometimes people just fill holes now. But I don't know if I'd want to commit to a long-term deal on him. Especially not with one that's going to demand an enormous amount of playing time. Because I feel like at some point we are just going to either develop a guy who's going to become great. Or we might just stumble upon like a Dennis that's a DM. A DNS. DMS? I don't know. I just want to see something out of them over the course of a year. Particularly to like justify me giving them an enormous contract. And I think DM like that are not as difficult to find. Some of the other roles that we've got knocking about are a little bit more obscure and a little bit more difficult to... Wait. Hang on. Wait, is there still only 4 of them? Oh. It must have been a lot of other trialies then. In that case, wait, no, I won't do Edward Anderson because I don't want him to turn that down because he almost certainly will. Exactly. There will be a guy that we will just find that will be the guy. And I'm not convinced that he might not have even like generated yet. But I mean, he probably has. I suspect he's probably out there as like a 16-year-old right now. But he's got good attributes, but he's playing for a club that we've never heard of and would never think to look at right now. Or, more likely, that player that we want is probably playing for Juventus' next-gen side, but we'll obviously never be able to afford those guys. Like Kona Guy. He was the guy. Kona Guy actually did a really solid job in the meantime. Kind of like what I think Conan is going to do for us this season. Yeah. The players that either, as you say, we find that guy who's super unlucky with his development curve and can't get any football, so they release him for no reason, even though he's got like 190 PA. Or, more likely what happens is, we find a guy like that through the sheer magic of scouting everywhere who happens to have been at like an Austrian second division side randomly. And we get him after he moves to like a top flight side for like £3 million or something like that. Those are the kind of players that usually you need. 12-0 victory there. Binder, ooh, that's a good sign. Binder played as the number 10, weirdly, in this game, and actually got 6 assists. Because I foresee him playing as in there rather than as the number 10. Because he doesn't really have the speed for that role. But here, you don't need as much speed. I think he could be, obviously not for the thing we're talking about, for the DM bit, but I think as a successor to Jordan and Bauer long term, I think Binder could be him. And I think I want to give him more football this year. Make sure he's on the bench for games. Exactly, the float plane. One of those like seaplanes. Yes. The more likely actually scenario probably is that there's a dude that's knocking about in like the Catholic Daddies under 16 team or something that we haven't seen yet. Those are the guys. Dennis is the guy. I think of the players we signed today, Dennis is the one that makes us go yes. Although I do still like that Polish guy, and I might still go back for him later actually. We've really chefed up that left side a lot today. Starlight 11. Good name. Isn't that the name of a football club? Or is that Starlight Tailpipe? I swear there's a club with a name like that in possibly the Caribbean. We got the exit. Thing is, with the way the team reports are set up right now, because we're getting like the reports through more than once a year, they're not being as useful as they were before. So we've seen ASEC like twice in the last year, so that you're not going to get as much updates. Once you go to a like 800 team report method, each team report becomes so much more worthwhile because it's got longer to track the players in there. I think the Polish guy's good as well, actually. Who did we sign? Yeah, mostly they were freebies. This was the guy. He is the signing we've made today. Dennis Anderson from Brann for £4 million because he's just ridiculously good. Actually mad to me that he's not touched the Norway national team yet. But for £4 million, we couldn't even believe. Like, we were thinking he would be one of those guys with like decent CA but like no ceiling. He's absurd. Having him and Ruggieri as options on that left-hand side is going to be a godsend for us. Caps potentially on the move, which is good. One per intake. Yeah. I still like doing it every 2 years minimum, though. Sorry, maximum. No. Basically, I like to have a 2-year gap between them because it gives you will occasionally miss out on a player, but it feels like each time you see it, you've kind of got 2 youth intakes worth, so you get a bit of development and you get more chance of finding like that guy who's 17, 18 with a bit of development under his belt as well. That's why I like doing it like that, which is why I tend to aim for... I want to get us up to at least 800. I might do that either after stream or tomorrow with all the many things I've got to do. On CFS worth it. Oh, does it have Pog on the back? That's how you know it's worth it. Smates is back in training. Love to see it. You guys are staying out of the squad. Ah, that was the other set of Patreon contracts. I should have just waited like 2 more days. Right, that's fine. They'll kick off, but... Frankly, lads... right. Find a new club as soon as possible. Lovely. I was trying to do this before anyway. If we could get some... I mean, look, Alvarado could actually be worth some cash. Pog it up yourself. We just wrote Pog on the back in permanent marker. Pogmanent marker. Megan only back. Yeah! And that's almost the reason why I don't want to do it, right? I like the fact that we're going to miss out on players occasionally because it'd be almost it wouldn't be anywhere near as fun if we just literally could hoover up everybody, right? It's nice to have a bit of variety, and I'm still a bit gutted we missed out on that Polish right back that Dortmund picked up from the Polish right back. I think he was Polish. The Polish right back from the Austrian club that Dortmund signed when he was like 16 or something. I feel like he looked ridiculous. His CA looks so high, a bit like Albin did. The guy we missed out on a lot of these guys. Nobody's really interested in Imhotep at the moment, and I can sort of see why. Like, what to tell people when they said FM is an auto-passive no mechanic game? I'm not sure that you can really respond to that because it's an incredibly stupid statement. As in, like, I don't think you really need to dignify that with a response. Because FM is, if anything, almost all mechanics. Just because you don't have direct input, and even then you kind of do, right? It's... For example, if it was auto and passive, a lot of stuff would be happening right now. Like, so much stuff. I think you're right. I think people think mechanic and they mean, can I shoot at stuff? Or, ideally, can I change the oil?
It's
more sprint training. I think Imhotep needs to...
Winter, it can get very depressing.
Needs to stop asking for a new contract is what he needs. Sonny Max, thank you for the follow. It's all built on mechanics and inputs. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, trying to think. Can't flip reset in FF. Just you wait. I'm going to be wall dashing up Liga today. You wait. Damn, we've spent quite a lot of money there, haven't we? Right. How close are we to naught? 5 days, okay. Coleslaw Greg's ended a gold drought. I like the fact that that's just going to be a report we just keep randomly seeing. I want more updates from Coleslaw Greg. Right, who's going to be our next captain? It would be quite funny if I just put Velasquez as the other... To be fair, he strikes me as the type of dude that is going to be around here for a while. I'm not getting Lewis Fisher vibes off of him. So perhaps it would be wise to actually give him that role as well. Although Kilar's... Oh, no, he's not very good at leadership. Sven? Fuck it. We'll give it to Vasquez. Pitch alterations, not touching that. We're winning games. Alvarado offer. I love it when teams just say, hey, give you money. Yeah, I think I'll take the £4 million, please. Didn't we pay like £1 million for this dude? 800k. Amazing. Thank you. Sorry, with the lookups, like, as always, I don't always do them immediately because sometimes I don't notice them and sometimes it's just a case of like the flow of things. He is oh my god. He might be the best DM in the game as far as from a playmaking standpoint. Yeah, that's horrible. God, imagine if we'd stayed at Le Challenge and actually managed to hold on to this guy. We wouldn't have been able to because of the release clause, but he's still only 26. He might be the best. So basically what we need to do is we need to find the next in cube at someone like Stellenbosch. We did it once, we can do it again. Because if we can and then don't have to put silly release clauses in him, then maybe we've got a chance. We've also got this guy, Mogomat and cube. It's not quite as good. Oh yeah, they paid a lot of money because it's Napoli, right? Napoli just do that. Let's see what Napoli's spending so far this summer. Off to a flyer as always. 60 million deep. Because of course they are. It's in their culture. Find some players. Oh, actually I'd be quite curious to see what that actually does. So, JS Hut They have an Aruban guy called Raymond Tromp. Just a great name. Also, Raymond with a T on the end. Big fan of that. Natural Aruban, yeah, who they signed from, presumably, an Aruban club. Yep, Dakota. Their key player is a 15-year-old called Raymond with a T. Ridder Boys, or Ridderbus. Actually, fun fact about Jamal Lowe's Inter, because I thought of you when this came through on Tuesday's stream. That's good signs. Inter have... hopefully still their hot prospect. Yeah, so their hot prospect is this dude, Jaleel Lawrence. And the only reason, as far as I can tell, he exists at Inter is because Jamal Lowe is the manager of Inter. And thus, teams are more likely to get regens in their academy with the nationalities of the manager. So, same reason we get the occasional Anguillan dude. So this guy pretty much only exists at Inter because of Jamal Lowe. And it looks like there could be a Jamaican, well, I say Jamaican wonder kid. He's considered their hot prospect at 16. Which is pretty dope. So, they've got this dude. Generational talent wonders. You love to see it. Have you got any screenshots? We do love a good screenshot. Isidro. Hopefully that'll come up, right? It's a solid badge. No youth caps in Jamaica, though. Bear in mind, he's from this year's youth intake. It usually takes a while, and I find that very rarely do players get called up at 15. For whatever reason, it seems to be... like, it usually takes, like, a couple of international breaks for them to kind of get on the radar. There's no way that dude... if he's the hot prospect at Inter, there's no way that guy isn't going to be a Jamaican international by the time he's about 17 years old. Just on account of... think of all the insane Italians that are probably in that Inter youth intake. Like, he's apparently better than a load of other... I mean, I don't think he's amazing, but we just can't see. Oh, wait, I'm actually scouting him, so we'll get a better idea in a minute. I'm curious about the Jamal Lowe Inter situation as well. And to be fair, he did actually win into the league for the first time in, like, ages, in fact. Last year, Inter won the title ahead of Napoli. It's been like 8 years since they've won the league. So Napoli have won stuff, but they do have a habit of, like, also not winning stuff. They've now appointed... actually, have they even appointed him? Yes, their new manager is Mikel Vesga, who they stole off of Benfica. So he's the latest victim. They sacked Pep because they didn't win anything. Yeah, he's going to be a full-on Jamaican international, which I think is really cool, because he's not got that as second nationality, which I think is actually kind of even rarer in many ways. The fact that he came through there and just had pure Jamaican nationality, which is cool. Well, that's essentially what Napoli have done in this save. Lazio also have a tycoon, but he's not as rich as Napoli's tycoon. So it's like keeping up with the Joneses there. Well, actually, Liverpool, ironically, in this save are being managed by Ten Hag, which is super fun. That's happening. Bit of a rebrew. Okay, this is nothing huge news for us right now. Oh, wait, who are you? I think he might be another one of the random Italians we picked up. Who is Maxwell Yusuf? I guess he was another of the young players we were looking at as a potential backup goalie or something. Yeah, this is the thing. I agree with Hadrian. I've never seen a tycoon go this hard for this long in a save. Usually, they'll come in, spend a good amount of money, usually never quite as much as this guy has, and they don't normally do it for very long. This guy is now into his 12th consecutive season of insane spending. Napoli have spent now over £3 billion on transfers. And with simply no signs of slowing down. Oh, the Basel tycoon's gone now, and they're in massive financial trouble as a result of it. He's dipped, and now the club are in like £200 million worth of debt. We even, to the point where we were even like getting team reports on Basel's squads to see if they were trying to get rid of anybody. In Europe, no, not a single European trophy. In fact, I don't think they've even been to a final since they got all that money. I just don't think I want to offer him a new deal. Honestly. Yeah, the reason they've not managed to miss the FFP rules is because of the sponsorship income. They have the highest sponsorship income of any club in this game by an absolute country mile. It's crazy. Officially Meep. Thank you for the follow.
Take off the Pope hat.
I think they were getting like, it's like 100 and something million a year in just sponsorship alone. It might even be more than that. We can have a look. I think the game will show you outside the season, won't it? Yeah, as you say, it's like it's ticked every single possible tycoon positive box kind of thing, right? I forgot we sold... hang on, they'll owe us 500 grand if Bro makes 5 more... oh, lad, get in there. They do have some clauses. He is now worth more money than he was. No, I won't be doing that. I'll send him to there. Hector Helman Bodmer's in. Mr. Mayo himself. We'll keep delaying this because lol. This one. Oh my god. Right. That's... Oh, you can't see how... What's that? That right there. Officer. That's what we're looking for. Holy shit. I like it when I'll make this like really detailed scouting advice based on like the way I build teams and stuff. And then someone uses it and then finds a player that I couldn't have even dreamed of finding. Where's mine? He's insane.
Holy crap, 4 bloody years
Scott,
of OK streams.
Thank you for the
so
48
much
months.
lore. I joined after Karot, but I was there for the Bine fiasco, the Namibian Illuminati, sick Illuminati, and did you ever read that note? Keep up the good work. Hope you are well.
Where's the note gone? The note was around here somewhere. I must find the note. I've lost it. Also, Bine. Yeah, that's crazy. Those are the kind of players. I mean, I guess you could argue that Dennis is kind of one of those players, right? So I guess we got that on our side. Yeah, he's crap, but we expected that. And I only really signed him so that Sestri couldn't. You're gone as well. Yes, a Reynoso Padilla kind of guy. And I think, to be fair, those players are all out there because we've not scouted South America properly since we moved to France and we're going into season 3. Once I set the team reports up properly, by next stream, we'll have those guys on the list, which means that we should start to see some of those guys that, you know, obviously there's those players there, but they're not all going to be wanted, right? Whereas they're out there, and I think we can start picking them up now. Sign all of session. You would never catch me signing another manager's squad just to annoy that manager. It would not be done. Not by this guy. Oh no. I wouldn't dream of it. That would be scumbag behavior of the highest order. Oh, another one's in for Alvarado. Okay. We're getting a bidding. This is going to be a loan, isn't it? Wait, hang on. There is a risk here, I realise. Orlando Alvarado. Oh, damn, he's... Okay. Champion's worth... Yeah, Champion is worth loads, but he's absolutely nowhere near first team ready, unfortunately. I'm actually not sure that he ever will be. I want to just see if we can pull this off. Now I offer him out for 5 million. Hoping that Farench will come back in. My only concern is that they may not have that much money. Swiston. Come on now, bud. We're only going to try and do it again. See, this is where we need another crash, like we had earlier. Try to beat the offside trap. We'll try again. But then he'd pull his hamstring. He's unhappy the promise is not kept. You know what? I'm just going to say no. I don't want to commit to long-term contracts on Strawby. I probably should just, honestly, I'm just going to randomly save the game here because I'm now paranoid that it is just going to randomly crash again. So let me just do that. Pull it anyway. That's very true, actually. If anything, with him, it wouldn't be so much as a pulled hamstring. It would be like broken femur or something. I'm amazed that Spartak Varma have that much money. More than anything else.
Fiona!
Banjo the Greatest. Great name. Thank you for the follow, friend. I appreciate that. If you are new to today's streams or in just my streams in general, give a follow. I'd appreciate that. Provided you've liked it. If you haven't, then it's none of my business. Kex, come here. Okay. Here we go. Some of the guys are coming through this list now, I think. I'm hoping a bidding war, though I must note that they didn't actually come back in with anything there, which worries me. Can I offer him out again? Yeah, I can, which means that didn't work. Shit. Let's just try and finagle it a little bit lower, because I'd accept less from them if it meant that we got the money up front. Right, who's crap? Ooh, lots of the players we just scouted, but that's okay. This is how we find this information out, including Jet Li. No. Out of interest. Are there any other Jet Lis that I need to know about? Yes, there are. Several, in fact. We've got Jet Li Berrio, which is the guy we just found. Jet Li Yabur. Jet Li Puerta. And then Jet Li Chavera. Good. Yeah, he failed to learn it, which is annoying. I've sent him round for another go. because he's going to learn it come high, low, high water. Right, get rid of you guys as well. That's definitely one of the best ones. Agreed. Random. Oh, that Jura dude. All right, there's Jura. Let's have a closer look at Jura. He's basically all physicals, which is fine, but unfortunately he's 21. If he was that at like 18, then there might be room for growth, but there's a lot to be created there that we probably don't have time to create. We just filter out the older players, actually, so we don't just get these random dudes that we're not realistically going to want to be able to sign. Even though this guy's free, like, the wages are where we're really struggling. You do need an extra H in there, at least, I agree. Right, what else we got? Leighton James? It's not quite Leighton Baines. These guys are a bit older. That's the problem. They might be free, but we just can't afford to break our wage structure. We kind of already did to sign Thingy Bob. Although, I feel like we broke it to a lesser extent with him. Wow, that guy's worth quite a lot of money, actually.
I'm the Pope.
Random Romanian guy. Striker, 21, though. Clement Meichin. Random at Brent. I thought this was Jose Perez, then. Want to sign a player? Because as far as I'm aware, Gibraltar is part of the UK, no? I know there's probably like specific territories stuff to do that, but Gibraltar is part of the UK, which thus is governed by Brexit rules, no? I know there's some different rules alongside that, but I thought that's the reason, right? Webb, thank you for the follow. Let's see. Oh, Oroshka, that was the goalie guy, wasn't it? He's quite good, but it's a lot of money to spend. The Colombian AP, as in this. I think it's a DLP. Wait, if he wasn't 21, that's the thing. Which was the Colombian DLP? This guy. Oh, Velasquez, the other Velasquez. Yeah, I kind of like him too because he's 20. And what about Bologna? He might be one of the better ones we've had a look at from this. These guys I'm not convinced by. That guy, more information would probably be required, but I'm honestly not sure I want it. That guy, I don't know how he's in up on that. I think he might be right. Him I definitely want to have a closer look at. You're at Brentford, so you're way too expensive for me. You've got a really fun set of nationalities. Romanian, Norwegian. Grigore Maloka. I like that. Ferenc Tar, he's definitely Hungarian. Wait, Kirulet, isn't that? Yeah, I remember them. Because their club name looks like a division. Oscar, we were going to get more information on him anyway. He's already coming back around. We can't know everything about him anyway. All right, David Lopez. Okay, these are the ones that have... Less information is on there, but they're still on this list. There's also Kaka. Which is great. Random Untidy. Still playing Australia. Which guy's that? But also, Australia's non-EU. So it would kind of defeat the point. Unless he's a starting ready player for us right now, signing a guy who's like non-EU for us, we only have one non-EU slot left, so they kind of have to be goated. And Australians in this save haven't really chefed as much as they sometimes do. This guy's very good, but he's also 15 million quid. And EU second nationality. Well, if he has EU second nationality, then he's EU. But traditionally, that's not really been how it's worked in this save. Australia hasn't been the most fruitful. Always is. I mean, I'm not sure about that. Like, so we've got, I mean, let's look at the youngsters in this squad. They've got Mitchell Heffernan of Chelsea, but obviously he's at Chelsea. Will Lopez of Melbourne City, maybe? But CU Academy, actually, that's a good side. He might be him, actually, but he's also pure Australian, unfortunately. From Canberra. And then you've got Palace and then Heronvane. Actually, oh, that's Brady, of course. Yeah, it's not... So as long as they've got a second nationality of EU, that's absolutely fine. But obviously this guy's Chelsea. He'll probably be really good, though. This guy probably is going to be a ridiculous... He's got 3 caps at 17. He's going to be insane. Then well, we've got 100%. Yeah, I like this guy, but... He's the kind of guy that maybe 3 or 4 years' time, if we had the money, not that by then he would be, but players like him, we'd be able to go after, but we don't even have the money to sign him. But I think that's a release clause as well. You are a DLP. Ooh! More information required on him. I know he's 20, which is a bit of a iffy moment, but I definitely... He's already at Chelsea, yeah. Well, he's already at Chelsea. He came through at Chelsea, so he, yeah. Real Potosi. Real Potosi is Bolivia. They are one of the bigger Bolivian sides whose badge is definitely not a rip-off of anybody else's, and I won't hear anything of it. Right, what about Jose Fuente? Hang on, you're wanted now. So, oh yeah, hang on. Probably good as well, but it's just hard to say. Tapia? It's another wing-back. And it's a right wing-back as well. Are they second tier? Wow. That seems unusual, right? Oh, unless they're doing weird shit in real life, but that's bizarre. Omar Ortiz, he's actually kind of fun. Oh, he's out of contract soon. That'd be kind of fun. I really like David Lopez, but I want more information on him. So before we come back and look at Mr. Velasquez, who I might actually take a punt on, I want to prioritize especially Lopez, not Will Lopez. Because he's actually, to be fair, I might as well send these guys around again as well, since we kind of liked the look of some of them and can't hurt. Right, okay, let's look at Velasquez. We know a load about him now. Fickle personality is unfortunate. What would he be like as a DLP? I know his tackling is not amazing, but what is... Let me do a comparison to Strawberry. Because he's the same age, I think. Nah, for me, if he's going to play, this guy would need to be the DLP because of the passing and the vision. We've got so many gaps there. I'm just trying to see if he's got that much worse pass. Ooh, right, okay. Actually, Strawberry only has 9 tackling. Well, yeah. We definitely do need a strong DLP next. Sorry, a strong ball in midfielder next. We still haven't managed to find that person yet. Because look at this. Shazley is better defensively. Just. Same age. Both on a U. Sorry, not Shazley. Strawberry. Let me just look at pure attributes for the role. We'd obviously have to retrain to play there, of course. But he's got the things that he doesn't. So, first touch, worse. Passing, much better. I say much better. 3 better, but it's also very just good in general. Technique better. Anticipation is quite a lot worse. Composure, just a tiny bit worse. Decisions, worse. Off the ball, much better. Positioning, a little bit worse. Teamwork, much better. Vision, the same. Work rate, tiny bit worse. Acceleration, better. Very agile. Great balance, too. He's better physically as well. Same kind of height spots. We do need that goated... I think for the price, he's almost too good to say no to at 1.6 million. Next week, we're at F26. What makes you think there'll be anything next week? But, I mean, no. As far as... I mean, I don't know. But, like... I would be amazed if there was. I'd be incredibly amazed. I reckon we'll hear something maybe September. That's when you usually do. 1.6 million release. Wait, is it lower than that? 1.6. I mean, that's... I think I'd rather use this on him than Franco. The fickle personality isn't amazing. But I like enough about him that I feel like he could be a useful player for us. What he wants in his contract could be... That's a little bit annoying. The wage isn't so much the big deal, because if I was going to give this money to someone, I'd rather give it to him than the Strawberry. I don't like the star player thing. I probably can get him down off of that. But I think the thing with him is the money... Oh, it's 100% Reddit being Reddit. It's people just reading. I've seen all sorts of stuff over the weekend. It's like X equals MC squared levels of like silly nonsense, basically. It's like, end of the day, you'll hear when you hear, right? We'll all just hear information when it comes out. It's just going to be, I suspect, not that much different to normal, really. Maybe fractionally earlier, just because of the weird game cycle we're in. Yeah, exactly. People just reading too much into God knows what. Same as when there was those like Sega financial stuff came out a little while ago, right? That's the thing. If you say information's coming next week, eventually you will be right. It's quite literally a broken clock is right twice a day. And like when there's like certain accounts out there on like Twitter and Instagram or whatever whose entire like process is basically just taking other people's content and they've got nothing to take at the moment because people are making less content currently, they just have to predict stuff like that instead, right? It's like Football ITK is exactly like that, yeah. The relegation release clause is good. I don't like star player. Just the rumour of a rumour is enough to get people going. Right, come on, let me... Okay, important play. It's not ideal, but I think it'll be worth the money. That's a bit higher. I mean, that's because... That's now higher because obviously I took out the... Definitely not doing that. Actually, I could have left the wage... Did he do that, Andrew? I didn't know. Oh, well, who cares, right? That was ages ago. It wasn't even in this game cycle. The problem is with him, because he does he have caps? No. Still less wage than the Boubacar, and that's a good metric to measure things. Let's try. Was that already set to 1? Actually, let's see if it just, I might just try a 5-year deal like that. Oh my goodness, okay. Wait. Hang on. He wants less money. And a more difficult to reach clause. Oh, I see, he's put his wage up as well. Oh, for God's sake, you embarrassing man. Right. I wasn't willing to go past boobs money. Thankfully, we actually do have quite a sizable wage budget at the moment. Exactly, yeah. It's like, I think that you're right. That was when we were doing those videos, we were literally making tutorial videos explaining exactly how to do them on every single one of them, right? Like, if you want some unique ideas, you wait until we get back to chefing on that video with the ridiculous league rules. Like the Luton Town having to beat the number one ranked international team in order to survive in the Premier League. Wait till we chef that. Then you'll see. That might be the thing after the challenge, potentially. Rodez are in for... Wait, they're actually going to pay me money for Isla Blabiba. Sure, why not? 12 seasons every season. Sorry, what? As in, that idea I had where you could have the Clausura and Apertura thing, but like way more of them in 1 year. 12 seasons in a season. That's what I'm talking about. That's the kind of shit I'm on about. I wanted to basically build a video that just had like a set of those... Sorry, for those who catch you guys up, probably like about a month and a half ago now, I was talking about like how there's some ridiculously crazy league rules you can put in. And I thought it'd be fun to have an idea of just a video where we just made loads of insane league rules and did one video. I just went through loads of them. One of the ones that Hadrian's already done and tested is one where in order to stay in the Premier League, you have to do a relegation playoff if you come 18th. But the relegation playoff is against the number one ranked international team in the world, usually the World Cup winners. So there you go. And one of the other ideas I had was one where you could take like a Clausura and Apertura type of situation, but have more of them. And Hadrian appears to have found a way to have 12 seasons in 1 year. That's the kind of shit I'm on about. That's the kind of video I put out. People go, he's back. I need to fully establish myself again. I've done the scouting part. Wait, are they? That'll be okay. Right? It's a very Hadrian sentence. There's a lot of very strange stuff you can do. Oh, place of birth Shepperton. I don't know if you could even... Oh, yes, you can. Sort of. I think you can filter players by that, right? Because that's how people do the region air saves, I think.
So
just clear this. I think you should. Anyway. JS Guna, thank you for the follow. Oh, damn it. I've done the clear bit.
And have a lick me yarbles.
All you need to do is sit under a tree. That's true. Shout out to the people that actually watched that 2-minute video of me being sat under a tree talking about squad building. If people actually like those videos, I would be tempted to do more stuff like that that just goes on the Patreon. It's just me sat in the garden waffling. But it's really hard to gauge. Right. We want... Is it General? Place of birth, right? Or is it birthplace? It's got to be... Or is it region? But wait, can you even do that? I'm not sure you can... You can do region of birth, but I don't know if you can do... Oh, yeah, place of birth. I'm an idiot. Don't know what I was thinking. Oh, I don't think it's supposed to work in any way. Contrived metaphor filmed in one location. I would just like to be able to put more stuff on there, I suppose. Also, is this not even going to work? There we go. I would just like to be able to make more content for it. There's stuff that I would never put on the main channel just because it's like a bit more niche and silly. But I would like to put that sort of stuff somewhere. And make more of that type of content. So there actually are a few of them. Liam Goff, Ian McCulloch, Ross Evan, Demetrius Kologerakis, and this man with the most Dutch-sounding surname imaginable, Neuenhausen. Solid. All the vowels. Good luck to you. Jack Evans, and then obviously Christos Papakostas as well. Are they all quite... He's the youngest of the bunch. Jack Evans at Melbourne City, naturally. For the league title on the bottom. There is a lot you can do with it. Believe me. PSG beat Monaco straight off the bat. Yeah, so FM doesn't like number 128 as a number in general. Oh yeah, Deji got sent off in the last league game, didn't he? Right, so Stoyan is not playing on the right. I like that, though. Barnetche, Nagalo, Jordan... No. We've learned our lesson there. It will be... will the Straub be pissed at me, though? That is the question. Also, where is the Straub? He can't have fallen off that far, can he? My God, he has. I think it's a real sign, actually. Velasquez and Alec Chowie. Stoyan will not play on the right. Oh, he might have to play on the right today because Shaz... Oh, no, we got options, haven't we? The first two players are suspended. Sorry, are injured. But we do have Shehu. That being said, for today, it might actually make more sense to play Stoyan there for the time. Anderson's what? It would be bad because Anderson can't play as a wing back and Ruggieri can't play as a left mid. But... Oh, yeah, I want to get a couple of matches in if we could. Oh, thank you, man. That's very kind. We try to keep things interesting. I should, but the thing is, there isn't really an obvious replacement for him other than Machego. And this is quite an important game. I think you're right. Strawberry's exactly as good as he was before, but everybody else has actually been getting better in the meantime. So it makes him look worse by comparison. Oh, Binder has to be on the bench. Chastity's no point in coming on. Jordan needs to be on the bench as well, probably instead of Ricardo Evans. My bad. I'll bring Lorente onto the bench too instead of Alexandre. So we got options there. This team feels fun. Like it's got talent in it. That left-hand side, I think, should chef. What would be the best case scenario today, really, would be Barnetche just scores a hat-trick. Shehu too. Yeah, actually true, because we wouldn't have an option. The problem is for who? I guess really it would be Uwalabe, because... Actually, no. Deng's probably the one that would sit out, because Uwalabe could at least sort of cover both roles. Kind of. But yeah, we do need someone on the bench to replace the right back, just in case things go wrong. Numantia save. It depends what type of save you're into, right? Because everyone has different desires out of... Chat, it is with great pleasure that I bring you the news that they're playing William Mwamba up front. Bear in mind, this was our right back last season. Sure. See, I see their pre-season's gone well. We sold him our right back and they're playing him as a striker. Which I guess technically he can do with his 3 finishing. Is this going to be like that time in Belgium when my assistant was training our left back to be an advanced playmaker and we never really understood why, and it turns out he was right all along? Mwamba's 100% going to score. What do you reckon? Mwamba assisted by Briasco, the 2 players we sold to them. They've got a guy in the back line called Ale, who is suspicious because I'm pretty certain he was a youth player at Tenerife. Nope, different guy. That's exactly what I was thinking, comrade. Yeah, it's a different Ale. Okay. What could possibly go wrong here? I'm really curious to see what Dennis the Menace looks like on the left-hand side. Him and Ruggieri should be able to chef. It's actually, I didn't think we'd be able to get him, Stoyan, and Ruggieri on the pitch at the same time. But there you go. He's already aggressive. I like it. We did badly enough last season that we're going to get lots of these I owe you revenge type of situations. Like, Tristan is coming into the season, not injured, with actual match sharpness to his name. This is the year. I'm telling you, I reckon Barnetche bangs us 20 goals this season. I said that last time I realised, well, it was 16, I think I said, but either way, I feel like this is the year that he steps up. Okay, we're already losing, cool. Not the best start there. Is there other striker number 2? God, they are really just throwing everything at the wall at this point. A guy we know is a fullback playing up front for them, and a guy who's wearing the number of a fullback. Right. So their other guy is this guy, Audrey Klein, who is actually another right back. Chat, they're paying 2 right backs up front. A £20 million right back. Ah, yes. So they've basically just signed 2 right backs and put them both up front. They are... Do you ever get the feeling that you're just behind the curve on something? This is where all the right backs have gone, yeah. It turns out they were actually much crazier than me, right? Ruggieri, on his debut. The keeper might also be a right back, let's be honest. Oh, go on. Stoyan! Oh, good effort from him. Is their right back actually a right back? Well, that's funny you say that because he may well be a striker. Let's have a look. Their actual right back is Musa Fortuno, who is... He is a right back, I guess. He's actually a very good right back, to be fair. That was a good chance for us, too. We really should have done better with that. Oh, go on, drop it around the side. Go on, Straubs. Oh, that's a great save. That guy's really more of a winger. Reset on January 1st. No. The view page only resets... It doesn't reset at all. The view page basically will stay up to date for whatever players have been scouted using Team Report Scouting within the last 30 days, because that's how long a Team Report Scout lasts until it just disappears and you no longer have the knowledge. So there's no like reset dates or anything like that. It just stays. But it will have different players on it each time you look. If you go to a different day, there'll be slightly different players because some of them will go off the end of the list and some of them will be new from the list from the most recent reports. We're a bit unlucky to be behind here. To be honest, we've actually played quite well in this first half. Nagalo and Barnecci are both frustrated, which is terrifying. Strawberry's actually done really well. Okay, here we go. Straight off the kickoff. We're going to build up to something. I think, importantly, Barnecci needs to get a goal early this season. He needs to be he needs to hit the ground running this year. Get a couple in the first few matches of the season and not be like coming into November with like 1 goal or something. That was the biggest problem. It took him so long to score that first goal and he didn't really kick on until right at the very end of the year. My goodness, they're going to try and kill him. Oh, well played. Oh, no. Bauer nearly had something going for us there. I don't let him fire that through that gap because there's a giant gap and now they found it. It's Mwamba. And, hey! That's what you get. Reese Against, thank you for the 14 months as well. That's what happens when you put a right back with 3 finishing up front. You get what you deserve. That's what happens. That was a very classic Mwamba moment. Usually he was doing it at the other end. Yeah, that guy should really be a right back if he's shooting like that. Right, here we go. Let's try again. Pop it through. Oh my god, lads. Could we, like, chill? Their other right back is now through on goal, right? Come on. Oh, he should have... Velasquez had to win that ball. Oh, Christ. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Fucking hell, man. That's kind of on Velasquez. Like, why on earth? Just win the ball there. Just take the ball. It's literally right by your feet. Great defending to allow their right back to score. Ah, Jesus Christ. It's not great, is it? Maybe we should have been playing him up front the entire time. Perhaps he was right and we were the knobs. Ah. Great start to the new year. I guess we're away from home. Something. Cope. Right. Jordan. Actually, no, I'm going to get Binder on. Fuck it. He's the future. Kilaza's not been great today, to be fair. We'll get Osagi on. And that honestly might be it for the time being. But thanks
for the 7 months. Thanks for the great content.
I wouldn't say great. I mean, we've just had our former right back score against us. So there's that, I guess. Might leave it at that, honestly.
It's good.
Get Stoyan on top. That could be the play. Honestly, that could be the play. Folks, thank you very much for the follow.
Depressing.
Yeah, I don't think we've really offered anything in the second half at all. They have actually moved him to right back now. They've just brought on an actual striker and moved Mohamed to right back just to really spite me. Fuck, I'll just put it on attacking for the final 10 minutes. We've just had nothing happen in the second half for us at all. We had those good chances in the first half, but it's just kind of shat the bed a little bit since then. And now he's given everything... Ooh, has he got low stamina? Fuck it. On the list. Well, I thought they were going to be on my happy list at one point. Yeah, in the end, this has actually turned out quite badly. For whatever reason, in the second half especially, we just flatlined. and offered 0 opportunities. When in the first half, we were kind of sticking with them and looking quite decent. But that second goal goes in and it's just killed us. Ooh. Well, it is FM, right? It wouldn't be Football Manager if the right back I had just sold to them didn't play against us in the very next game that was possible, play up front for them, then score and move to right back afterwards. Yeah, he won't play another game for them. Or he'll be the league's top scorer. Did he ever score? I don't think he's ever scored a goal for us. Or I don't think he did. Let's have a look. Oh no, he actually did have... He had 11 goals? So I think he may have played some time at right wing earlier in his career before we joined the club, because this was when we joined. So yeah, he played 45 league games for us and never got a single goal. In fact, that was his first goal in like 5 years. Excellent news. A fine start to the team if ever I've seen one. Post-match interview. I imagine it involved a lot of expletives and just flipping people off randomly. Try storing up front at this point. Can't go any worse. Not sure why we've been doing press conferences again now. On the wing. I wonder if it's more just to do with the fact that first game of the season could have been where that Nolt set up. I'm not particularly concerned. Like, we could always try Ruggieri there when if it is to do with Anderson for whatever reason, then we could. But Anderson actually seemed to be okay, right? Norwich did offer for Simon. Who? 8 million quid. Yeah, it's such a small sample size. It was a weird game, to be fair. Why are teams actually bidding for Isla Labiba? I don't really want to loan out Diogo Llorente just in case. Yeah, he'll play right back for every other game this season until the second game against us. At which point he'll revert back to being the striker of all people's dreams. Oh, we got a midweek game in France. 2 people on international duty. Oh, don't tell me there's some more AFCON under 6 qualifiers that we need to worry about here. I'm hoping it's like some genuine youth tournament stuff that won't matter to us. Like Vincent Champion maybe will get called up. I don't know who the Nantes manager is right now. Oh, it's Thierry Henry. I suddenly feel less bad. Well, I don't, but like, we're still winning in the under-19 stuff. Okay, so that's good. Birkikara, go on, Birkikara. Show me a Maltese legend. Never mind. We tried. Actually, I don't think our B teams even started playing it, have they? There's been one game played. Oh, they have played. They actually won as well, which is good signs. And Donkey Diarra scored in it. Love to see it. If anyone knows about a good striker, it's Thierry Henry, in fairness. Oh, God, they've won as well. And to be fair, our expectations this year are just avoid relegation. So I think we'll be actually fine as far as job security because, I mean, unless we do really poorly. But I think our squad is just generally better than last season. And the way we're set up, I'm pleased with. Although a beating Ran in our next game would be very, very nice. And kind of necessary, particularly as we're not going to win the game after that because that's PSG. We don't really want to be... Like, say we were to lose the next game and not score a goal. We could be 3 for 3 with no goals scored at the start of the first... It's not the greatest start. And you know how important morale is. But I think we'll be fine as long as we play well against Ran. That's what we need more than anything else. And we still have plenty of money for the remainder of the transfer window to strengthen things a little bit further in that, if needs be. Didn't you guys spend 40 million on him like a year ago? So Napoli last summer bought Cole Pineda for £30 million, and now they're about to sell him to Bayern for half that in a year. Gee, how have Napoli got no money? I will never figure it out. Except they do have loads of money, but this kind of play is bizarre. So yeah, he's actually at Krasnodar now. Gotta clean the money through Cole. Maybe they'll get Coleslaw Greg next. So there he is. He's been... Wow, he loves playing 27 games for clubs. Look. Legia, 27 matches. Lech, 27 matches. Ferencváros, 27 matches. He just gets to that stage and he's just like, I'm done. Wow, he's been all over the shop. Bit of Poland, bit of Exeter City, bit of Motherwell. Hey, love to see it. That's great business from Lech Poznan, actually. Picking him up on a free there. And then immediately flipping him in the following year for 2.3 million quid. And then Udinese did even better out of it. 6.25 million. Then they lose him to free. Back to Russia. But there he is. Michal Rosiak. We'll do the round game today as well, because why the hell not? You'd have expected to see at least like a random loan spell at Watford in there or something, right? With Z announcing his signing. Well, that's what I was thinking. And maybe they were further up the league at that point. I don't think they were, though. Because I feel like they would have sort of been on my radar if they were. In the same way that Modena were. I love how it hasn't even told us which of these players have been called up, which does suggest that they're not first-team squad players. They're probably youth guys from the under-19 team. Or, more likely, I've just missed the news article. Just like the previous time. And there were no negative consequences from that whatsoever, and I will not hear about it. Yeah, I don't know what Lampard really got up to in this save. Gerrard was certainly a busy boy. In fact, he's probably still doing well. He's very lucky he was there, yeah. To be fair, he was in Germany over the weekend, though, because he was doing that charity match, wasn't he? Midtjylland in for Alvarado. No, I'm trying to sell you. Although, actually... Nah, we'll sell you. Deng. Do I let Deng go for a loan for a year? Just to get a bit of lovely dev time. I might, actually. I don't think we truly need him, and I think he'll just kick off. Oh, Christ. Off. Bad news, chat. Our third right-back is now injured. Luckily, our second right-back has now come back. And I'm excited about him as well. I think he could be a real... The thing I like about him is he's defensively immense. Oh, look at that value. He's defensively immense. Whereas Shazly's better going forward, I feel like Habila is good for defending a lead. They don't have any... They've only got strikers, Jinjo. No right-backs allowed, only strikers. We're doing strikerless, they're doing right-backless. It does seem that, like, with Napoli spending this amount of money, everyone's just rich around them because they're just selling them everything. I would have been surprised if Napoli have spent even more money. What was it? They spent 60 million when we looked, but they'd only signed 2 players. And there's plenty of window left for Napoli to do Napoli things. Yeah, they're still only at 2 players right now, but they have still spent 60 million. They've managed to claw a little bit back by selling a guy called Antonio Silva to City for 30 million. So they're getting there, sort of. Not really. Napoli in debt FC. Oh, City are in for Pineda now. Oh, if they somehow make a profit out of this, wait, they sign him permanently? 6 million quid for Kenneth Ogbonna is actually really good business. Tenerife, what are you doing? Bear in mind, Tenerife are in the Champions League this year as well. Because they came, I think, 4th, or it might have even been 3rd, actually, in La Liga last year. So clearly whatever they're doing with the squad that we assembled for them, plus a few extra guys, has chefed for them nicely. They're just sort of trying to get rid of a few players, and that's kind of benefited us, because I'm amazed they let us have Nagalo as cheaply as they did. But the fact that he's not gained that much value... I mean, has he got any more value now? It's a little bit higher. We'll see. One of us is going to look really smart, and it could be me or it could be them. Not decided yet. Right, I guess we go same lineup, right? Although I think someone's going to be missing this time, right? Yeah, because Shehu's now injured. This could be a chance to start... Oh. Shazzy's not back fit again yet. Maybe we get Habida on the bench. Get him on first story if things aren't working out so well. I think he's good for the time being. Even if his resale value is maybe at most just a case of we could maybe get what out. Maybe we could get out what we put in terms of money. Breaking even is usually okay on players like that. Deji is back, but Conan is in theory better than him in that role. But I guess we could put Deji on the bench instead of Traore, because Traore is just not really a player I'm concerned about keeping around the squad. This will also allow Deji to develop at a nice slower rate, I think, rather than being thrown into the first team constantly. Love for the game. Yeah. Bear in mind, though, the DLP guy doesn't actually play as a defensive midfielder, so he wouldn't have been ready to play in this game anyway because he would have had no knowledge of the role and he'd have been punished like crazy. Role familiarity is still massively important. I was rewatching some of Max Test's videos when I was trying to find out about the big matches attribute, and he had a section there about role familiarity and positional familiarity, and it is huge. I didn't even realize it was as bad as... I always say a hole, they'll get punished for that. It's if they've got like 1 familiarity for the role, it will... say you did a match where all players had 1 familiarity rather than 20 for the roles they were playing in, you would lose that match 88% of the time compared to 50-50. So it's a massive... Obviously, that's with an entire team, but you can see how important it actually really is. Nagalo was 5.5 up front, rising to 7, which is a lot for us, but still less than we spent on Swiston. Bauer's kind of dropped off a little bit there. I think same lineup. Hoping they set that. I want to see more out of them in this game. I also want to see you guys not be playing a right back at striker. These are my terms. Okay. apprehensive. That's the one thing about Nagalo is I find before most games he's upset about something to do with the opponent. Yeah, I mean, if he turns out to be an excellent player off that right that can play through the middle if we need him to, then he's 100% worth it, provided we look good with him in the team. Really, I'm still waiting for my investment in Swiston to come to fruition. But the longer time goes along, the less I'm... I think I saw what I wanted out of him towards the end of last year in those last few games. We need to get him to recapture that. I think if he can do that, then it'll be fine. Because that player that got, like, I think 4 in his last 7, that's the kind of player we're looking for in that position. Like, they're never going to be uber prolific just because there's so many more goals throughout the team in this type of system. But, oh dear. But I want to get him to the point where he can get us, like, 20 goals a season and then the other guys are contributing with 15, 20 each as well. I don't think we're ever going to have, like, a 30-goal scorer from this position. Although, it's Bauer! Beautiful. Herbert Bauer, what a guy. Has he even reached it? No, he got 5 in total last year. It's 1-0 to Sochaux, though, inside the first minute, and Mr. Bauer again. No matter what happens, we can always rely on Herbert. This, though, is an unbelievably good pass from Conan, though. Just holds the ball, drops it around the side. Also, outside of his right foot from Bauer. That's just cheeky. If there's one guy we can really rely on in this team over anybody else, it's Bauer. I don't think he's ever really let us down. We'll get like a red card now from him. I wonder if he gets that, the PPM of the beats offside trap thing. It could be, oh, good. Look at the space. Oh, they should have scored there. But I do think that Barnetche is much better at link-up play than some of the other players we've had in that position, which is why I think he gets okay ratings a lot of the time, even these, especially lately. Anderson's on a 6.8, though, so that's good signs. Like, it feels like he's settling in a little bit more. Maybe it's just a case of tactical familiarity matters a little bit. Swing of the back post. It's 2. Mohamed El Akchawi, and Stoyan's got an assist. That'll be good, because his rating will need that. 2-0 up now. Okay. Also, a set-piece goal. We don't do that very often. That's... makes me feel a bit better. Strawberry's got a bit of rating too. We're 2-0 up. El Akchawi's finally won a header. Velasquez is unlikely to do much of that in his career. But then again, he's 6 foot tall now, and he does have 14 jumping reach. This is much better. Now, I don't know how good or bad Ron actually are, but... given how poor at times we were against Nantes, it's nice to see us at home here just sort of step on it a little bit. What would be really encouraging if we actually got like a few goals in this game and started to really cook off. And Nagala with a... oh, spin it across for Swiston. It's a goal. Or is it going to be offside? No, it's not. It's 3-0. Swiston Barnetche. Well, a player that's playing well is, in theory, you'd like to think develop faster. That is... look at this little spin from Nagalo. And then the defender just slides it across for Swiston. But he's still got to get it through the gap. Sometimes you just need to go one to going off your ass. And he's got it. Also, this little spin move from Nagalo was absolutely wild. And then he just sort of doesn't run for some reason. But hey, Swiston scored. We're 3-0 up. 7 shots on target in the first half an hour. He's got his goal. This is where he starts to pop off now. Lyon are already 4-0 down against Paris Saint-Germain as well. Much, much better. Maybe that first game was just a complete blip. Maybe it was something about the way that Nantes set it up. Maybe that 4-4-2 is just a bit weird against us. Yeah, it's too dizzy after the spin. True. What you couldn't see is off the ball, he actually had like a broom handle and he was just doing like this. Okay. Has it stopped raining yet? Nope. Amazing. You say struggling, but he's still actually on a 7. So he's not being completely shat on by the ratings in the game, which is a good sign. But he is looking a bit worse for wear in terms of his fitness, I think. Perhaps that's match shot. Oh, he's got a match shot. I think that might be an injury, actually, more than anything else. Ability chef now. I don't know. I just feel like, given the time, and if he could stay fit, he needs to get a run of games more than anything else. I'm going to bring on I know we get punished for this, but I'm going to bring him in there, move Stoyan across, and then bring on Habila, now that we're winning. It will take him a little while, I think, but I'm pleased with what I've seen so far. Nagalo's not been amazing today. I bet he did do okay for the goal. And Stoyan's a bit tired, but actually... I'm not sure who that is, Gegs, but I'm not sure this is the right forum. Oh, Binder. Actually, we'll do Binder. This is the perfect time for someone like Binder. Rather than Jordan. 6-0, by the way, to PSG. He'll be a generational old man, though. He'll be shoving Werther's originals in his gob like no one you've ever seen before. The PA stands for Grandpa. There we go. Right. Like at this point, I just figured it's a chance to give some guys some football, get some good legs on the pitch, development opportunities for people, save some legs for the PSG game because we don't want to get absolutely ridden by them at the weekend. I mean, we will anyway, probably, but plus I just want to see what Binder looks like in the match engine. Oh, come on, Tristan, he's through. Slide him in. Boneche, come on. If he finishes this, oh, now we're talking. That was more like it. It's 2 goals for Swiston Barnetche. The first time he scored more than 1 goal in a game in a Sochaux shirt. That was nice. I love the run he made. Osagi's little dribble here was great because it allowed the space for him. Lovely ball. Good touch out of his feet. On his left. Bang. 2-0. That was better. That's Swiston cooking right there. Indocool, thank you for the follow. What do you reckon? A hat-trick before the end of the match? That was very Oriola, actually. 4-0 as well, which is really tasty. That's what I want to see more of. I think, weirdly, the best thing about that play was obviously Twiston doing his bits, but it was the way that Osagi took that ball and drove towards the defenders, because surely that's offside. Because he drew them towards him, they then couldn't go with the runner, and then once he'd gone past there, that was an easy pass. I'm glad he made the pass as well. I thought he was going to take that extra touch. That's one of the downsides of the high dribbling approach in this tactic, is sometimes they do hang on to the ball a little bit longer than you'd hope for. That was very, very bad defending from us. I'm glad he was offside there, old Conor Bernard, but we've got to be a bit more cognizant of that. Today we're finishing literally around about now, actually, because that way we can do transfer windows. Oh, sorry, finish off the transfer window properly on Tuesday, and but I say finish off the transfer window. Basically, I mean deadline day. Then again, like, it's Sunday. There's no real sport on right now. It's not like we're getting off for an F1 race or a bit of cricket. No football, no motor vehicles. We could go till 3. Well, Sunday's usually a day where there's lots of stuff going on, but when it's in, like, yeah, it's pissing it down outside. I might as well. I do need to put some washing away. The big city. Pog's not back from work just yet. Did just open beer. No, I should not do that. I've got to go run tomorrow morning. Oh, hang on. Yeah, he's always been considered a wonder kid, right? That's true. I did have to abandon you on Thursday, and I will be abandoning you again next Sunday. We squeeze you the washing. Oh no, don't worry. The washing's in the washing machine. I just needed to put it. I need to put it in like our dryer thingy because it ain't going to be drying out there today. But it is my running kit, so I need to get it sorted. Adami's going out on loan. God, it's so hot in this room still. It's up to 26 in here now. I'll probably stay here up in the window. No, I can't. They'll hear me. See you later, Jinder. Let's play well. I probably should have done, actually, shouldn't I? He needs to know that he's supported and loved. Where's he gone? There we go. Amazing. Like, he got some XG in that game and took it. On a pure attribute standpoint, he is an excellent footballer. Like, excellent footballer. We ended up in 12th place in the end. We had quite a good run towards the end of the season. So, obviously losing the last game to Lille was a bit annoying, particularly as Deji got sent off. But we won these 2 games here against Paris FC and Lyon. It just kind of got us over the line. Like, we were never any real danger in the end. Once we got ourselves pulled up far enough away from the drop zone, things were fine. And we were able to be quite stable there, and we were able to, like, test some stuff out. But I still don't know who these 2 players that are in international duty actually are either, which is wild to me. Juve have just sold a guy to Villa called Ross Edwards for £53 million. And Middlesbrough have just signed a guy for £58 million. Percy Rivera. Okay. Who gave Middlesbrough that amount of money, by the way? Champions League. My hope this season, like, if I'm being... I think we're a good enough team to be a top half side. The hell was that? A top half side. If things sit right. Way, there's the other Velázquez. But if we overperform a little bit and are able to make the right recruitment and the players develop in the right way, I think there's a chance that, given that it is, I think, 7 European places here, potentially 6. Okay. That might be more difficult. That could be because of cups. There's a chance that with a right run where you could maybe sneak into one of those European places. Maybe. Right, come on, Santiago. I want to go further in the Coupe de France this year. That last year was an absolute travesty. Do you know what? He's still very, very good, isn't he? But he is going to have to immediately start working on that role. Hang on. How are you already tired? You've only just got here. Defensive midfielder. The value is amazing, though, which is what we want. So I'll just get him working on that role for the time being, because he's so good. But we are going to need... He probably played for junior midweek, actually. Yeah, the value is there, which is good. That's the thing. Yeah, literally, the first season, when we were a second tier side, we beat PSG in the cup. Last year, we get knocked out by a second tier... Oh, sorry, third tier side, yeah. So, there he is, Velasquez. Bang. And for the time being, that completes our non-EU guys. Now, there is the potential that should the window go a bit... He's the Strawberry replacement, which also means there's a chance that later in the window, Strawberry could actually be actively replaced, which is wild to say when you consider how good he was for us last year. But it means if we were to bring in another non-EU guy, if we find an absolute GOAT, Strawberry's the guy that's going. Just like Alvarado was before, which is crazy because he was so good last year, but he's just not... Oh, did I not click the language course? Shit. Strawberry's just kind of got left behind a little bit. His development hasn't really been at the same level as a lot of his peers, including, of course, Mr. Shasley. But that's okay. Even if Strawberry's only like a 1.5 season wonder for us, that's fine. A bit like the original guy. Buy someone from Genk. Well, at that point, we might as well just not do the loan, right? Save the money both sides of things. Oh, speaking of saving money, that's the best news. I'm amazed that's even happened. So buying about that, I can't believe he's gone for that. Over 7 million. Oh, maybe. I might just cancel it anyway, honestly. Alvarado's going to go to Spartak Varna for 4.2 million. Just to clarify, this guy is being sold for more money than we paid for Dennis. Are we going to... How do they have that money? Good question. They have a budget of £21 million. What the hell? How have they done that? It sure as shit ain't through player sales. Have they got a tycoon? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Okay, intriguing. Spartak Varna have a tycoon in the Bulgarian league. Justin Appel has taken over. Now that is fun, and that's brand new. That's from May this year. Oh, you're an interesting team. Well, how much money? I mean, they've got 26 million in the bank. When you look at other teams in this division, that's quite a lot of money. Even the big boys don't have more than... Yeah, Ludogorets have only got 10 million. That's very exciting. They had a £20 million transfer budget in Bulgaria. They might become very fun. Particularly as, let's bear in mind, they've been 13th in this division for the last 2 seasons and have pretty much avoided relegation by the skin of their ballsack. They'll be a fun one to keep an eye on. 100%. We'll decline that for the time being. We could actually. I was trying to think of the best way to like... Hang on. How much was he on? Oh, that's the wrong one. One sec. I've gone the long way around, I realise. There they are. Spartak Varna. £53,000 a week for Yesid Hernandez. Holy shit. Okay, yeah, let me just get those guys in there. So who is this guy? Is he actually any good? Okay. So not only are they rich, but they're also immensely stupid. They gave this guy 53 grand a week. Like, he's a good player, but he's not £53,000 a week good, is he? Oh, he'll absolutely chef it. Well, actually, I say that. He's on a 6.4 after 5 games. Man is struggling to come to grips with the Bulgarian top flight. They will be very interesting to keep an eye on in the coming years, provided their tycoon sticks around a little bit. He looks like he's a tycoon with a bit of cash about him as well. I swear we now have more money than we started stream with, despite the fact we've been buying. So we did that. That's a song request. Nothing. Well, clearly. Right. Get rid of all you lot. Yes, Stoyan would be great there, which is why he will not be allowed to know that they exist. Those are guys that didn't quite make the cut. Oh, there's Nontoneros. God, he's been around for ages. Lots of players that are not quite good enough for us. God, makes my life so much easier just being able to get rid of these guys straight off the bat. Gives us less players to work with because we know there'll be another round of them coming through next week anyway. We've got Macaulay Hurley. Okay, that's a good name. Macaulay Hurley. Wait, 5.6 million. I mean, his wages would be the issue, wouldn't he? And we just don't need him right now. God, if he had... Oh, good name, though. Yeah, £40,000 a week is a lot. Anthony at Villa. He's worth a fortune. Oh, that's Gil. FRT, true. That's true. Spartak Varna will be in for him. Thing is, even if he's FRT, he'll still want stupid money because Premier League. And it's just like, by the time that he'll be like 27, he'll want probably sometimes even more money. And I don't think he's worth breaking the bank for. Why? Oh, that guy was already on the list, wasn't he? Wow. Young guy, Vatka Innisbrook. Tom Crack, thank you for the follow. Omar Ortiz, he's staying. That guy is actually keeping his potential. Surprisingly. There's a few more options in here. And there's really only these guys. I mean, the two Romanians, Georgiou, winger, not bad. Very high competitive streak, though. He would be a nightmare. Anita. And then just Gil again. Gil is very good. That being said, 12 jumping reach at 6'1" is actually kind of disappointing. When you consider that Art Velasquez, who's only just become 6 foot, has got 14 jumping reach. I could totally see him getting a 15, 16 potentially over the course of his career if he carries on training for it. But you're getting international caps? Jesus. All right, Olivier. Go off, sis. Wait. Oh, no, I see. He's not getting international caps, but he is in the Cameroon squad. He's one appearance away from making all that money when, in fact, he has 0 appearances. Terrific. Oh. I'm not sure what that even means, Silky, my friend. It sounds like someone's trying to type in the TikTok search bar and has mistakenly put it in my Twitch chat. Happens to the best of us. Let's do that. It is indeed one of the sentences of all time. I do like having just this whack of change around that if we do find a player like this is one of the benefits of having just a randomly large transfer budget like this that we can just carry around with us, because it means if we do just stumble across a dude that's like a little bit out of our price range normally, but you just think this guy's going to be him, we can just go, actually, I'll have that. Kind of like what we do with Swiston, really. We really should not have been spending that kind of money on him at that time. And it remains to be seen if it was the right decision. But the 2 goals he got against Rahn, especially the second one. The first one was just luck. He was in the right place, though. But the second one was much more of what I want out of that role. It's the sort of things we used to see back in the day with Oriola, especially Oriola. I feel like he's the guy that I'm comparing all other men to. I guess Dosso kind of did it quite well as well. Well, Liverpool also wanted that crazy good Swedish winger that we were after as well. And they were right by him. PSG are going to absolutely not. Was it 6-0 they beat Lyon in the end, or did they get more goals? Well, Lille probably not going to win the league this year, are they? Let's be honest. Never going to do it twice in a row. Yeah, Liverpool definitely did take all of those players, didn't they? Oh yeah, if we find a guy like a Natty Cap dude that we're looking at who's got Liverpool interest, I'm in. And let's not forget, like, Swiston was already getting Swiss caps at 18. Weirdly, I don't think he's actually got any since he moved here, and I don't really think I can blame Switzerland for that because his performances haven't been amazing. But he's technically on right now for a goal a game. And I know we've only played 2 games, and one of them he was absolute bobbins in, but still. Just getting a couple of under their belt there. Leeds United are in for a loan bid for Inter's bare-arsed. The more you know. Bobby, that's damn right, exactly. Benfica have just slapped £7 million on the table for the Myanmar guy from New York City FC. That's just fun news. I'm pleased to hear it. Hey, we've managed to sell a few more season tickets. Renato Martinez has just scored another hat-trick. He's just a hat-trick machine, isn't he? Right, this might be a case where we have to start Ruggieri in that role. And I realise the punishment's there, but it's PSG in it. And then that means Stoyan can play in his actual position. Christ. Actually, Habila in this kind of game probably isn't the worst leader in the world. We could do with someone that can actually defend in a game like this. Shazzy's still not ready again yet. 5 days. Benfica are doing some fun stuff there too. Although part of that could be the reason that they didn't win the league last year in Portugal. Do I just start... Hang on, where's my new boy? Where's Velasquez? He's got to be on the bench here too. I'm trying to think for who. Probably for... might even be Jordan. If I'm bringing Binder in all the time, do I even need Jordan on the bench? Velasquez can't actually play because he's tired as hell anyway. What, you reckon we just try Velasquez in there instead of Straubs? For the vibes. Oh, shit. Did I send him on the language course? No, I didn't. Right, thank you. Sorry. I know someone reminded me to do that and I just didn't do it anyway. Okay. This is going to be a disaster. And in a way, given that we're prepared for that, they can't hurt us. Living on a free? No. Jordan is on loan now. We sold him to Inter for £3.7 million, but they offered him back to us for a year for free. So we decided to just sell him to them, get the money, and also get him for the rest of his contract here, essentially, anyway. Cheer. Thank you very much, Jamal Lowe. But as a result of Binder coming back from his loan spell, I've been more inclined to use him off the bench this year instead, because he's our player, and long term, I feel like he's the guy that I want to replace Bauer with. Although Bauer's still only 26 and does be having a habit of just popping up and doing bits for us. We are at home. There is the off chance that given they're at home, we might be able to pull off something magical, but I think we'll just get punished too much because of Ruggieri. And obviously Velasquez. And that's Velasquez with the S, since we now have Zeddy Velasquez and Essie Velasquez in the same team. Which in a way I actually kind of like. Literally differentiate between them. Not just because they play in different positions and have different facial structures. Actually, one of them has very, very different hair to the other, in fairness. And I think they're from different countries too. Jamal's, they bought him for just under £4 million, yeah. And that was all up front as well, if I recall. It was just his release clause, basically, they paid. But then offered him back as part of the loan anyway. Or sorry, as part of the deal. They were actually being quite nice. We just do not have the ability to deal with stuff like that. 1-0 PSG. They're going to win the league by absolute miles. We know that. We're not going to measure ourselves by how well we play against Paris Saint-Germain this season, especially in a game like today. I'm sort of looking at this as an opportunity to... Yeah, John McKenzie, I think, is still the most expensive player in the history of this save. I believe. I think he's even more expensive in terms of all the extra stuff on his contract than Ncube. It does seem like the type of game that Stoyan would get sent off in, true. I mean, he's already got a little red sad face. If that tells you anything. Oh, go on, Stoyan. Maybe he could actually create... Oh, he's found Ruggieri. Velasquez, go on, turn and shoot, maybe. Oh! Santiago Velasquez, the pride of Colombia. Sochaux 1. Paris Saint-Germain 1. Saint-Germain 1? Beautiful. Oh, that was good from Ruggieri. Actually, it was more good from Stoyan. Look at this. Out of his feet, little shimmy to the side, bends it around the defender. Rudiez is not getting anywhere near that, and Velasquez has scored on his debut from DLP. Hey, no matter what happens now, he's probably going to get a good rating in this game. Brilliant. In Hotepej, immediate concession. Oh. Okay. Barnecci's on a 6.9 in this game as well. I think that's worth pointing out. That he's actually having a really good game up front for us, despite the fact we're playing Paris Saint-Germain. I wonder if Velasquez... Oh, dearie me. This is all going to be Bauer's fault, isn't it? Oh, nice. I just wonder if Velasquez's pure passing and vision ability is going to just allow him to be good even before he's got the role, because he's got such good passing and vision that he's just going to find people. It's not good news for the Strawberry. He might be going out of date. That's what I can say. That's a lot of yellow cards too. I do still want to try and find, I think one of the things I wouldn't mind trying to find before the next stream would be, sorry, not before next stream, during next stream, would be that DM dude. Because right now we're still just playing a 27-year-old in there, and there's really nobody coming through that I'm like, this is him. Oh my goodness, what goalkeeping. We're very unfortunate. Sorry, we're very fortunate here to be involved in this game at all at the moment, because PSG have been so much better than us. Surely not. What do you reckon? Right on half-time, we get a 2-1. Habila to Nagalo. Velasquez. Oh, surely what? Go on, Bow. Spin it. No. I thought Velasquez was going to get another one. What a play. Oh! Oh! That can't be onside. There's no way that's onside. Oh my god, it's a goal. It's 2-1. Barnett scored another one. Look at this for vision from Velasquez. This little first time pass from Velasquez here is filth. And then Nagalo just pops here on the side. Barnetche's in there. 2-1. 3 goals in 2 games for Barnetche. But not only is he here, right? Look at this vision from Velasquez there. The little pop around the side. That's the 18 passing coming into play. Oh my goodness. He is going to be incredible. We are so fortunate. He's going to be insane. Good God. And the fact that Barnetche's like, he's got that one chance and he's just taking it immediately. That's amazing. That's the new Velasquez. Yes. Santiago Velasquez of Colombia fame, who can't even really play the role he's operating in right now, but today he has looked exceptionally good because I think he's just got raw attributes. And if we could find a really, really strong DM to play next to him, it will free him up a little bit. Yeah, imagine if when he can play it, speak French, and have a really useful player next to him that can actually like defend for him. Like, we'll probably still lose this game, but it's the fact that we're so involved in it that's what's mattering the most. Right, come on. Ruggieri. That's really unfortunate. We've still got it here. I tell you what, Nagalo. He's through. Nagalo's through. It's 3-1. Abdoulaye Nagalo makes it Sochaux 3, Paris Saint-Germain 1. The boys are back in town, baby. How many players miss this? Like, Barnetche gets a toe in there, then Bauer gets pushed over by Yusuf. This great first touch from Nagalo. He can't touch him at that point, and what a finish that is. Cross the defender, bang. Yeah, and getting Nagalo permanent, even if his value isn't ever going to be anything to write home about, he's been exceptional. God, we just actually look... I mean, we're not creating a great deal, but we're taking the chances when we're getting them today. We're getting a bit fortunate, but hey, that's okay. Barnetche now. Pulls it back. Stoyan. It's got options in the box. One of them is obviously not Barnetche. But wait a minute. Could be now. Bauer! Oh my god, it should have been 4. Can we talk about the fact that Troyes have had 3 red cards? City Group are getting mardy. Amazing. PSG... I literally just was about to go, PSG are losing, then I remembered it's to us. He could have dropped that back to Tristan, yeah. And that would have been a tap-in for him. Right, okay, 20 minutes to go. Subby time. Bauer off. Binder in. Conan's been struggling, but that's okay. We've got Deji. There's a lot of tiredness knocking about here. But the straw, I just don't trust in this stage. Maybe Anderson, even though he's carrying a slight injury. Nagalo's excellent, but then Osaji off the bench. 4-3 Paris Saint-Germain incoming. I kind of want some more red cards for Troyes. See how far they can push it. I haven't seen a team in FM get 3 red cards for an AI team since that one in Ireland where they got 4. PSG have been quite open in this game, and it feels like we've been able to take advantage of it, which is what I want. It feels like even in games where we're not really heavily getting that many opportunities, when we get one, it feels like we now have the personnel in the place that can actually take the chance when they're there. Mostly because Barnetche's got 3 goals already this season. He got 5 in total last year, and he's got 3 in his first 3 this year. It's the dream. Oh, that's through. Oh, it's unlucky, but it's bounced back to the most expensive man on earth. If somehow we only drew this game, I wouldn't complain. Right. PSG are going to throw everything at us right now, but there's every chance we could still catch them on the break. Just because it's Football Manager. Stoyan is still grinning like a Cheshire cat in that position, remarkably. Just the Sochaux 3, Paris Saint-Germain 2. The game we thought was an absolute free hit has turned out to be a very important 3 points that Kilaza was Honestly, he was excellent in this game. I know he's only got a 6.9 rating because he conceded twice, but there's nothing you can do about that goal. Amazing. No, if we'd lost this game 4-1, I'd have been like, fair enough. And I'd have also been like, well, we expected that. John McKenzie's won man of the match. Incredible. It's nice to see us actually be capable of doing that. That makes up for it. Yeah. Playing a penalised Vlasic and a penalised Ruggieri. That's the other thing. Like, Ruggieri wasn't even competent in that role either. Yeah, McKenzie is probably one of the best players in the world. The fact that he didn't give that to our boy is a shame, but the passes that I was seeing out of Velasquez in that game are just things that we've not had a player in this save be able to do. His vision and passing there, not only was he seeing the opportunities, but he was executing it flawlessly. I don't think there's another player we've had in this save that's actually been one of our players that could have pulled off that pass for the second goal. It's crazy. Turns out it just was this guy all along. He was good in possession. Yeah, he was just really, really good all round. Obviously, we played like they created chances because they're PSG. But that's awesome. Really, really good news. And Cube. I don't even think at the time we had... Oh, hello. When we had Cube, I don't think at the time he would have been able to do that. No news on that one, Sean. I don't know if it's even happening at the moment or anymore at all. I really have no idea what's going on with it currently. Pog plays for Angers. Straub could well be sold this summer, honestly, because it would free... If we find another absolute goat who's non-EU, they are... Oh. I mean, I'm amazed it's taking you this long, but we'll happily sell you. Where is it? There we go. Then maybe that's what happened last time, in fairness. Don't look back in Angers. True. I really hope that Troyes are appalling this season. I mean, 3 red cards. They only lost 4-0 with 3 red cards, though, which makes me question what Marseille are up to, if they've somehow managed that. I mean, 6 points from our first. We're already 6 points above the drop zone. That's the start we needed. And now we have some slightly more winnable games against Paris FC and Lyon, who are really bad. Lyon especially. Yeah, Auxerre. Why did I mock them? Oh yeah, I mocked them because they stole one of our youth players and I got proper mardy about it. Party boy who can run as fast. Yeah, and he's... It'd be nice to find the archetype for that role, because we've had players that have done well in it, but never like looked goated. Until really Strawberry last season, ironically. Benito, oh my god. At 15, his attributes are absurd. Deng's off. Massimo Mercury is amazing as a name. Oh, Vinko Pajic. Wow. Oh, sure. My apologies. The buttons have been a bit sticky lately. I think Ben Yedder might have been sacked by them, potentially. That's interesting. Tenerife. Pajic has done well at Tenerife since we left, anyway. Unless they've maybe bought some new lads in this year to maximise their Champions League ability. So Renato Martin. Wait, hang on. I swear this was a guy that I looked at a couple of years ago. He's very good. And Dragan Bojovic from PSV Eindhoven. Jesus. Okay, Tenerife going all in. I respect it. Obviously, we've got to give Gen Z a new contract. He's earned it. He's just going to stare at me until I do anyway. I think Conan... His ratings so far haven't been special, but he has also played against Paris Saint-Germain, right? Make a mean-spirited TikTok if you know exactly. Cancelled by my own regen. MC Alger. Salvi. Yeah, these are just those other guys. I don't know if Ben Yedder's even... They fell off so hard that he might not even be there anymore. He is still there, but they... Remember they were a Champions League challenging side last season at various points. We finished literally, in the end, 5 points behind them and beat them going into the final few matches. They fell off hard. And I expect that they will continue to do so this season. So we've got a real opportunity here to go to Paris and win, having just hosted Paris and won. And then Lyon, who are also absolute... Yeah, they did lose their player. It was only like 5 years ago they lost their key player. It was, I can't remember who he was, but he was very good. I remember looking up... The reason I thought it was their current key player is because I was doing some scouting for the video, but I was using an older version of the save from like 5 years ago when we were at... no, not Serang. At Le Showinge. And he showed up there and I went, damn, he's really good. And then I convinced myself that he was still there. But it turns out he'd left years ago. I think it was like 4 years before. Improved contract. Why would you get an improved contract? You've got 3 years left on your current deal. That's weird. No, we haven't overhauled the coaching staff yet. It's one of those things that's just like, it's a priority, but it's not a top priority. It's just something I might even do off stream, honestly. 3.3k. I mean, depends what he wants more than anything else. Well, I'll just do that because I do like Deji as a player. In worst case scenario, I can just move him back to centre back again. Yeah, I think we do have an extra scout slot as well, which I really should sort, but... let's ask his agent. If he doesn't want stupid money, start the majority of matches. Brother, you're not going to start the majority of matches. You're a 20-year-old who... This is what I mean. That's like, you're not going to do that. Level of playing time is not realistic. Alright, well then... That's on you. He might sack his agent then. That's my hope. I'm not going to promise him start the majority of matches. Isn't that important player? He's certainly not that. I know he played towards the end of last season a good amount of games, but he's not going to be playing that much game time this year, and I'm certainly not going to give him a contract that says that. The wages I would have happily given him. Like, if he wanted those wages, he was more than welcome to it, but the playing time, I'm not promising that. Emergency backup. Probably. It's surplus to requirement. Let me just see if he did sack his agent because of that. No. Still got the same agent. But he better not fail the promise. Because I offered him a new contract. Well, I didn't. Yeah, regular starter. He's just not going to be a regular starter this year. Does fail the promise. Oh, well. It's annoying that you can't say, hey, I was going to offer you, but your demands were stupid. I guess what I could do is offer him a contract. And then offer him the terms I want, which is squad player. Why centre-back? You are a silly man. What I'll do is I'll do this. Remove that because you're not going to be a wide centre-back. He'll... Really? All right. But now it will fail because of that. And now he sacked his agent. That's what we wanted. But now when I should be able to go back in a core... It's annoying that I can't offer him straight away. Maybe I have to go a day? Usually you can... enter negotiations again with them once their agent's been sacked. Because it's actually their agent you've fallen out with, not the player. But I might have to actually go a day ahead just to see. End of the day, he wants a new contract. Yeah, here we go. Regular... Still regular starter. Mate, I'm not giving you regular starter. Alright, fine. That's on you. I like that. He sacks his agent for failing to do a deal and then comes back and argues with me means he wants the role. No, yeah, but I'm not going to give him the role. We don't use wide centre-backs in our tactic. If he doesn't want to stay here, that's up to him. But he hasn't even been playing as a centre-back, bro. He's been playing as a DM this entire time, which is why I find that even funnier. Like, he can't complain now. I offered him a contract. His agent balls it up. He then sacked his agent and then demanded the same terms. I like the fact that he was like, my agent's not got this. Let me just go in and offer the same thing and hope that they accept it this time. It's like, mate, that is not how it works. Like, if I have to sell you for £20 million to prove a point, I will. Wow. Oh, he's 29. But that being said, I kind of want to scout him anyway, just because I'm really curious about how he's still there. Oh, I reckon she did. I reckon she had the nicest tone. Maybe he's just a bit of a whopper. Right, what's new here? Ooh. Oh, he's at Lille. That's annoying. That would have been fun, an Armenian dude. A few more Colombians knocking about there. Already playing in Europe, though, which could be good or bad, actually, but... Is actually anyone in here at all? Oh, you were somewhere else before then? No. How on earth did I know? Why are you on my shortlist at all? Random Juve dude. Oh, where did he go? Costa Oriental Sada, East Coast of Sardinia. Well, at least we know where to find him. Are they now based in Brescia after they were also moved? I figured this was always a chance. I feel like we've looked at Nika Nikabadze a few times now. I don't mind him, but I do enjoy his name. Edwin Guzman is at Roma. Wow, he's really cheap for Roma. It's another left back, though. It's kind of crazy how, like, the mood can shift after that first game against Nantes. Well, what? Just to clarify, what? Squad depth in what area? Which position? It will randomly pick an area. So is it my best bet to just go on past the meeting? Or do I get no choice? Okay, let's just do it then. The goalkeeping department. Addition or two? Or two? We need an addition or two in the goalkeeping department. Kind of a point. They don't. They really don't have a point. We have like 4 goalkeepers. I don't want to make the promise about playing youth players because that doesn't work either. Yeah. Fuck it. We'll just do that. Like... Could I... No, I can't recall this loan, can I? Oh, yes I can. That'll do. Do you reckon that would actually fix it? Because this guy's actually really good. We've got Namani as well. He's a backup goalkeeper. It's really silly because I can't sign a goalkeeper who is a first team level goalkeeper because our first team goalkeeper is actually really good. And you can't really sign anyone of his level to be a backup because they won't accept that, right? Let's see what they actually say. 15 days. Wild. We may have to sign some guys. This is a quality keeper, which is absolute bollocks as well. Because our current goalkeeper, bear in mind, this is our current goalkeeper. 21 years old, Dr. Congo International, who's worth £35 million, and arguably is one of our better performers just in game time in general. Right. We'll figure it out. We'll just sign randos. Yes, that's what I find really annoying about player interactions, and if they haven't sorted this shit for FM26, then it'll be a pain in the arse, because it's a lot of these meetings where, hey, here's loads of buttons. They all do the same thing. This meeting is simply here to annoy you and to cause you to feel like you're being cheated by the game. It's like, just don't do that. Just have some kind of logic to these things. I'd understand, you know what, I'd actually understand any other position more than that. The goalkeeper one is so crazy. It's like depth of goalkeeper. Yeah, but we have a goalkeeper and we have a backup goalkeeper. You don't really have much more depth than that. Because it doesn't matter at that point. It is just meaningless fluff, isn't it? Yeah, it's so silly. Oh, God. Napoli are trying to sign Jose Garcia from Tenerife for £100 million. It's just what they do. No, they haven't. Monaco have won one and Lille won the league last season. Amazing. Napoli just doing Napoli things. I kind of hate the fact that they're taking Jose Garcia, though. Because he's absolutely flourished since we left. Honestly, that seems kind of cheap. That would bring them up to a nice round 150 million so far. I'll probably just sign a load of random goalies. As far as I know, Kilata has important player. And our backup goalkeeper has backup goalkeeper, which is what you'd want on your backup goalkeeper. If they're expecting me to have 2 goalkeepers that have more than backup... Like, if they're expecting me to have 2 goalkeepers that have starting quality status, then that's mental. Because you literally can't do that without one of them just kicking off. That's why it's so hard to manage. That's why I always just have 1 goalkeeper and then a lot of backups. Or like youth prospects as well. Which is what we kind of got. Release scores. No, his release scores would be higher. Oh, maybe it is actually. Not because I set it as that, though. I'm pretty certain I gave him a release clause that was higher than that, but they've kind of rolled a few of them back. Ah, you're right. It is a release clause. We thought they were Napoli-proof. They were not. With Cupkeeper or higher, it's stupid. Right, we just could maybe take a random freebie. To be fair, I don't care if the guy kicks off because I could just sell him, right? So I could just sign a random goalkeeper who's got no contract right now with like high world rep or something, maybe. Would that work? I have made a mistake there, though, because it's going to reset the entire thing, but we'll give it a minute. An old bloke on a 1-year deal might be enough. We want a guy who's, like, on death's door. Technically good, solid rep, yeah. So I'll just look at expired goalkeepers, because that's essentially what he's about to be. Right, who's got the world rep, lads? What are we saying? I kind of want to find a real dude. Mohamed Kone? We need a Scott Carson, exactly. Maybe a loan. I don't know if that would even count. I mean, I think a freebie would be more fun if we can get them cheap enough. In you come. What about... He's retiring. What about Lasana Diabetes from Hebar? I could just look at Lashy. I could look at loans. Fuck it. See if there's a crazy good loan. The problem is at this time of year, loans cost you an absolute fortune. So it wouldn't be worth it for us to sign a player on loan here because they will just be insanely expensive because of the way that AI clubs behave with loans, which is a shame. Probably should have filtered by world rep here, but we'll just see. Maybe we can find an older dude who's they're trying to get rid of, like this veteran here. Anyone that's not on stupid wages? Hajduk Split. Sporting dude. He's quite good, right? Ah, he's not listed for loan, though. We really do need loan listed players, otherwise they will just demand even more money. I mean, they'll demand any money. They'll demand money we can't afford anyway. Squad status. Maybe. It's one of those things where sometimes it is that, sometimes it isn't that. I could always sign another goalkeeper on... This Jordan Cox. Wait. Hang on a minute. That's that goalkeeper I told you guys about before. The City guy. Ah, it's fine. It only cost us £5 million to loan him for a season, and they actually want more money than that. That's what I mean. Loans are not really useful in FM until the final day of the window because they will demand stupid money until the deadline, basically. Let's try Kona. Yeah, let's see if Kone fixes it first. If not, then we can get a guy on a higher squad status. We're only paying £3,000 a week anyway. So hopefully we get Kone over the line quickly, and then we could try a kind of crappy goalkeeper with a higher squad status instead. And if that still doesn't fix it, then we'll just have to accept that the game is stupid. Are we doing Chef Pasta? We can do Pog. Unless you can find a way to get some burger cheese. 500. Oh, to be fair, Tottenham's goalkeeper is absolutely insane. That was Nana Sumaila, right? He's a guy that came through at Fulham's Youth Academy. He's insanely good. And to be fair, this is a Spurs team that have won like back-to-back Premier Leagues. They've won 3 Champions League titles now. They're probably either the best or the second best English side in this save. Still a lot of money, I grant you, but if you're going to have a goalkeeper on that kind of money, it's him you'd want. Yeah, crack on, Paul. Of course we can. This is the guy. I mean, he's been England's #1 since he was about 22 years old. He's obscene. 20 communication, 20 throwing, 17 command of area. He's basically perfect. And he's still only 30. That's what's terrifying about him. He's about as... And low eccentricity. He's just him. Yeah, he was born in... To be fair, he was born in Bishop Stortford. Oh, God. That's a dump. No wonder he no longer wants to be there. Of course, Basil, yeah. Honestly, with goalkeepers, I just put them on the role training a lot of the time. I've not really figured out myself personally what I like to use as far as individual focuses on goalkeepers. I'm not great at developing them. It's an area of the game that I've not really looked into enough yet. To be fair, the rest, as you say, the rest of his attributes make it so good that it just doesn't matter either. Promise reminder. I offered you a contract. I offered your agent a contract. Both of you fumbled, brother. Like, that's on you. Okay. Is the Shaz monster back yet? Yeah, I think we've got to start Shazly for this one. Hey, Velasquez is already getting to grips with it. He's up to a silver star. I should be able to put Anderson back in from the start here. I might start Anderson with Stoyan on the left-hand side today, though. Deji's going to kick off because he's a dick. Which is a shame, because I actually really liked him last season. But if he wants to play the game this way, then he can play the game this way. I might put Habida on the bench now instead of... Oh no, Shehu's on the bench, is he? Shit. I'll put him on the bench instead of... Oh, I hate to say it, but it might well be Strawberry. Because we've got Mashego there, who's kind of the understudy anyway, who was at least showing some development curve. I'm a big fan of this. It's the 18 passing. Oh, he's consistent too. That's helpful. He's tremendous. How's Conan's rating been so far? 6.9 over 3 games. That's actually not bad. In fairness. 6.8, which was solid. 7.4 because of the assist. And he got the XG in that game too, actually. And then against PSG, he struggled. Like... And Smates is back fit. The world is healing. Ooh. Paris FC have a Jamaican centre-back called Jamali McGann. When will Inter sign him, is the question. Loads of Frenchmen in this team. Don't rate it. Right, let's go. This will be a really fun little test. I'll tell you what, one player who has not started the season well, other than that one moment, is Bauer. He has looked a bit funky in some of the games. Like, I know he scored that one goal, but he has looked a bit hit and miss. Not that we've seen anything crazy from Binder when he's come off the bench, so I still trust Bauer, but it'd be nice to see him get together a little bit, and this is a good opportunity for him, I would say. Oh, hello. In before, oh my life. In before the memory leak happens again. I'd really hope not. Nah. Tell you what, chat, I think it was OBS earlier. OBS was randomly using like 4 gigs of memory earlier. Now it's only using 900 megs, which is more in line with what it normally was. So I think OBS actually caused FM to crash OBS. What happened there? Maybe it was me with the presence. That might have been... I don't know. Was that before or after that happened? Maybe it was like some effect that kept looping in the background using more and more memory or something. OBS does do that from time to time. Ooh, this is a dangerous moment. Yeah, Ben Yedda's still there. They may have like fallen off hard towards the end of last season. I would be amazed if he makes it out of this season unscathed. In your own time. God, that is a lot of space. Oh. The leak. It's those FM leaks again, isn't it? Right. That's a lot of possession. Though we sometimes do okay in games where we're not actually in control of all of the ball. It allows us to play on the break. Which means I think someone like Bright Osaji in the second half could be incredibly useful for us. But I think without as much of the ball, it is going to limit what Velasquez is able to do from an input standpoint. Half an hour in, no shots. Always fun. Are we just going to be like a full-on home team that can only do it in home games? Because we may have to have a look at that. Oh, God, he's just easily cut inside. And oh, what a save. We just need more goalkeeping depth. I just don't think our goalkeeping is good enough. Really, really solid from Eric there. Shazzy has struggled a little bit today as well. Oh, and he saved it again. We just need an old man. Exactly. Yeah, what on earth are we playing at in this game? Nagalo's on a 6.2 in 33 minutes. Is it just because he can't get any of the ball? Because Paris FC are absolutely annihilating us here. And deservedly get the lead. Guy Mercier, what on earth? Ben Yedda's got them chefing here because we've been absolutely appalling. He's got a booking and done nothing else. I mean, I'd be surprised if we've touched the ball at all in this game. They've had 11 shots in this game so far and we've had none. Jesus Christ. 6.1 he's on. I'd love to know how many shots he's had in this. Oh, sorry, how many touches he's even had. Because I don't think I've even seen us touch the ball in their half yet. Here he is, Nagalo. Oh, Swiston. That was the moment. He had to bury that. I love how they've swapped over. Just that one bit of play has got Nagalo up from a 6.1 to a 6.8. And Tristan went from a 6.6 to a 6.1. He does have to bury that, to be fair. That was an enormous chance. Good lord. Particularly the way he's played lately. I'd have had money on him to bury that. It's a lovely cross. Right, well, second half can't be any worse. This is our punishment for beating PSG. The city of Paris is on our back. Vera, saved again by Kilaza. Right, come on, Bauer. Oh, come on. He's been useless again today. I think the Binder substitutes are starting to get earlier and earlier at this rate. But it is still only 1-0. Stoyan's been crap. Again. Right. I'm going to bring Bright Osagie on for Tristan. Just on this one occasion. Osagie off the right instead. Bauer's coming off because... And Stoyan as well for Ruggieri. Honestly, Shazly's been crap too. Fuck it, Herbida as well. I do like the bench. Feels like we've got more options there. ICX, thank you for the 54 months. Bloody hell. That's far too many months to invest in this monster of a human here. Oh, go on. Wait a minute. Velasquez. What do you reckon? Against the runner play massively here? Ah. It's quite a wasted chance, honestly. But it is a chance. But we would definitely be good value to lose this game as things stand. I'm tempted to go attacking in a minute. For the last 10, just try and throw something at them. Maybe try and grab a lucky bounce. Anderson, I'm not sure he has the best best stamina. Let me have a look at him. 13. It's the 8 natural fitness. He's not recovering very quickly between games. That's the issue, I think. He's basically like a winger version of Steinmetz. Oh, hang on a minute. Come on. Elek Chowie. Bright Osagie. Oh, no. Love the vision, bud. But you need to do better than that. He's got to be hitting the target there because we have actually created a couple of cheeky little openings and they are time wasting in this second period. Oh, go on. Keep the pressure on. Oh, no. Surely not. No. Fucking hell, man. Oh, the luck. To be fair, we can hardly complain. We beat PSG while being incredibly lucky. Losing here to Paris FC while having chances like that. It is what it is. Oh, Osagie. That was your moment. Can't complain. I'm glad we at least got back into the game a little bit. I regret maybe taking Swiston off. I feel like sometimes it's better to just leave him on no matter how much he's stinking the place up because he does seem like that kind of guy that could always just get you a goal randomly. And really in that game he should have got us a goal randomly. You know, when the ball was on his head, practically under the crossbar and he's proceeded to corner it over the bar from there. Oh dear. It's fine. Maybe the game will crash. Man. A guy can dream. Twice in one day? Probably not. It's kind of mad to me that we've actually won half of our games so far and we're 11th in the league. That goalkeeping depth, though, that's what really cost us there. Agreed. If we'd have just had some random old Frenchman in the squad, none of this would have happened. Oh, no. Didn't mean to do that. What's also worse is that goalkeeper we were trying to sign just seems to be dragging his heels now. It's like he knows. He's working in cahoots with the team. PSG win again. Yeah, they're definitely going to win the league this year, aren't they? Montpellier, just from surviving last season by the skin of their teeth, have sure stuck the landing. He is very old. Yeah, that's the problem when you got Methuselah between the sticks, isn't it? He's biblical. How has he managed that? Felix Velasquez has been suspended. It's match day 3. He's got a yellow card in every single game so far. Felix, are you just Joao Polinia? Because that's suitably impressive to have been booked. Oh no, we have played 4 games. Either way, I kind of respect it, but also really don't. We did win. The B team have won 3 out of 3 as well. That's good news. Right, really stupid. I know, that's why Velasquez doesn't play with a visor on. Deji time. It could be. I'm trying to think of what else. Oh no, it'd probably be Peter Bashir, actually. Bashir is extremely good and will probably start to kick off at me if I don't give him some game time. It's just that Velasquez is just a really nice complement to Elek Chowie. I like Chow. He's more like, he's better in the air. Velasquez is better on the floor and better at getting suspensions, apparently. Top of the Premier League is a bit of a weird read. Villa, Bristol City, Brentford, Nottingham Forest. Seems totally fine to me. Never mind, ignore the bottom. Was Bauer backup? Thing is, he isn't really Bauer backup to me. Like, I feel Binder is a player that's probably better than him anyway. And he's also younger, and he's our player. Well, obviously Mehic is our player, but I feel like Binder's the one with the ceiling. I don't want kind of him to be that backup this season. Yeah, we can't beat the real Parisians. Only the fake Saint-Germain, Salle de Bain, Le Petit Déjeuner Parisians. They wouldn't know what hit them. Wait. They didn't. They did. Napoli have just sold one of the 2 best DMs in the world to Barcelona for way less than they bought him for and way less than he's worth. They spent £215 million on him and have just sold him for 96 million. He's 25 years old as well. It's not like... It isn't even as if they were like... end of his career. He was playing for them too. Presumably they... Oh my god. So it's because they just spent It's because they just spent 123 million on a dude from Montpellier. Does that mean they're no longer after the guy from Tenerife then? Presumably. Well, I was thinking, they need the money for Jose Garcia, but instead they've just spent 100 million on this chap instead. Montpellier are minted now. Agreed. Concarneau, which I believe is in Brittany. Once again, football maps doing the business. No, he's I mean, how on earth he has this value? Elite striker. I guess he's got really well-rounded mentals. His mentals are exceptional. Dimitri Dan. Good old Dimitri Dan. Who is Brittany? Who isn't? Leave Brittany alone. Yeah. Wait, DeLong, wasn't he at Leicester? Nope, he's been at Leeds for ages. He's got 99 league goals for Leeds, and they've been better off signing him. You're not the best start from Chelsea. Or Man City, or Man United for that matter, really. Still, but ignore the Fulham with... How have they only got a negative... Have they lost every game by 1 goal? 1-0, 1-0, 3-2. Amazing work, lads. Terrific. Hey! Oh my god, it's happening again. Derby and... Sorry, not Derby. Luton and West Brom, both in administration in the Championship here. It's a race to the bottom. And to West Brom's credit, they're already only 3 points from safety. That's going to be causing some interesting issues this season for them. Luton heading down, let's be honest. They're probably... Actually, both of them are probably okay. Stoke, 5 defeats out of 5, but they're not bottom, and that's the real quiz. Any crazy shit going on in League One? Hey, no points deductions, I guess. It's pretty tight, actually. No amazingly interesting things happening there as well. Bradford, well, Maidstone United, playoff spots in League 2. Crew Alexandra as well. But, I mean, albeit only after 4 games. There's a real dude playing for Wimbledon as well. Cavalli Hayward. But shout out to Maidstone United. That'll be quite a surprise. Did Preston... Where did they get on last season? Oh, they got one down another league, didn't they? And presumably with that information... Oh my god. Wickham did not get promoted. After all that, Wickham still didn't come up. And neither did Preston. Barnet are actually bottom there. Along with the MK Dons, bottom of the National League. Well, nearly bottom of the National League. Oh no. National League North? Preston are still mid-table National League North. Scunthorpe United. Scunthorpe have been all over the place. They went all the way up to League 1 and then came basically all the way back down again. Pretty much, I think. Brackley struggling. Lancaster is not so quite so bad down the bottom here. Yeah, Preston not showing any signs of getting out of National League North. They're semi-professional now. What about Wickham? In the playoff spots. Slightly better. Wow, Hendon. That's a newly promoted side. Shout out them. Yes, North... Yeah, indeed. Preston Stevenage is a very strange fixture, especially for the league that they're in. Agreed. Did I do that one? I did. Ban Weymouth. Hang on, what? Hang on, I want to see how this meeting goes. So just to catch you up here, he asked for a new contract. I said, fine. He asked for things in that contract I could not possibly give him. So I said, I went out of it. He sacked his agent. I then asked for him another contract. He then asked for the exact same things in that contract, and now he's angry at me. This should be funny. Not the deal we were demanding. Sure, trust whether to accept the club's offer. The matter is closed from my point of view. Lads, be very interested. I just love how basically every single interaction you have with a player in FM that goes wrong, it's always just, Mom, I'm telling Mom. That's basically every single time. It's like, maybe keep it to yourself, bud. No one cares. Hey, Kone's in. Let's see if we can deal with one fire at the meantime by getting Kone through the line. Hopefully that'll assuage the lads. Well, we'll see. Yeah, I know, but like, what can we do, right? It did in fact not work, apparently. Let's see. Please assume you promise goalkeeping improvements as soon as possible. I've just signed a goalkeeper. Like, who's actually got quite good attributes, to be fair. Right, so the next one will be, yeah, at least we've got a B team old bloke. Funny if he kicked off there. Yeah, so now we have to find another one, try it with a higher squad status or something. And if that doesn't work, then honestly, the game's stupid and broken and I hate it. And that should never be a thing that's in any in the first place. Yeah, not the goalkeeper they wanted. You should be able to basically say, oh, you want me to sign a goalkeeper, do you? Cool, name him. The problem is it won't just upset Heribert, will it? It will upset the rest of them. So yeah, this is Ban Wearmouth. I don't know what he's got against Wearmouth, but he wants it gone. Maybe he's just from the north and he's talking about Weymouth. There's every chance. Ask Bauer to suggest a player. That would be so funny. Fuck it, let's try it. This is actually really... No, this is a great idea. They'd recommend a goalkeeper who could realistically sign. What sort of time? Cup competitions, a backup. Right. So, cup competitions, right? Improve the current squad. That's what he wants. Wait a fucking second. Hold the phone. Heribert might be about to... We might be about to get finessed by a fake human being. He's literally non-EU. But he's also oh yeah, it's fine. No, it's fine. He only wants 70 grand a week. No issues whatsoever. He only wants 70 grand a week. We can totally afford that. You blithering bell piece. Can I ask you for another one? Oh. Haven't rejected. Ooh, what's well, at least I tried to. I don't think it would matter anyway, but... Also, how do I even see that guy anymore? To be fair, it isn't about trying. They don't care if I've tried to do it. I think we'll have to do the squad status thing. I've never actually had a player give me a solution there. Like, they never recommend anybody. That's wild. Oh, well. It's still not going to work, but... Oh. I bet we wouldn't be able to loan him either, because I bet you they'd want obscene... Oh, God, this guy's actually called Beckham Prime. Beckham. Also, he's not bad. Like, Beckham Prime is actually all right. Actually, is he? I mean, he's Prime Beckham. That's incredible. So what was this guy called? Racing Club Fernandez. Is he like a starter for them? He's not. Oh, he is. Wait, why would they loan me their starting goalkeeper? Reluctant to allow him to leave, yeah. I can't really afford to pay the £40,000 a week that he's on. Heribert's lost his damn mind. I think it might be a case of us next stream just signing a random dude on star player or something. Actually, in fact, I'll put the groundwork in now because there's no point in waiting given that we've literally only got till there. FM is very silly sometimes, isn't it? Just very, very silly indeed. But even for me, I've not had that. Expecting to be loaned out. Mate, tell Genk to sort their fucking finances out then. They've been delaying this for like 6 weeks. Imagine if this fell through because Genk just never confirmed the deal. Right. Let's just try a random dude and give him a stupidly high squad status. Oh, that's a shortlist, man. What are you doing? Oh, shit. What I am doing is offering these guys another trial. Would not want them all to retire. Yeah, probably will, but I'll just... Maybe we should just try and sell him, actually. We might not be allowed to sign him. Sorry, to sell him. Okay. So let's... Should we have Lasana Diabetes, perhaps? He looks at... I actually thought for a second that was Adama Traore, just ever so slightly. He's got quite similar nose. Right. Let's... 71 caps for Mali. Like, he's an international. Emergency backup. No. Star player. In you come. 10 months. My favourite. And he's cheaper too. Right. Do you think he'll sign it immediately just because it's a star player contract? This can only go wrong. Indeed. Luckily, he's cheap enough that... To be fair, it's one of those things where I don't care if I upset him. I'm just using him for my own personal and private need. No, that sounds even worse. I'm... Fuck's sake. Yeah, go straight to the B team. Wait, is that... Oh, Chelsea versus Lille. Oh, imagine. But then, here's the pro tip. I can then promise our current goalkeeper that he's not being replaced because he won't be, because I've never heard of this man before. And when he inevitably does join us and tears... I think Edward Anderson might have actually signed a contract as well. I'm a little bit perturbed that he didn't immediately sign the deal. It's like, so I'm offering you star player in the French top flight, which possibly means he could just see through my bullshit and knows for a fact that he's not going to be a star player in the French top flight. In actuality, I might be trying to sell him a bridge. Okay, right, we're going to cancel that because Genk are never going to get their act together on that. It probably wouldn't have worked anyway, but I will just... Oh, hang on. I have to go ahead of there, I think. What's a silly man? Receive loan offer from Cariello? Oh, no. Yeah, he's thinking it's something that seems a little bit odd. It's like basically an episode of Hustle. He's like, how am I being screwed here? How am I going to be left holding an empty briefcase in an airport? Tune in for next stream to find out more. Right. So I love that it says rejected. It's like, I haven't rejected shit. You just never actually paid for him. Wanted by Genk. Wow, crazy. I'll offer him out again. There's no way that they'd put another loan bid in, right? Well, City actually signed Pineda for 16 million. Oh, it's rising, of course, but still. I was kind of hoping we get this deal over the line before the Lyon game. Wow, there's a lot of crap players. Wait, do I know anything about... Oh, that's fine, actually. It means we don't actually have to look at these guys just yet. We can look at all of them next stream. But there is an Italian in there. In fact, there's two. Hello. He's young, so it's hard to tell. Oh, he's 25 at Celtic. God damn it. There's a goalkeeper at Celtic there. He's probably quite expensive. Also, I really don't want to replace Eric. Eric, to me, actually feels like the guy. He's really, really good. Another Wadi Degler. You know I don't mind me a Wadi Degler. It's fair play to lose. PSG are actually kind of fumbling a little bit at the start of the season. I mean, they lost to us. How embarrassing is that? Get the 14th to the 20th of September. Really? How do you mean? Because presumably you're not going to be working there in September. I guess it's a provisional thing. You should at least try and put the time off now, I suppose, right? We're going to Aberdeen for our friend's wedding in September, and they were promised that the hotel would have like a block of rooms that they could book at a discounted rate. And now the hotel is basically saying, oh, it's way less rooms than we told you before, and we're not going to tell you the rates on the rooms. So I'm just like, I might just book an Airbnb then. Because if you can't even tell me how much the room is going to cost, why on earth would I commit to purchasing a room from you if you're not going to tell me how much it's going to cost me? That seems illegal. Luckily, we found a place with a hot tub. Oh, here we go. Right. Let the diabetes run through you. Aberdeen is bidding for that weekend. In it. Maybe there's a rival wedding. Who knows, right? Right, let's see if this works. Come on. It's our second goalkeeper of the day. Because if it doesn't work when we sign a guy that's good and has high rep, or it doesn't work when we sign a guy on a high squad status, then there's nothing we've got a chance to do there. My dad worked in Aberdeen for quite a long time. But... Disappointed in the lack of effort to strengthen the squad in goal. I mean, just get fucked. Legitimately eat my testicles for dinner. Gobble my gonads, Herbert. That is some bullshit. One, we don't need strengthening in goal because it's already good. We also have a lot of young players coming through already. I also recalled a guy who's now going to be the backup when he should have been developing out on loan, which is what he was doing. And we signed 2 more of them, and Napoli have just signed Garcia as well. The average age has sure gone up. I can't believe they've done that. I thought they'd signed the other guy and then went, we don't actually need Garcia at this point. But no. Turns out they needed him as well. Oh yeah, true. Second team. They can fight it out in the second team for whoever gets goalkeeping supremacy. Which one of our elderly goalkeepers will it be? Who knows? Yes, the Napoli have now spent $250 million this summer. Because obviously they have. They just had a random youngster as well who's probably going to be goated too. So as much as they sold Nerman Karic to Barcelona for like £100 million loss, they've also now brought in 2 more players for £100 million each. The cage is oh dear. That'll be the perfect time for us to finish off. That way we can start off next stream with the game against Lyon and then deadline day where we will almost certainly end up picking up a load of other guys and then just start pummeling games out. Still fucking about. Well, but when you consider as well that the reason they've got all that money back that summer is because they sold a guy to Barca for 123 million that they bought for over 200 million. Tuesday, right? Yeah, I'm back on Tuesday. Maybe we can sign a goalkeeper on deadline day. Well, I guess the last option is like a youngster with high potential, and we'll have to look on our shortlist or scouted players, maybe. And then we just get angry at Herbert, sell him, and play Binder for the rest of the season. What could possibly go wrong there? But yes, back on Tuesday. I'll be around on Thursday, of course, as well, and then on the way at the weekend because Pog and I are going to see her parents. It is a blessed day. Right, who is live on the afternoon that we are occupying with our mortal bodies? Oh, no, and our immortal bodies for any sort of wizards in the chat, you know? I know you're about. I see you. Big up the wizards. I don't know what I'm saying. This is what happens when you let me stream for over 5 hours. And don't let me move from this spot for 5 hours. I've been standing up for too long, chat. I'm going to get whatever the opposite of hemorrhoids is. Footeroid. Or I guess hemorrhoids from earlier. It works. Oh, good lord. Self-recognized wizard. Well, you're the editor. Words are hard. My back hurts. I'm going to go receive drink, watch NASCAR, read rom-com book, enjoy rest of day chat, meep mop zeep.